Oh, nope. I gotta. Oh wait, I think we're good. Hang tight. Oh, there we go. All right. Hey kids, welcome to Rob's Red Hotspot, and welcome to this Morrowind Modding Tutorial Livestream. I have with me on the channel Johnny Hostile, the creator of modding OpenMW.com. So welcome to the channel.
Oh, hey, thank you, Rob. Glad to be here, man.
Yeah, awesome. So we're going to do this. We're going to follow this list here on moddingopenmw.com, one day Morrowind modernization, which is sort of, I mean, I had made a video on how to mod Morrowind on M. Earl, welcome to the stream. I'd made a video on how to mod Morrowind with OpenMW and MO2, and basically, you know, that video has been reasonably, it's got a fair number of views, and had a huge number of questions over the last, it's been almost a year since I posted it, basically asking for more detail on, you know, how to go through the amazing lists on moddingopenmw.com. And you know, it just wasn't really possible for me to fit it into a 45-minute video. So I thought that we would, Johnny Hostile and I would just do a live stream where we mod the game from A to Z. So I have, you know, all I have installed, I think I've got, I've got a clean install of, where is it here? I've got a clean install of Morrowind and Steam. Just, I haven't touched that, but I've uninstalled OpenMW. We're starting from scratch. So yeah, let's talk a little bit about what we're going to be doing here. Maybe you can introduce yourself and your role in the Morrowind modding world.
Sure, yeah. As Rob mentioned, I'm Johnny Hostile, and I'm a dude that likes Morrowind, and started playing Morrowind on Xbox, you know, geez, back when it first came out, and I discovered OpenMW maybe around 2011 or so, back when it was still a lot less mature than it is now. Yeah, nowadays, as Rob mentioned, I run the moddingopenmw.com website, and I also contribute to the OpenMW project itself in some relatively minor ways, including but not limited to co-narrating the most recent announced video with my good buddy Atahualpa. But yeah, you can also find me on the OpenMW Discord server, just hanging out and talking with people and helping and just doing things.
Yeah, so this website is, I would say, probably one of the best, certainly the best resource for modding OpenMW, and one of the best, and you know, one of the best modding sites for Morrowind. Period. You know, whether or not you're using OpenMW, there really is, and you've got a whole bunch of different lists here. One thing I wanted to say quickly. For those of you who might be viewing this video, who aren't viewing it live, we are going to be putting timestamps in the description. So if you go to moddingopenmw.com, here where it says choose a mod list, if you click on the one day modernize list, these sections here, each one of these sections is going to get a timestamp in the description. So even though it's going to be like a 4-hour video or whatever, if you just need help on a particular section, click the timestamp for that section. You know, or you know, if you need help with Project Atlas, you can just go to the timestamp for meshes and performance, and then, you know, scrub around a bit, and you'll find where we actually cover that mod. So we're going to be going through every single mod on this list, downloading them, installing them, and you know, talking a little bit hopefully about each mod and what they do. And I think the idea, this is, so there are other lists on this website. In the past I've used, and I'll probably go back to using, the total overhaul list here, which has 361 mods. Now, obviously, we can't do that in 4 hours, but we have designed. The philosophy. We actually went through the total overhaul list last week, the two of us, and basically picked what we thought were the most essential, or what I thought were the most essential mods. We sort of did it as a team, and you can start with this one day Morrowind modernization list and build on it later. I think that's sort of how we've designed it here. So nothing you install here is going to prevent you from later going on to the total overhaul, or the graphics overhaul, or whichever list you prefer. And you'll also be able to just add individual mods on later. All right. So why don't we? I mean, we can talk a little bit first about why, the advantages to using OpenMW versus the other, the vanilla way of modding Morrowind with Morrowind graphics extender and Morrowind script extender. Maybe you can talk a bit about that.
Yeah, sure. I mean, obviously there's a lot of great content with MWSC Lua and all kinds of action happening there, and there's definitely plenty of reasons to use that. But some of the reasons for OpenMW would be, in addition to being cross-platform, so if you're on Mac or Android or Linux, you can play with relative ease. There's a lot of features built into OpenMW that would otherwise, with other engines, require, third-party tools and stuff. And again, while there's no problem with those things, it's really nice to have it kind of all in the engine. You fire up the OpenMW launcher, you click a few boxes for some features, versus managing other things. And then there is also the side benefit of it's a free open source re-implementation, that effectively belongs to everybody, which is cool.
Well, there's that, and there's also, I think, one thing I would say, just from a purely practical point of view, OpenMW is a modern, stable piece of software. So you still have to buy Morrowind on Steam, of course, and sometimes you can even get it for free or whatever. But on Steam or Good Old Games or whatever, whatever source you prefer. But once you have a legal copy of Morrowind, it will run much more stable than it ever did in OpenMW. I mean, it's almost impossible to get the game to crash when you're running.
That's a great point. With the original game, obviously it's not open source, and so while we're able to fix a lot of things with the script extenders, and they do amazing work there, with OpenMW, all of the source is available to us, and any crash is considered a serious bug, and so we fix them.
Yeah, well, exactly, and it's ongoing in development, which obviously Morrowind isn't. And also, I would say, on the one hand, if you're using the other method to mod it, it'll be more similar to modding games like Skyrim or other Bethesda games like Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas, stuff like that. But Morrowind's a much older piece of software than, say, Skyrim, and it was very buggy to begin with. I mean, I remember playing it on Xbox. I think I was playing the Game of the Year edition on like an Xbox disc copy or something years and years ago, and like it crashed all the time on Xbox. Like it crashed, it broke, your save files got corrupted. Like on
we all perhaps know about the Todd feature of silently rebooting the Xbox to prevent crashes.
Yeah, no, for sure. Excuse me. Yeah, no. So it's not, and it's a game that's full of bugs and definitely is better. I feel like if you're going to play Morrowind in 2022 now, it's definitely worth modding the game. There's quality of life stuff and I guess that's another aspect we should talk about, in terms of the kind of design philosophy of this mod list. Basically what we've done here is we've picked some of the sort of catch-all graphics mods that will drastically improve the look of the game. It's not a total graphics overhaul, so there's more texture packs and stuff that you're probably going to want to download if you really want that overhaul look. But also a lot of the mods in here are a few of them are sort of game rebalance, but they're mostly quality of life things. They're really, I would even say it's a fairly vanilla friendly mod list. Because there's not a whole lot about the vanilla game that I want to change, but there are some aspects of the game that were just kind of never good, in my opinion. And we'll get more into that later. But with a little bit of light modding, you can very much conserve the spirit of the game, and have a much more modern experience, and in terms of the user interface and stuff like that, and get rid of some of the more annoying parts. But so let's start maybe at the beginning here. We should get rolling, because otherwise we're never going to get this done.
Right.
So maybe we should go to the getting started guide here. Is that worth doing? I think some of the
yeah. If you're completely uninitiated, you're going to want to do this, because these are things that you basically need to do or know about, if you're going to want to use and mod OpenMW. So
okay, so we've already done this step. I've owned Morrowind for quite some time now. So what we're going to want to do then is, I guess, go to this install OpenMW the install OpenMW page here. I am running on Windows, but obviously you can go for the operating system of your choice. And I think we're going to want to go for the official binaries here.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah, okay. You can also get it on GitHub. This is the unreleased build, which there have been times when it was I was running the unreleased build of OpenMW, but a lot is changing right now, so some mods may not be compatible if you run that.
That's right. Yeah, it's going to be a huge release. 0.48 coming soon. Cool. Trademark will be a huge release, but yeah, for stability's sake and because a few of the mods we want to use today are not compatible at the moment, we're going with the latest stable.
Yep. Okay, for sure. So the latest stable is going to be 0.47, and this is you can sort this by file name here and bring it up to the top or whatever. And so we're going to download this. I have, just so that you guys have a sense of how I'm organizing this, and you're probably going to want to do the same thing, is you're going to want to create, I have a folder in my downloads. I've cleaned up my downloads just for the benefit of the stream here. But I've got a folder in here called Morrowind Temp. So I like to put, because you're going to have a lot of zip files and stuff like that. So find a good place to put them all. That's my advice. And so let's download the exe installer here. It's going to take just a couple seconds. That's good. And then we'll go back to that folder here. I've already pre-downloaded a few of the larger mods so that we don't waste time on stream downloading things, but we will be going through one by one. So I guess we can just double click this. It's been a while since I've done this, actually. Oh, screen's going to go black for a second. That was just the Windows. This doesn't come from the Windows Store dialog that pops up. All right. So we have a setup installer here, classic Windows installer. We're going to agree to the license. Now, I think this is the first choice you're going to want to make based on your setup. I mean, even though Morrowind is a pretty old game, I don't know how you feel about this, but I feel like it really should be installed on an SSD if at all possible, if you're going to mod it.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, even though it's an old game, if you have a lot of big textures and stuff, you will get load screens if you don't have it on an SSD.
Yeah, definitely.
And I think a performance impact too. So I'm just gonna, where is it? There we go. I'm just going to install it. I install mods on my SSD drive here, and I'm going to stick it in. I have a modding folder here. Why is that folder still there? Okay, I'm gonna make a new one. Hang tight. I forgot to do something. It shouldn't be. This is my old. Okay, these are my old mods. I have that backed up somewhere else. I'm just gonna delete that. Oh, and that's gonna take time. Wow. Okay, no, we're good. I thought that was gonna take like a while. All right, back to this. All right, so I'm gonna create on my SSD folder here. I'm showing you guys this because I think it is useful information. So I have a modding folder in here. That's where my Skyrim mods are and stuff like that. But I'm going to make a new folder within that and call it Morrowind Modding, something like that. And then there's going to be within that folder, this is the OpenMW install. All right, and I don't usually care about having it in the start menu, but that's up to you. And then, so there we go. OpenMW is installed. So I guess we can just run it right away.
Yeah, can't hurt.
I'm hoping it hasn't kept my other settings. I took them out of. Okay, there we go.
Cool.
I'm hoping it's completely new as it would look.
This looks like a first run kind of situation here. And so what we have is the install wizard.
Yep. Let's do that. Okay, yep. So all right, so we're just going to go through. There's another install wizard here. So we're going to, so here, if you don't have the game there, I guess there's a link to buy it. That's new, isn't it? I don't know if that was there before.
It is, yeah. Yeah.
That's hilarious. You guys should get a commission. Existing installation. So we're going to go next. And I have Morrowind installed on Steam. So I guess we're going to go, let me hang tight here. It's going to be, once again, my Steam folder is in this SSD here. So it's going to be whatever hard drive you have Steam on, Steam apps, common, Morrowind, And I think that's it. I think we hit open then. Or is it, do you have to go to the data files?
You want that data files folder.
Yeah, okay, because what we're looking for is the Morrowind master file. So .esm is Elder Scrolls Master. Same file format for Skyrim and Fallout and all that stuff. And then we hit open. And now this is just telling OpenMW where our copy of Morrowind is. So that's pretty simple. We're going to do the English install. This doesn't really matter, I think, if you're doing a fresh install.
I would definitely do those imports because it will pull in certain things from the Morrowind INI file, such as fallback data like the character generation lines and things like that, settings for the sky and stuff like that. So even though we're going to be greatly changing the plugin order, those are the things you want. So
yeah, okay. So let's do that and then finish. And there we go. This is OpenMW. So I don't know if is there anything else we want to do in here before we start going through the list?
Generally speaking, this would be a good point to click play and just make sure it runs.
Okay,
have vanilla Morrowind working. Yeah.
All right, let's do it. Let's play Morrowind. Okay,
and this looks pretty good.
Okay, let me just wait until I gotta. Oh, there we go. I can skip that. Okay, so you can see Morrowind's loading up in windowed mode here. That if we wanted to just play it through OpenMW and not mod it at all, we would be able to set it up so that it would run in full screen or whatever. But I think we don't need to bother doing that right now.
Yeah, just a quick test run, right? This is the default setting you could change.
Okay, let's go back to... Oh, here we are. All right. Yeah, so there we go. That step is done. We've installed OpenMW. And there's, like I said, I don't think there's anything else we need to do in OpenMW for now, right?
Yeah, we can go ahead and move on with the list.
You know what I will do, though? Just before I forget, I'm just going to go... if you've installed it like I have in some kind of folder on your hard drive here, I'm just going to... We want OpenMW Launcher, right? That's what we're going to be using to launch the game. So I am just going to... What I want to do is create on a pin. I'll just put a desktop shortcut so we can get to it easily. Okay. And then usually I'll just pin it here, but I'll put a desktop shortcut. Okay. So let's go back to our list here, the one-day modernized list. And yeah, we're just going to start, I think. Is there anything else we should do before we start clicking on these?
I think we can dive into it and, all will be revealed sort of as we move along.
Exactly. Okay. So we're going to start with these patches here. These are pretty essential. Patch for Purists is the first mod we're going to download. So each mod on this, if you haven't used this website before, each mod that you click here, I like to just open them in new tabs. You have a bit of a description here. And then there's also some usage notes here. We'll be looking through these usage notes pretty extensively for all the mods that we're covering. There are a few modifications that you might need to make based on for individual mods and stuff like that. But any information you need is going to be in this sort of bottom section of this table here. And we can also see what other lists it's on and stuff like that. So we're going to go to the download page here. There is actually a way to... Oh, yeah. We can also hit start this list. That's probably the best way for us to do this. So if we hit start this list, it's going to go through the mods one by one in the list. So that's going to be a super useful way to navigate the site as well. If you want to.
It's a nice way to flip through it.
Exactly. Okay, so most of these links are going to be Nexus downloads. Now we're not going to be using I use Mod Organizer 2 down here. We're not going to be using that today because not everyone's going to want to use that, but you can use that with OpenMW. It's really up to you. I do have that video up. I have another video how to mod OpenMW with Mod Organizer 2. It does involve a little bit of back and forth. There are advantages and disadvantages, but for today we're just gonna do the kind of manual or OpenMW method of installing mods, which will also help people who are perhaps not using Windows. If you're using Mac, I've done this all on Mac before as well. Basically, all that changes is some of the file paths and stuff like that.
Yep, pretty much.
Mac or Linux or whatever. Okay, so Patch for Purists is basically it's a community patch for the game that tries to, it gets rid of a lot of bugs, and also, but it tries to be very kind of vanilla friendly. It tries not to fix any bugs or to change anything that is sort of subjective.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, let's go ahead and do a manual download here. All of my mods are going into this temporary folder in my downloads, just to keep things tidy. And I guess we can start. God, it's been so long since I've done this. You're gonna have to. So we can start by unzipping this. And we're going to stick it in, we'll show you the folder paths and everything. So this is what it's going to look like here. There's Patch for Purists. When you unzip mods, if you're on Windows, and it's going to be similar on Mac or whatever, when you're going to unzip stuff, I would really advise unzipping them to a folder, because you don't know how the modder has packaged this up, and you don't want a bunch of loose files hanging out in your downloads.
Yeah, that's great advice.
Yeah, so let's just extract this to a folder. So there we go, and we can see this is a standard kind of Morrowind data folder here. So in terms of getting this mod into OpenMW, let me just open another Finder window here. We're gonna go. Where do our mods go again? They go in. Are the mods going in My Games, OpenMW?
Well, that's really up to you. On the website. If you look at the mod listing on moddingopenmw.com, at the bottom of the page, I have a suggested folder path.
Right.
And so really it could be anywhere.
Yeah.
I like to suggest putting it somewhere that's not like in program files or where you need to run administrator to touch it, you know, just because this is a game, right?
Yeah, no, that's a very good point. So that's part of the reason why I have, where did I put? Okay, so let me just I'm trying to organize this so that the viewers can get a sense of what we're doing. So that's part of the reason why I have all of my sort of mods for games and stuff like that. I typically will make a folder like this. So I think what we'll do is we'll stick it. I guess I'll make a folder here called mods.
Perfect.
So it'll be modding, Morrowind modding, mods. It's kind of, I don't know. I didn't think that through, but that's okay.
It's a little redundant, but it works.
It works. Okay. And then we're going to go back to the downloads on this side here, and Patch for Purists, right? So this one I think we just kind of drag and drop.
Yeah, I would drag the entire Patch for Purists folder. Yep, that one in there. Yep.
And then let's rename it, because this folder name is going to be not great for file paths, right?
It's a little long.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll just call it Patch for Purists. Okay, and we're just going to leave that there for now. I don't think there's anything we have to change with this one. We can sort of check down here. I think we can. I think this one's done.
Yeah, I think so generally speaking, in the usage notes, it's either specifically things that you need to do for any given mod list, or maybe some quirky things like this note about for non-English players. That's a gotcha that they might care about.
Yeah. In
this case, we're playing in English, so not for us.
Yep, for sure. Should we start putting these data lines in the OpenMW config files right away, or?
You know what? Let's do it, just because I feel like it's probably best to do it as you go along, but certainly you can wait until the very end and use the config generator that I have on my website and sort of copy paste.
Yeah, and then I guess if you were going to use that config gen based on your file paths, you would need to change find and replace or something like that. Right,
you would need to do some find and replace, right? Because I can't predict what people are going to name their folders and where they're going to put it.
Exactly. So we'll just to backtrack for a second here. There's really two locations three. There's the downloads folder where we're keeping the zip files with the mods, right? And that's that. I've made this Morrowind temp folder here, and then there's the location where we've installed the OpenMW software, which is in this modding folder. And then we've got our mods are in another folder of that one. And then the other location where you're going to have files is in documents, like whatever whatever your documents, wherever your documents directory is, in like on Windows, and on, it would be the same thing in Mac. It would be in your documents, and My Games OpenMW, and this is where there's a number of files in here, like the settings file, config file. We're gonna need to kind of remember where those files are. So those are the key locations you need to keep in mind as you're doing this process. OpenMW.config is the one we want, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, I don't know why this is in such a weird shape. Okay, so openmw.config is this long text file with all these fallback settings. And basically every time we add a new data folder, what we're going to do is, it goes down here, right? Data equals...
Yep, right underneath. Exactly.
Okay, and then so we're gonna go. I'm gonna go back to, because we're gonna have to do this with each mod that we install. So I'm gonna go a little bit slower right now so that people kind of get that. This is basically telling OpenMW where your mods are, and each mod needs its own line in this. There is, as you mentioned, I guess you have a piece of software that we can use. Maybe we'll use it at the end just to show people how it works.
That'd be cool.
There is sort of an automated way to do this at the end, but we should also do it manually like this so that people know how to do it if they're installing mods manually. So basically what we need is this file path here. So we can copy, just going to see how... Yeah, okay, that works out. So we can just, like, you can just navigate to the root folder of the mod, Patch for Purists, and then just copy and paste it here, and it just needs to be in quotations.
And I just want to clarify, too, a root data folder for OpenMW or a game running in OpenMW would look very much like what Rob has there on the left. It would have some ESP files, maybe some BSAs or ESMs. It's going to have a folder called meshes, maybe. There's a certain look to them. And so as you're going through and installing mods and you're wondering, well, what's the line, what's the folder I need to put there, it's going to generally look like that. Yeah, and then I guess the other thing I would say is some of the mods, and we'll probably have a few on this list here, some of the mods you'll download won't be formatted this way, and I would say that most of the changes you're going to see in this usage notes section just involve making the mod, maybe getting rid of a few files that cause conflicts or whatever, but mostly just making the mod look like it should so that OpenMW can read it properly. Right. Okay, let's go to the, let me go back to, I just want to get back to our list here so that I can have a tab open with the list. Okay, so, and then, wait a second. I'm trying to organize this. Start this list, open a new tab. There we go. Okay, so now we're going to hit next here, and we are at the unofficial Morrowind official plugins patched. This one, as if I recall correctly, does... Basically, it just is bug fixes for the DLCs. Kind of like Patch for Purist. It tries to fix obvious problems in the official plugins made by Bethesda. That's right. Without kind of going over the line. Yeah, that's right. I forgot. They of course the Bethesda released these kind of prefab mods back in the day. So this fixes those. Okay, all right. So let's open the download page here. Once again, we're on a Nexus download. There are a few mods that are not on Nexus, and what we need here, if I'm following the instructions, we want both packages, the data files from the main one, and the plugin from merged and compatibility. So we need both of these? I think for our purposes, actually, we can just go with the main one, and let's see what's in there. And I might have to update those usage notes. Oh, okay. All right. That's right. Yeah. All right. So some live editing. It's the merged and compatibility versions that we want? Or the main one? That one? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, okay. All right. And let's just go back to... I'll get a workflow going here eventually. All right, so there we go. It's already done. Let's unzip this to extract to there. And we've got... Right, so we've got a number of folders here so that you can tell right away this is not a, a standard Morrowind like data files folder, right? So we're going to have to pick one of these. What does it say here? And just to clarify, you're going to need the main download as well.
You're going to need the main.
and
Okay. So we're going to want this one and that one.
That's right.
Okay. So let's grab that too at the same time. Okay. And we'll just go back here and umop. We're going to extract, once again, extract to a folder like that. And yeah, here we go. So this here looks like a Morrowind data folder. Now, I think if I understand correctly, the merged and compatibility one is just merging the, like, basically in the other folder here, what we have is these are plugins, the ESP ones here, and then these are the kind of loose files that go along with the plugins. The merged and compatibility one just merges these, right?
Yeah, that's right. It's not strictly required. It's just nicer to kind of make things more condensed.
Well, let's do it then. So basically, what we want to do now, let's go back to our, where did I put the mods? They're in here. I should like pin some of these or something. Maybe. No, not this one. This one, and yeah. So basically what we can do here, probably, I think what I'll do is I'll just drag this guy over here and rename it umop, and then what we want to do is replace the plugins in here. These plugins are merged. So do we want compatibility or compatibility merged?
Let's see what the website says.
It's actually good that we're doing this in detail, because I feel like this is one of the ones where like a new modder might just get to this step and be like, oh, this is too much,
Yeah,
it's
so
not.
You want.
Sorry, go on.
Right. No. So you want the merged and compatibility.
Okay. All right. So yeah, and there it is. You can see all we're doing here is these 7 plugins or 8 plugins. We don't need them, right? Because this is a merged version of them. So
yeah, you can get rid of them.
We can get rid of those, and we're just going to replace them with this one plugin. So that's great. That means one plugin is going to do what we need here. Once again, we're going to copy the data line here and stick it here. We can just put data equals and put it in quotation marks, and there we go. That data folder is now installed.
And real quick too, at this point, in case you're wondering, like, oh my God, is it working? Am I doing this right? You can actually run the OpenMW launcher right now, and you should be able to see the plugins for Patch for Purists and for umop that we just sort of put into those folders, just to kind of give you an idea if you're on the right track.
Let's do that now. Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah.
Let me just close Steam here. We don't need this open. Yeah, I'm going to do this. Run this launcher. And I'm actually going to pin it down here so I can get to and from it. So yeah, if we look in the launcher now, we can already see Bloodmoon, Tribunal, Patch for Purists. These are the plugins that we've installed. Now, we haven't enabled them yet, so we could enable them. And we could also, here we can play around with the load order, right? So we actually probably want that one there. And then if we're strictly speaking following the load order on your website, something like this. This one should probably actually go above, like that.
Yeah. It's definitely possible to manage the load order from the launcher like this, and it's a reasonably good interface for it. But when you start to have a longer mod list, even one that's maybe shorter than your huge mod lists like ours that we're doing today, it gets a little unwieldy, and that's why I think today Rob and I will be copy pasting from the config generator, which will be a bit more convenient.
Oh, so the load order, is going to appear as content under this. If I recall correctly?
Yeah, exactly. So if you were to check the box next to Patch for Purists and then close the launcher, it will show up there. Exactly. That's the text representation.
Why don't we do that now, just so we can kind of demonstrate what's going on here. So this is your OpenMW config. We should probably close this too. So I saved it already. So if we now close that launcher and go back to... God, I should put shortcuts to everything on the desktop. I'm just trying to think of the easiest way to... Well, yeah, my games. OpenMW, OpenMW.config is the one we want. I'm just going to actually... I want to put a shortcut to this on the desktop, and where did that go? Yeah, okay, so these are like over here. Where's my desktop? Let me just clean this up so that you guys can get a clearer sense of what's going on here. I'm just going to stick this on my other monitor, and then this stuff as well. And this stuff, get rid of all that. So all we have here is the stuff that we're using. So this is a shortcut to the openmw.config. And now if we go back down to the bottom of this file, yeah, we can see that we've got the 3 data folders here, and this is your load order. So in a mod manager, you would have like the mod manager that we opened here, the data files. So this is telling you what order that it's loading plugins in. In terms of your data folders, the order that these are in does matter, because the one that's last on the list, if there's any mods, sometimes you'll have a mod where some files are being overwritten from one mod to another. So like the last one on the list is going to be is the one that's going to overwrite. Is that
right?
That's
right,
correct.
exactly.
Yeah.
And that's where the tool, such as the validator tool that I wrote, comes in handy, because it kind of gives you some insight into what mod overwrites what from what other mod, and so that way, if you're using some mod and you're wondering like, oh, well, why don't I see it, you can run the validator and be like, oh, it's replaced by something else, my order is wrong.
Exactly. Okay, perfect. All right, so let's keep going here. So we are already almost done the first step of the first category.
Yeah, this is the last one in the patches category. So
this is the expansion delay mod. This is, in my opinion, one of the most essential mods. These first 3 are all essential, but this one is particularly important. When Bethesda released their original DLCs, you get kind of bombarded with DLC quests at the beginning. Like you get attacked by the Dark Brotherhood assassin, and you also the Blood Moon one with Solstheim or whatever. That one destroyed the latest rumors dialogue option. Like, basically every character in the game just talks about the DLC when you say latest rumors. So it's like when I remember playing Morrowind on the Xbox, or before I started modding it, I just didn't know about any of the other rumor dialogues because they were all Solstheim.
Right, exactly. It's like everybody's talking about it. And with this one, it's nice because it's like a surprise when you actually hear about it. It's, this place. Only one person has told me about it so far.
Exactly. So let's go grab this file here. This one's super simple. I think we just need to... So
it's just a plugin.
I think it's just a plugin too. All right. Show in folder. You know what? I'm also going to stick this on the desktop, because otherwise, that way, everything will be accessible. Yeah, so we'll go in here, and it's called expansion delay. So we just find it here. I just like to delete the ones that we're not using there. We're going to extract to expansion delay. And here we go. We can see this. All this one does, this is just an ESP. So this folder is actually ready to go. We can stick it in. Let me also put a desktop shortcut to the mods folder here. Morrowind Modding mods, just in case. There we go. Okay, and so this one is ready to go. We can just stick it right in here, and then let's grab our config again. We can rename it. Once again, just a lot easier to work with to get rid of that little string, the Nexus. I think it's Nexus.
The Nexus numbers.
The Nexus numbers. That's it. I think that helps. I don't know. What...
I think they add those to distinguish files, right? If I upload 2 files with the same name, they're trying to work around that or something. I don't know. I think it may also have to do with their mod manager or MO2s, like the various tools like Loot and stuff like that. That use those numbers to identify mods or whatever. Okay, so that's done. We don't need to actually, let's close this. We don't need to be doing the plugins for the time being. Generally speaking, too, you want to have, when you have the OpenMW CFG file open in Notepad, the way Rob does right now, generally speaking, you want to have the launcher closed.
That's right. Yeah. You don't want to be, as soon as we save this, like every time we change this, we save it, we're going to need to launch, like, basically you don't want to have both open at once, because one is using the other.
In a nutshell, the launcher can try to write to the file while you're writing to it, and it's a quirk that we as a team are going to fix, but we just haven't fixed it yet. Sorry.
Of course. All right, so let's go to the next one here. We are now at, I don't know if you want to write down the timestamp for the
I'm on it.
Okay, so we're now at the meshes and performance section. So the first one is Morrowind optimization patch. This one basically just fixes mesh. I mean, it does what it says here. Greatly improves performance and fixes some mesh errors. Meshes are the shapes that the textures are put over.
The models. Yeah, the models.
Yeah. All right, so let's go to the download page here and grab it.
As it turns out, a lot of the vanilla Morrowind models or meshes, they've got a lot of extra triangles on them that cost more resources for your graphics card and etc. And so the MOP project, Morrowind Optimization Patch, does a phenomenal job at just making these run a little bit better, be less costly for your graphics card.
Yeah, no, exactly. Why is this? Okay, Morrowind Optimization Patch. I'm going to extract that to a folder. And all right, so here's one that we do need to follow some special instructions for. Not special instructions, but okay, do not use the Lake Fielding anti-suck ESP plugin when also using Source Time Tune with a snow prints. Now, I don't think we're going to be installing this mod on our list, but I'm probably going to follow this anyway so that I can, like, if you're going to start with this list and you think you might want to go and do graphics overhaul or total overhaul afterwards, then you should probably follow these instructions, right?
What I'm going to do, and most likely after the fact, once this video has, been finished streaming, I will probably add a note specifically for this list, so folks that just want to do this list will know. But if you're just following the list that we're covering now, you do want the Lake Fielding anti-suck folder as well. But yeah.
Okay, so this here is, if you've used like mod organizers, this here is basically coming from a FOMod installer. So you would go through these menus one by one, but we can just do it manually here. So what we want to do is we're going to go into the mods folder. Where did it go? Oh yeah, it's over here. Okay, there we go. Our mods folder here that we're working on. And we can probably actually just create, maybe we'll just call it MOP, Morrowind Optimization Patch. Create a folder.
That's what I do.
Create a folder like that. And we can just copy the contents of the core folder in here. And then, like I said, I'm sorry.
Well, actually, Rob, let me stop you right there. Actually, what I would suggest doing, because there's going to be a few mods that follow this pattern of like having a 0.0 core folder and other, is we can decide which of these options we'd want that, as you mentioned, we would select through a GUI mod manager normally. We can decide which ones we want and just drag and drop those into the base MOP folder and then configure them individually in our config file. So let's do it that way.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, interesting. Okay, because yeah, that makes sense. All right.
So drag and drop core into your mod folder. There you go. And then, if you were strictly following the mod list, you would also want to drag and drop Lake Fielding anti-suck. So let's go ahead and just do that too. And we can, there you go. And so now, when we're editing the config file, we'll do it a little bit differently than we did previously. Okay. So let's get that open.
Yep, there it is.
And go ahead and click into the core.
Yep.
And so this time there's our familiar meshes folder, and this is going to be the path that we enter in for the data folder.
Yeah. Okay. Right. I see where you're going with this. Okay. So there we go. Data equals.
You could definitely mix them all together like you were going to do. But it's cheap to have a separate data line. So let's do it.
No, for sure. Yeah. And that also makes it easier to change the, which parts of this mod we're using. Right.
Exactly. After the fact. Exactly.
Are we using the weapon sheathing patch?
Later on, but yes, we definitely are.
So, do we want to do this?
Go ahead and drag and drop it into there now. We won't enter it into the config file just yet, though.
Okay. And I guess these ones we don't want, or
at the moment we don't want those. The texture fix will basically be completely overwritten by other texture mods that we're using. The choose a fix may be one that you might want to look at. I myself haven't added it to any of my list as of yet, though. But yeah, it's because we are using some modded bodies, so the fix aspect of it is dubious. It's if you're using the vanilla bodies, you certainly do want that though.
Okay, so let's not bother with that. Let's just leave this like this, and I'm not gonna stick. I'll keep this file folder here, but I'm not gonna put it in there because I know I'm gonna go do the total overhaul afterwards. But that would be up to you, depending on you would have to go and untick this, I guess. Do you want?
We can actually let's add it, and we can actually demonstrate how easy it is to finger quotes disable a folder path.
Okay, so
yeah, go ahead and add it into the config file.
Oh, you want to add it? Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, so we'll just do this, like this, copy, and put that down here.
Yep.
There we go.
And so if you do this mod list and then you decide later on a different one that doesn't use this folder to disable it, all you would need to do is put a £sign in front of where it says data, and boom, it's disabled.
Oh, wow, I didn't know that. So like that?
Yeah, there you go, and you're disabled. The engine will ignore that now.
Oh,
but if you ever wanted to re-enable it, you simply delete.
Out of curiosity, this is something that occurred to me. The £sign just means that a whole line of this file isn't going to be like read.
It's also known as a comment.
Okay, so patches.
Yeah, there you go. That's actually what I do in my personal file.
Okay,
so
there we go. So now we've got this first section here, and then what are we in now? We're in meshes and texture, or meshes and
performance. Yeah,
meshes and performance. There we go. So this would be a really good way to do things, because if you are going to if you're going to start with like the 80 mods we're doing today, and then move on to doing like 300 mods or whatever, it would be kind of actually handy to have this config file organized in this way.
Yeah, definitely. To look at it after the fact, it makes it a little bit easier. And you can add white space in there, extra empty lines to make it readable if you want.
Do it.
That sort of thing.
Okay, that'll make it easier for our viewers as well. Okay, so I'm going to leave that actually, because like I said, I don't think I'm going to use it. And let's go to. I'm learning things as we do this. This is hilarious.
Hey.
Let's go back. Let's keep our pace here, because I think we're gonna run long if we don't. Next up is graphic herbalism. Graphic herbalism is a mod that lets you pick the plants without opening a dialog box. It's super simple. Quality of life.
Yeah.
Okay, so once again here we have some special instructions. For the purpose of this video, I am probably going to follow the instructions for the graphics overhaul and total overhaul, just because that's how I'm going to be modding the game after this. Like I will be applying that, but and
I want to note too, again, after this video, I will have specific instructions for this list on there alongside these other ones, because if you're strictly following this list, there are going to be specific folders you want.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. All right. So what we need here is we want, I think, just this file, right? Graphic herbalism, OpenMW.
Yeah, and I think that scroll down a little bit. I think there might be some patches. Yeah, there you go. Patches and replacers.
Yeah, we want that too. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So let's grab graphic herbalism here, and we also want the GH patches and replacers. Okay. And then we'll go to our is this it? No. I gotta put this on the desktop too. There we go. That's the Morrowind temp here. You know what? Mod downloads. It's going to be easier for me. Okay. All right. Everyone's got their own way of organizing their files and stuff like that, and that is certainly a part of this. So what do we need here? We want graphic herbalism. So we can start.
That's the one.
We can start by extracting that. Okay. And let's just take a look. Let's just scan over. I would normally do this on two monitors, so it's a little bit. That's partly why I'm struggling to get into the pace here. So we want core plus vanilla meshes, correct UV or plus readme, I guess. Ferrum pulsing Quama and less epic plants. I think we want all those, and this comes from patches and replacers. Yeah. So you can see here, if you read through this, if you could have patiently read through these and compare to what you're getting from the Nexus, then it does make sense. So we can probably actually just stick this. I'm going to get rid of all that stuff there like that, and we're going to go to the mods folder here and just stick it in there. And do we need to put separate data folders for each of these, or?
Generally speaking, if a mod ships with separate folders like that, I like to keep that structure. And that's how I present things on the website.
Okay.
Just because it makes it easier to individually enable and disable things after the fact.
Okay, perfect. Well, I can do that. Data equals... I'm going to actually do a thing here so that we can speed up the process. And this is something that you can also do. If you just do this... Oops. French keyboard. All right. If you just do this, something like that, you know, and you can just, if you know you're going to be installing a lot of mods, I don't know. I like to do this.
Save you some typing. Yeah, I do the same thing, frankly.
Save you some typing. That way, all we're doing is pasting it into here. So let's go back to this one, and we also need this file path here. So we'll just stick that in there. Okay. Next up, we do also need the, what was it called? Patches, graphic herbalism patches and replacers. So we'll unzip that. And okay, now, what do we want again here? There was a list. There were 2 things we needed. So
there's 2 that you need if you're following our one-day modernization list strictly. There's 2 that you need, and that would be the 00 correct UV ore plus readme, and the 06 less epic plants.
06 less epic plants. Okay. Yeah. Oh, really? You need it? It doesn't say less epic plants down here. Oh, okay. We're gonna need that. Okay, I see. So I'm gonna follow the total overhaul list though, just for my purposes. But yeah, these instructions will be updated. So you just follow the.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So ferrum, pulsing, quama. I don't think we want the reflect one. We just want the. Oh yeah, we need to move this into our mods first. So mods shortcuts like this. You could also hypothetically you could download directly into your mods folder, but I kind of wouldn't advise doing that. And I guess we can just leave that intact then and grab ferrum, pulsing, quama was one of the ones we wanted. Okay, we're just adding a data folder here. And then what was the other one? Less epic plants, I think. Yeah.
That's right.
That's right. Okay. There we go.
And the correct UV ores also.
Correct UV ores, right. Does it matter what order they're in?
It does, actually, yeah. You'll want to do the correct UV ores first.
Okay.
Actually, the list, the way they're listed on the website is the correct order.
Oh, right, okay. Follow the instructions. Okay, so I'll just stick that up here. Like that. Okay. Simple enough. Okay. And then, yeah, let's keep going here. So, close that. And we are at properly smooth meshes, which is a big one. Properly smooth message is kind of like, I can't remember what the one for Skyrim is called, but basically it's it just fixes a lot of meshes, right?
It makes stuff look pretty without costing a lot of performance. You know, you can add 1 million polygons, or you can do the same thing with maybe like a significantly less amount. So that's what they've done here with this.
Yep.
To great
effect. And making the game look better with 4 megabytes.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. On downloads. All right. Let's go and grab that. Why did it not rename the... I don't know. Oh, because it's a short... I get it. Okay. All right. What's that one again? This folder's getting messy already.
Very bottom there.
Very bottom, probably smooth meshes. Oh yeah, I can use the date modified. Let me do that actually. That will be better. Okay. Just sorting the folder by date modified will allow us to see things a lot faster. Okay, probably smooth meshes. This one as well, we can just put directly into our mods folder here.
And actually, this one, I have already taken the liberty of putting specific instructions for our list that we're covering on the website.
Wow,
to let you know. Yeah. This morning, I went through and realized that there's 3 specific ones users of this list will want, and it's right there.
Okay. So these 3 specific ones, and yeah, all right. So I'll follow those instructions, and then I'll just disable that one because I'm gonna be doing a total overhaul afterwards. So it was core it was core 3 and 5. Right. So we'll just drag this in here and open this. core 3 and 5. It's actually a reasonably fast way to do things.
Yeah, it gets a bad rap, but it's not too bad.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick that pound sign on that one because that was the one we don't need if we're doing total overhaul. I'm assuming it's just being overwritten by something else anyway, so.
That's right. Yep.
Yeah, so it's actually probably not that big a deal to have it in there, but I guess...
It wouldn't kill anything, but my validator software would yell at you for it.
Hilarious. Okay, Project Atlas, next up. This is another performance one.
Right. This is another one that basically tries to reduce the work that your graphics card has to do overall. It's a fantastic project.
Okay, so let's download this one. Do we need anything else? Then we also, you do not need 20, 30, and 40. Okay.
Right. For this one, as is actually, and I may update the usage notes after the stream to reflect this, you very well may want the smooth mushrooms, since we aren't using any mushroom placers to kind of keep this list concise, But so if you're watching this video and following along after the fact, note that the notes would be updated to reflect. But for now, we just want the 00 core folder.
Okay, perfect. Just the 00, so we don't even need to. Well, you know what? Why don't we keep it intact?
Keep it intact because we will come back to it later because we need to load it after some things.
Wait, what did I properly smooth mention? Did I? Oh, Project Atlas. I've already got this one. Oops. Project Atlas. There we go. Wasn't done downloading. All right, extract to Project Atlas, and I'm just going to rename that and stick it over there. Oh, no. In the mods folder. There we go. Okay. And we just need the core.
That's right. Yep.
All right. There we go. That's done. And let's go back to this. Keep rolling along here. What section are we in here? Oh, yeah. We're still
we are at the very end. Yep. Meshes and performance.
Okay. Our mod series better meshes. Let's go to the downloads page here. Is this a new one? Oh, it was updated less than a year ago. That's cool.
It's still pretty active, yeah.
What do we need from this? You only need the Better Meshes pack. The rest could be skipped. So Better Meshes down here. All right. Mod downloads. There we go. Let's go back to the downloads folder here. Oh, just wait until it actually finishes. There we go. And extract to that. We're going to pick up the pace a bit here so that we try and get through this. Now, do we need any of these options or?
Yeah. So for this one, you're going to want the 00 main files folder. And I personally recommend 04 optional Skooma Pipe 1, but maybe the other Skooma pipes look better to you and you could select a different one. But if you strictly just want to go with my recommendations, those will be what we need for this list.
Okay, so you can actually see the options here if because sometimes it doesn't say in usage notes which folders you can use, but you can look down here for
that's a good point actually.
0, 2, and 4.
If I don't explicitly say what folders to use in the usage notes, you can definitely refer to the folder paths for which packages you want. Yeah. And if they're, as I've been saying as we're going along, after the specific steps, I'm kind of taking notes here as we're doing this.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Awesome. Okay. All right. So 0, 2, and 4 are the ones that we want. So let's just grab this and stick it into, I guess we'll just call it our better meshes. You don't need to rename the folders either. One of the things it does is it just makes this file look a little bit cleaner. 0, 2, and 4 was what we needed. Copy, paste, copy, paste, and copy, paste. There we go. All right, next.
Nice. That concludes meshes and performance.
Okay, what's our next section?
Land and landmass additions.
Okay, land and landmass additions. I'm going to keep my my config file formatted exactly like it is on your website, just to make it easier. And yeah, so we'll go back next here. Next we have Tamriel Rebuilt. Tamriel Rebuilt is basically the best mod ever made for any game ever. One of them. Actually, some of my viewers, you know what? I just need to bring up, there we go. Nexus Gaming, welcome to the stream. You know what? I wasn't looking at chat for a while because I was deep into modding. Welcome to the stream, Nexus Gaming. He says this guy sounds like Falcon from Game Ranks. Lol. You know, cool. that's true. Actually, you do sound like Falcon from Game Ranks. That's weird. I think I was thinking of that in the back of my mind without. Yeah. Do you know that guy? That do you know that guy?
No, I don't.
He's
Not
great.
at all.
Actually, he's great. He's just a. He just makes videos that are mostly on Facebook and YouTube. They're kind of top 10 lists, but they're good. They're well done. You know. Anyway, so Tamriel Rebuilt. A lot of my viewers, I think this mod and the other game I play a lot of is SimCity 4 and the network add-on mod are probably, in my view, like the two. That and Frostfall actually for Skyrim, or those three. Is it Frostfall? Yeah, those three mods are three of the most impressive mods I've ever seen. Tamriel Rebuilt adds a huge landmass. It basically, in vanilla Morrowind, you just play the game in Vardenfell, which is one region of Morrowind. Tamriel Rebuilt is an ongoing project that adds that, you know, it's probably something like 6 or 7 times the landmass.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, and it's not all done.
Basically, they want to. The end goal is to fill in all of the land, combined with a few other projects, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, so it's huge. It's I don't know if we have. I wish there was an image here that showed the landmass, but maybe we'll show you in game at the end or something like that. But a lot of viewers probably already know about this mod. I think it's pretty essential. I think if you're going to play Morrowind these days, I think that's Vardenfell there, and like this is the landmass that they add this whole bit here. And there's actually other projects to add other parts of Tamriel to Morrowind and stuff like that, but this is the most complete one. You can also look into Province Cyrodiil and the Skyrim Home of the Nords, which add Cyrodiil and Skyrim to Morrowind, which is pretty wild. But
both are excellent, and Rob and I painstakingly decided to omit those for this list just for the sake of brevity, but yeah, those are definitely worth looking into. Skyrim Home of the Nords and Province Cyrodiil.
So to download this, we have actually 2 options. We can get it from a Google Drive folder, or we can get it from the Nexus. I'm going to go to the Nexus just because that's what we've been using thus far. You do have 2 options here. I probably, if you are going to be doing any graphics modding, you should probably go with the high resolution textures, right?
Yeah, absolutely. The spirit of this list is giving the game a visual facelift, and so provided you've got a reasonably powerful computer, I would go with the HD version. Okay,
I'm not going to download it actually because this is one of the ones, I think it's about 1 gigabyte, so I downloaded it in advance, so we won't have to wait for it. It took a few minutes to download. So let's. This is probably the biggest mod on the list actually. So we'll just extract that here.
Might be.
This one and the enhanced textures, I think, are the 2 biggest.
Yeah. But so Tamriel Rebuilt itself is actually 2 parts. There's Tamriel Data, which is what we're doing right now, which gives you all the textures and meshes and stuff. And then the other part would be the game, the game aspect, your quests, your cities, and all the stuff that you'll see. Actually.
That's an important thing to remember, actually. Tamriel Data here, core and file patcher are included in it. Let's just go back here to the mods folder, stick this in there. We don't need the file patcher. I mean, we're not going to be using the file patcher, I don't think, are we?
No, we are not. You can safely ignore that.
You can safely ignore that. The file patcher, I'll just mention. The file patcher is like a project to patch mods to make them work with Tamriel Rebuilt, as I understand it.
It's made to actually patch things in save games, as I recall it, but it somehow also works for plugins. It's not like the ideal solution. So if you have an old mod that hasn't been updated for new Tamriel Rebuilt, it's not the best solution, but it will at least allow the mod to load because it will fix some names and paths and things. It's not going to completely convert it, but it'll get it running. The real solution would be to remake the mod to work properly for the new version. But sometimes, modders disappear.
Yeah,
mods
exactly.
go out of date.
I to be honest, I have almost never used it and almost never had issues. So
Yeah, and again, we designed this list to be sort of concise and not require a lot of extra work. There will be no patching in this list.
So there are a few plugins here. I guess we'll do that part later. We do need to register the BSA though. Should we do the BSA now?
Well, so I figure we can do that at the end when we do all
you know
the
what?
content
That's where it
files.
is on the list. Let's follow your list. So yeah, we don't need to. You do need to register a BSA, but we'll get to that at the end.
You could certainly do it as you go along. If I weren't following a list and I was sort of inventing a mod, run the game after I installed each mod, but I've kind of taken the liberty to make sure that this stuff all works pretty well.
That's the advantage of using this website is that you're not going to need to test each of these mods as you install it. If it works, it's going to work for you if you follow these instructions. And if something isn't working, you're probably going to find the answer by going back through this list and looking at these instructions. So the next part of Tamriel Rebuilt is there's Tamriel Data and Tamriel Rebuilt. So I once again I already have this. Let's just go to the download page to show people where to download it. This one you can't get from Nexus. I think it's only on this one. Here it is. There's you can go to Morrowind
and Modding Hall as well too.
Modding Hall, huh? And Modding Hall is I think it's a newish site, huh?
It's newer, yeah, done by community member Sticks.
You know
site.
what? I didn't download. I probably want the hotfix too. I don't think
we
I download.
do.
Yeah,
we do. Yeah, my website actually mentions the hotfix.
Okay,
we'll want that. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, we want both of those. That's funny. And I find this is a mod that I kind of update fairly regularly. So, one trick if you're on Nexus, one of the reasons this site is a good place to be downloading mods is look at the date uploaded and then look at the date here. You can tell that this hotfix, because it doesn't it's not really clear here to a certain degree, but even just by reading the file name, okay, we know it's 21.1 hotfix, but you can also see that this was uploaded 2 months after this. So clearly you want this. Okay. All right, let's get those in here. Tamriel Data, HD. We've already stuck that one in there. Okay, now we need to put Tamriel Rebuilt. And why is this reversed again? Okay. Extract to Tamriel Rebuilt. And we're going to want core, and I think we want faction integration, right?
Yeah, we do. That might be one if you're familiar with Morrowind. It might be up to your taste whether you want to use that, but I definitely recommend it.
Yeah, I recommend it too. M. Earl asks, will you be going over how to debug, find bugs in case we want to use other mods outside the list? I don't think we'll have time to do that today. I just realistically speaking, we're a quarter through our time, and we're probably just about a quarter through the install process here. But what I want to say, and I should have mentioned this earlier, there is a link to my Discord in the video description. I think Earl, you're probably already on there. But if you do run into issues related to other mods, you can feel free to get in touch with me, and Johnny Hostile is also on my Discord. So you're, and I think I don't want to presume here, and obviously we all have limited time to help other people with their mod setups. But Johnny Hostile, you're generally kind of in the market looking for new mods, and if someone contacts you by email or whatever, you do a fair amount of debugging with that stuff, on an ongoing basis. So, not trying to suggest that people should harass you with their questions about modding, but if you have an interesting mod and you want to see if it works with this mod list, by all means, get in touch. I want to say.
Yeah, and I just want to add to that. That's a fantastic question. I want to add to that. I'm also in the OpenMW Discord, and we have a dedicated modding channel in there, and hop in there, and myself, I'm hanging out in there, and many other knowledge are in there. And also there is a page on my website that sort of walks you through setting up a testing pattern of how to general best practices, right? Because every problem situation is different. And
where is that? Predict. Just so I can demonstrate.
Go under tips,
very
top there. And go under performance.
The
very first button.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Yeah. And so basically this section right here, how to test performance, the same applies for testing for problems with mods, you're going to want to have a good way to get in the game, look at things quickly, and verify. And so that's what I explain on this page.
That's awesome. Yeah. So if you're looking to try, you're looking to try a mod list that is, isn't identical to one of the lists on moddingopenmw.com, then there's certainly lots of good tips here. But yeah, and again, as soon as I would say that if you kind of stray from these lists, then you are obviously you're kind of going out on your own. But thankfully, the Morrowind modding, what's it called? Morrowind modding Discord.
Morrowind Modding Community is another place too where you can reach out to folks for help, very experienced folks for help.
Yeah, exactly. That would be my advice. So can we teach you how to debug mods in this video? Probably not. But your best bet is to join those Discord groups. You can certainly join my Discord. I'm happy to try and help with whatever, or refer people to whoever I think can help, because I am not like a modding expert. I'm a user. I'm not a modder.
I do my best. I do my absolute best to respond. I do get quite a few emails and people asking for help on Discord, and I'm very happy to help anybody who needs help, and do my best to answer everybody. So.
Oh, we need the hot fix.
We need that hot fix.
We need that hot fix. Okay, extract to that, and there we go. Oh, I see. So this is actually. I see. Does this overwrite, or do we need?
Yeah, let's give it a separate path, because it is going to overwrite some stuff, presumably.
Yeah. Okay, and but you need both. You can't just download the hotfix.
That's right. You need both.
Oh, wait a second. Oh no, edit undo. There we go. I need the folder to actually have a distinct name. There we go. Hotfix. Okay, that's fine. Actually, it was hotfix 1, wasn't it? Because you never know, there might be a hotfix 2.
You never know. Yeah.
You never know. So there we go, and now we're just going to stick these two in here, and we want both again because we had both the first time. So core and faction integration. Okay, so that's I see. It's just on a new line there. Okay, so. All right, that's Tamriel rebuilt, and I believe we're at the last step here, just to situate us back on the landmass. Then we have OAAB data. This is one that I have not downloaded before, actually, because the last time I modded Morrowind, this was not a thing. So what is this?
It's a relatively new project by some really awesome names in the community to basically produce resources that you can use to make amazing mods. They're faithful to the vanilla sort of style and aesthetic, providing all kinds of new resources for modders. In and of itself, OAB data doesn't do anything besides give you files and stuff you can use for other mods, but there will be mods on this list that require it. And I will just also like to point out on that download page for the mod, the creators of OAB data are posting dev updates about changes to the mod where they explain like, oh, these are the new things that we've added, and there's just a lot of cool information there, and they take the time to write those, and I love reading them. So
awesome. Yes, but just to clarify, the reason we're downloading this, even though it quote unquote does nothing, is that we're going to have other mods are going to use this data. Right. So it's like it doesn't do nothing. It's just your game won't change when you install this. But there are mods, because this is such a big asset repository. So like textures, meshes, and stuff, I presume. It's going to be used by other mods that are designed to be used with it. So it's a prerequisite for other mods. It's a dependency.
Yep, exactly.
Okay, this is done. Just cleaning up here. Okay, mod downloads. Let's unzip that. This is another fairly big mod, but it didn't take that long to download. Okay, and now we're going to, there we go, grab this here, stick this in here, and any special instructions on this guy?
Yeah, so there are 2 paths that we want, and they're the 2 paths that are indicated below there.
Core and epic plants. Okay. All right. All right, there we go. Let's grab, we don't need this one.
Right, yeah, we'll skip that one for now.
Okay. Core and epic plants. Oops. There we go. That's weird. Oh, I know what I've done here. I'm going to clean this up. I think did I download this twice? No, I don't know. I don't know why it's doing that. I just want to clean that up. Okay, let's do that again. There we go.
Nice.
And Epic Plants. Do you know, I'm remembering something from when I used to mod this on Mac, on my old MacBook Pro 2010, which was the first time I ever modded Morrowind. And I modded it until I used to have to put an ice pack under the... I used to have to put an ice pack under it because, like, even running modded Morrowind, it would, like, overheat.
Too funny.
Yep. I feel like on Mac, there's a weird thing with... there's, like, 2... ASCII symbols for quotation mark or something. I remember having that problem.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's not actually a Mac specific issue. If you are copy and pasting from a website, for example, it might use a different kind of quote that's not exactly that quote.
And forward slash and backslash and stuff like that, yeah.
I don't know if forward slash backslash distinction matters as much because under the hood, OpenMW understands both,
Oh, really? Cool. Okay.
You can actually use backslash or forward slash with Windows and it doesn't matter either way.
Okay. Oh, I didn't know that. Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty neat.
Yeah, that's cool. So we're in a new section now.
So that's the end of Land and Landmass editions, and now we're moving on to texture packs.
All right. We're making reasonable time. I think we're going to be okay here.
Yeah. I think so. We have to explain some things as we go along, but
yeah, exactly.
We'll pick up pace.
So Morrowind Enhanced Textures. This is probably the mod that is going to it's one of the mods in our list here that's going to have the biggest visual impact on your game. And I would say if you are going to be adding other texture mods later, you think of this as like a baseline thing. Like you're basically going to install this, and then you're going to install other things maybe that overwrite specific things.
Yeah, exactly. There will be quite a few textures from this that actually get replaced by other things. Some of Lysol's stuff we'll be adding. But at the end of the day, quite a lot will be left over from this. And effectively, these are AI-driven upscales of the vanilla textures.
That's right. Yeah, okay. Do we need the Atlas textures too? Because I don't think I downloaded those. Yeah, we do, eh?
Yeah, we do, yeah.
And we need these too. Okay, well, that's fine. That's not... they're not very big.
Yeah, those ones are small.
Atlas textures and the land default.
Yeah, that's right.
I think that's new.
Yeah, it is. And I just want to mention too, when you're looking at my website, you'll note at the top of go ahead and open that page back up again, actually, Rob. Okay. At the top of the listing, I list alternatives, and there are definitely a lot of other efforts out there to do AI upscalings, including most notably intelligent textures. So you'll definitely want to check that one out as well. They both do phenomenal work at making the game more beautiful, so check them out.
Yeah, I'd be very interested to know how these AI upscales work. Because obviously, I mean, handmade textures, if they're well done, are in some ways always going to be nicer than AI upscales. But it seems like I think intelligent textures was also an AI upscale.
Right, exactly. And I would say the two with the most care behind them would be Morrowind Enhanced Textures and Intelligent Textures. And I say that because they have been made not just by simply running the algorithms on the textures. They did that, but then they went through and said, okay, now, the AI can't fix everything perfectly. Some things need to kind of be massaged after the fact. And
so they went back and kind of curated it to some degree.
And they've done an excellent job in both cases.
That's awesome. Okay, so I'll just call this MET, Morrowind Enhanced Textures. And where's my other folder? There we go. Mods. Does get confusing. Okay, and then stick this in here. Now we also need those 2 patches. Dave modified, please. Okay.
And this is where I would actually go into your Met folder that you got over there. Yeah. Before we get too far ahead of ourselves. So what I would do is I would create, and I believe this is what I recommend on the website. I would create another folder called main.
Main?
Yeah, and throw that textures folder into main, because this is the main download.
Yep.
And then we'll make another folder called Atlas.
Oh, I see what we're doing. Oops. Cancel.
Yeah.
No.
We're separating them because
they
aren't separated out of the box.
Yeah, and this also means like the reason that you would do this, and then what was the last one? Land
default.
Land default. Okay. The other reason for this is like it's possible that like one of these 3 files will be updated and not another one, and so you would be able to just replace this if the mod gets updated and you want to keep your mod up to date or whatever. All right.
When in doubt, in my opinion, when in doubt, if you're not sure if you should separate them, just do it because it doesn't hurt.
Yeah, exactly. I think this is the one we need here. It's a little bit confusing because I also have Project Atlas on there. Okay, and then, so this one can go, actually, I'll just grab the textures folder from this, go in here and Atlas, grab this, stick it
Boom,
in there.
There you go.
Okay. Yep. And the other thing that we needed was the land default for use with, yep. There we go. What is that land default thing? Do you know?
It's a texture that is sort of blanketly used by the engine for like a base land color.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
As I recall it, but Poodle Sandwich can correct me later on if I'm wrong about it.
That's the name of the modder.
Yeah.
Poodle Sandwich. What a name. I love it. Okay, so we need now these 3 folders. Actually, we'll do them in order. Oh, I didn't. Great start. This one just needs to be main. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, simple fix.
There we go. Atlas and textures. Of course, the Atlas one requires you to have the Atlas project, right?
Exactly, yeah.
But you do because you're following our list. So,
yep.
Okay. Oops, not this. This is not correct. What have I done? I've done the same. No.
There you go.
Okay. There we go. Main Atlas land default. There we go. Okay, awesome. You know, it's funny. This is not the method that I've used in the past to do this. And when I looked at your file paths here, these make a lot more sense based on what we're doing here.
Yeah, and actually Morrowind Enhanced Textures is one that trips people up that are using Mod Organizer a lot because Mod Organizer 2 is made with the assumption in mind that the engine doesn't know about multiple paths, and so it gets confusing. But I digress. Moving on.
Yep. Okay. All right. So now we're at normal maps for Morrowind, which is the other big texture pack we're going to do here. There are a number of other texture packs that are on the total overhaul list, but this is a pretty big one. And what do we need from this?
Let's see. Actually, all of those ones that are listed there, that would be what we need. So there's quite a few paths for this one.
Okay. Oh, I see. This is taking us directly to this is taking us directly to the download links here. All right.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, I probably should have done these ones in advance, but that's okay. Back to files. I just want to make sure. Okay, you've actually selected the correct path there. Okay, so we can just use these links here.
Yeah,
awesome.
Yeah, and I just want to say thanks to, of course, to Daseed for making normal maps for Morrowind, and also thanks to OneMac who did the work of making the Lysol compatible pack, which is very valuable for us.
Yeah, that's new. I think. I don't think I don't think
it's newish. Yeah.
I don't remember having these links on your website. Newish. When I say new, I modded the last time I modded my game was a year or so ago. So within the last year, it just shows you how active the modding community is.
For a 20+, we're going on 20-year-old game here. We're quite active, which is great.
This is the one other mod that I should have downloaded in advance. This is going to take it's not going to take a huge amount of time, but it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. Veteran terrain. Also, the Nexus site sometimes is. Ooh, yeah, that's gonna be big. Okay.
All right.
Oops.
Well, yeah.
That's okay. Well, we've got time. We can actually take a bit of a breather while this downloads. It won't take that long. It's just gonna take. It might take 5 minutes or something like that. That was the terrain one we just did. Rocks we need as well.
Just answering a question from Joseph Hoffert in the chat here. They say, "Will this entire video, all amazing for, be available later?" And the answer is yep.
Yeah, the answer is yeah,
will.
absolutely. That's the idea. It will be. There's already a link to the stream posted on the website that will be staying there. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's YouTube Live, so it will be forever on the internet. And we're going to make timestamps. So every section. Let's go back to the this page here. Every section in here is going to have its own timestamp in the video. So, if you're in a particular section, then you can go back to that. Okay, how long is this going to take? The Redoran one is almost done. It should be fine. It should take no more than about 5 or 6 minutes. I knew there was going to be one. I knew there was going to be.
Hey,
Hey, PSI29A, welcome to the stream. Also, Joseph Hover, I didn't say welcome. Welcome to the stream. That's awesome. So we are...
Yeah, and PSI, by the way, project lead for OpenMW project itself. So thanks for joining us, man.
Wow, that's awesome. Yeah, we are kind of in a spot here. I think it's going to be about... I think it's going to be 5 or 6 minutes, actually, of download. This is the one. It's so funny. I went through the entire lists at some point and tried to download things in advance. Like I downloaded Tamriel Rebuilt and Morrowind Enhanced Textures in advance so that we wouldn't lose time on the stream. For in just waiting for downloads to finish. This is kind of silly, and this is one that I missed. There's nothing else that's particularly big, but that's okay.
I didn't think so. I missed this one too, for what it's worth. So we both
that's
looked
okay.
at it and missed it.
You know what? While we're waiting, let's get the first 3 installed. So Shax, Telvanni, Daedric, and Redoran are already done. Let me just double check here. Shax, Telvanni, Daedric, Redoran already done. What we're waiting on? Oh, I don't think I've done this one either. I think this one's actually small. So. Oh,
you know what? And actually, that one we don't need because we're not using the Ket's Swirlwood mod. So that's a note for later.
Is Ket's Swirlwood mod in the total overhaul? Just so I know.
It is. Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna download it. I'm gonna download it for me. Do as I say, not as I do. And that one's super small anyway. But yeah. And so that's another thing. I'd like to reiterate. My plan personally is to go through this sort of list of 80 mods, and then I will probably then go back to the total overhaul list and kind of cherry pick a bunch of other stuff that I'm going to add to my install, and that's something that you guys can do as well. And in fact, if this is your first time modding Morrowind, I would kind of recommend not doing a total overhaul to begin with, because that's going to... it's
a deep dive.
It's a deep dive. That's it. And it's a deep dive, and it's going to take forever, and you're probably going to get discouraged in the process. And, especially if you haven't played a lot of Morrowind before, do a list that's either Vanilla Plus or something like this list that you can kind of get done in an evening or an afternoon or whatever. And then, at that point, you can go back later. We're already halfway done downloading. So let's get these. By the time we get these folders installed, the first few will probably be ready to go on the other ones. So the suggested folder paths below. So again, we're going to make a normal maps for Morrowind folder, because there's this is a mod that comes in many parts, right? So we'll make a folder in our mods called normal maps for Morrowind. All right. And we can stick this folder in there. Okay, what was the next one? Was it the Daedric one next?
Telvanni was next, technically.
Telvanni, okay. There we go. 03 Telvanni, 7-zip. Extract 2, there we go. I've got an idea how I'm going to make this easier. Okay, Telvanni, like that. And then we had Daedric.
Yeah, that's right. Daedric is next.
And just to give people a sense of what these are, each one of these covers a different architecture style of the game, right? And it's doing normal maps for it. And I barely understand what normal maps are, but they're good. You want them.
Yeah, they make things look bumpy. They make flat things look like they have depth.
They add texture and depth.
There's a lot more to it than that, but in a nutshell, that's what they do.
Okay, extract 2. There we go. Stick this in here, and I think we're waiting now on one of the next ones. Let me just double check here. We are waiting on terrain and rocks. Okay, that was good. I was a little bit worried that was going to take like 10 minutes, but that's fine. We've barely even lost any time waiting for this download. Let's do the data lines for this one here. So shacks and docks. Is there anything? Oh, okay. I see. That's. Okay, so you see I've actually put these folder in. Okay, that's going to make a long file path. I'm going to clean that up. Yeah.
So sometimes modders package things in a way that's nice, and you don't have to Yeah, and sometimes they don't. So
And sometimes they don't. So let's go back here. I don't know if you understand what's going on here, but basically in the download folder, there's like the folder name and then another folder within it that is the actual data folder and then the actual contents. So I just want this. Okay.
Some zip files have everything in the root, and some zip files have everything in a folder.
That's it. Yeah. Okay. Let's just do the same with the Telvanni pack here. Just moving it back and forth. So you see 03 Telvanni. We just want that. We don't need a folder called 03 Telvanni and then another folder called 03 Telvanni and then yeah. Okay. Stick this back. And 04 Daedric. It's going to actually make the folder. These are nicely named and stuff like that. And then Redoran. Stick this over here and stick that back there. And then we can start copying these data paths in. Let me just grab them here. That looks good. Definitely, this is another thing too, just in case someone is watching and, either live or after the fact and doesn't realize what I'm doing here. This is the file path here, and I'm just copying and pasting it. Otherwise, you'd have to kind of type it out manually, right? So
yeah, that's no fun.
That's no fun. So exactly. Redoran, and we see they're just appearing here. Another thing I'm going to do, I'll do that after we finish this. Okay, we keep this one open. Go back to our downloads here. I'm just going to tidy this up, get rid of these empty folders. We got everything we needed.
Yeah, let's get them rocks in there.
Yeah, the rocks, right. Rocks is... Oh, we need terrain first.
Yeah.
Yeah?
I don't actually have that one on my list.
Oh, really? You have a download link to it. Oops, what did I open Task Manager? Just double check here. See?
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. I don't have it in my copy of the config file, but we do want.
Okay, we do want that. Okay, all right. There was something else that changed the terrain earlier, but maybe this is overwriting that, or maybe this is a separate thing. What was that in? That was in normal maps for Morrowind. We're going to stick the terrain in here, and we can do the other ones as well. What was the next one? Rocks. I assume right. You're like updating the website live while we do this.
Yeah, I have the code for the website open, and I'm making notes, and definitely by the time we finish the stream, I'll be pushing out a quick update.
That's hilarious. Wow. Okay. Well, multitasking, right? Okay. Now the Ket Swirlwood stuff I'm going to take. This is not on our list. I'm just going to take it because I think we need it for the total overhaul list. So, okay. Yeah. All right.
It probably wouldn't kill anything to add it into this list. It would give the wood a normal map look to it, but they were made for different textures, so it very well could look.
Okay, I'm going to make myself some more data folder copy and paste things here. Just give myself some space. Just duplicate these. That way we don't have to type that out. There we go. And let's grab these file paths here. All right. Telvanni, Daedric, Redoran, terrain, rocks, and the Swirlwood one. Okay, and that's the last of the texture packs for this setup. Yeah,
that's right. So moving on.
What's our next?
Moving on, the next section will be bodies and heads.
Bodies and heads. I'm just going to do a quick thing here to clean things up. This is the mods folder. We want that like that. I'm just going to do this. Done. We'll just clean up this downloads folder here. So that it's not like a long list of files. That way we've got the zips in case we need to go grab anything, but they're just packaged into another folder here so that we don't have to worry about them. Okay, next up, let's go to, oops, wrong window. There we go. We're at wait, bodies and heads? No, we're doing architecture next.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. I skipped a section.
Oh, you skipped a section. Okay. Architecture, Daedric Ruins. So let's close these. Boom, boom, boom. Daedric Ruins. And what do we want from this one? We want the high quality or medium quality package. I'm probably going to go high quality. What's the difference? Oh yeah, these are. So this is a good general point I would make about modding the game. Did you get the timestamp for architecture, by the way?
I sure did. Yep.
Okay, awesome. So this is a good point I would make for modding Morrowind, and also like even when I'm modding Skyrim and other games, for Morrowind you're mostly going to get 1K, 2K mods. You're going to get mods that upscale things to 1K or 2K. Anything that's like 4K, I would typically not bother with unless you play the game on a 4K screen. And even then, I don't even know if that's super worthwhile. I don't know. What are your thoughts on that? I tend to think like 2K is kind of a good sweet spot for most graphics mods when given the option.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Just because you can do things such as add normal maps that will add some extra visual fidelity, and you don't necessarily textures, for everything.
Well, and that's the thing, and also, I mean, there's two sides to it. One, you may not really notice the difference between, say, a 2K and a 4K, and also whatever difference it does make, like it's going to take up a lot more space, and it's going to have a bigger performance impact as well. So depending on what your computer is, right. Anyway, especially if you're running like a kind of mid-range or low-end gaming rig or whatever, or a laptop or something like that, just don't go crazy, but don't feel like you always have to get the highest quality textures.
Exactly.
It's already a substantial upscale from the defaults.
And this is one that has normal maps. We just installed normal maps for Morrowind. Those normal maps accompany this pack, so even if you go with the MQ, it's still going to look, phenomenal. It's
still going to look great. Okay, awesome. Now, I think we're going to want to use this folder called HQ here, and I'm going to want to rename that because I want it to have a name that's a little bit more like this, maybe.
So you know what it is.
So that I know what it is. So I'll just grab that. Daedric Ruins, Architectura of Vardenfell. That way we know where it's coming from, and let's go grab that file path. I don't know if there's any manual edits we need to do for this one. Oh, not bodies and heads, architecture.
Don't believe so in terms of manual edits.
If I can spell. Okay, I think we're good, and yeah, we're good. All right, let's get rid of that. Next up, yeah, there's nothing else. Patch for do we need this? No, we don't.
Nope. Skip that.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see anything. All right. Next up is Imperial Towns.
Yeah, Imperial Towns, normal mapped by Lysol. This one is going to require a little bit of back because we're going to need to delete some meshes from Project Atlas so that we can actually see the textures provided by this mod.
They don't overwrite them?
No, because the meshes provided by Project Atlas point to different textures. They're pointing to the Atlas textures. So,
right. Yeah. Okay. So
what I have listed on the website, those are the files that you need to go through and delete for the various houses.
So that's going to be actually in the Project Atlas folder here that we're going to go.
That's right.
And let's just open this up side by side so people can see what we're doing. And while this mod downloads, we'll do these fixes. So it's all in it's core meshes and these guys. Let me just put this over here. Yeah, they're all in
core meshes X.
Core meshes X. Okay. Core meshes X and X common building 01 through 03. So we delete these.
Yep, exactly.
And then common house add-on, house tall, house. These three we need to get rid of as well. Actually, I think they might all be in order here. Window, these ones anyway. We need all of these, I think. Tavern 1, Tower Thatch. Okay. This is obviously one of the more daunting parts of the modding for some people. This is something you might find a little bit scary, but just follow the instructions and it'll be fine. X Nord house, where is that? There it is. Nord house 1 through 5. Okay. And Nord house shed. There we go. 1. Okay. Boom. And then we are going to be using glow in the dark, I believe.
Yeah, we definitely are. Yep, that doesn't come until later, but I'm trying to. I don't think we have those files extracted yet, so we'll have to come back to this.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Right. We haven't installed that yet, right? Because that's in a separate. Okay, so we've done what we need to do here. All right. So we'll try and remember to come back to that later. Does it say it on the glow in the dark page?
If it doesn't, I will certainly add it.
I don't know that it does.
No, we don't. So yeah, that's another edit, post-stream edit that I'll be doing. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So that page will be updated. Most of the time, when you see something like this, it'll be referred to in the later mod and stuff like that.
Right.
But we'll just try and make a note of it so that I do it, so that I don't forget to do it. At the end of the day, like, you know, if you don't do this, it's not going to break anything. You're just not going to get some of the fun stuff from this mod.
Right. Exactly.
Okay. Next up, I haven't installed this actually yet, so let's do that. There we go. Lysol's Imperial Towns. Extract to the folder. And that looks like it's in a good format, so we'll just drag it over here. And maybe I can get rid of this crap here just to make it look nicer. And we will copy and paste that data line under architecture here. And I think that's it for architecture, is it not?
Actually, we have a few more. We have specifically a few more by Lysol that will the game. So.
Oh, okay. We're down here. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong part. Yeah. Vivek normal map for OpenMW. Right. Okay. So we're still working on architecture. Gotcha.
Yep.
All right. I lost my place in the whatever. Not a big deal. I was doing the like follow the guide and clicking through the next buttons, but never mind that. Okay, so we want, which file do we want here? Okay. Oh, does this lead straight to, let me just make sure. What have I done here? Download page. Just looking at where the download. This is a bit of a weird Nexus page. What am I? Oh, there we go. Files. Just because I didn't have it maximized. That's why I couldn't see it. Okay, normal act, Vivek, high resolution. There we go. Let's stick that in there.
Yeah, and this is another one where we need to backtrack a bit for Project Atlas to delete some stuff.
Okay. Yeah. So let me just see. I'm just kind of tempted to. No, well, let's do them one by one. I was tempted to like download a bunch of them at once, but no, let's do them one by one.
Yeah.
Vivek normal mapped. We'll just extract this here. And we need to backtrack. So that's going to be, where does it say in the instructions? This is all Project Atlas stuff. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Core Meshes X, we're in the same folder. So that's fine. Going to go to Project Atlas here and go to Core Meshes X. And we need X Velothi entrance and everything X Vivek, I think. Mostly. Let's see here. W1 through 3, WC, WE, W, and just getting a sense of these, and then H1 through 17. All right, let's do this in order. Entrance, temple, tower, window, like that, and Vivek, H1 through, yeah, we need all these. We need all these to get rid of all these, basically.
Get rid of them.
Okay. All right. And then if you're using Project Atlas patches and then we also need to do glow in the dark for these as well. Yep. So we will. Yeah,
I got a note. So when we get there, we'll come back and I will be amending the website to better convey that.
That's
folks.
Great. Because I have a feeling that I maybe haven't done that step in the past because you didn't write it on your website. So
yeah, no, I know, right?
Anyway, Imperial Forts normal mapped is next. Oh, we didn't install that one though. Shit. Okay. Pay attention. Vivek normal mapped. We are just going to get rid of the extra crap here and grab that file path and stick it in here. There we go. Next up, we want the forts. So that is there. This one also has Project Atlas stuff.
Yep, exactly. All of Lysol's normal maps that we're going to be using will require some stuff to be deleted for Project Atlas.
Okay. I guess you can't really patch that either because it's just like you need to delete it.
Well, so Project Atlas comes with some tools to convert textures to work with it. At the moment, though, you're not able to do that conversion with these. So
okay, well that's fine. Let's see here. Yeah, and it's not like they're going to make a separate Project Atlas just for these mods.
Yeah.
Okay. Fort's normal mapped. We'll just extract this. And I'm going to get this one ready so we can just drop it in after. Oops. No. Not Atlas. Interesting. This one actually says not Atlas on it.
Yeah, that's right. I think he probably got some questions about it, so make it explicit.
Make it explicit, yeah. And let's go back, though, and go... We're already in here. What do we need? What do we need to fix here? This guy, it's... Okay, there's a bunch. Stick this on the sides. And it's all, once again, in Core Meshes X. And... all this Imperial stuff, basically. Imperial... Oh, it's that X-Emp Tower. Where is that? That's going to be like up here. That one needs to go. And arrow slit, bridge, dock. This is a funny way of doing things, but it does work. Yeah, everything through this, I think. I don't think there's anything in there.
Yeah, I tried to list them there in order of how they would appear in your file manager.
Yeah, and I think I think most of this folder is going to be empty, but not all of it. Okay.
There will be some left over, yeah.
There'll be some left over. Okay, so that's done. We've gotten everything out of there. Next up, we want to just install this guy. Mods, there we go. Okay, so that's Imperial Fort's normal mapped. Stick it in here. And copy the file path into data. There we go.
I just want to note too that you still have the Vivek normal maps living in your downloads folder. Maybe we want to just for consistency correct that.
Oh Jesus. Yeah, good catch. Good catch. God, there we go. That's an easy mistake to make. That's
it would have
weird.
still worked, but it would have been separate from your other mods, right?
Right. Yeah, no, you're right. And that's not, no, I don't like that. I'm not a fan. Also, it's really a good idea. There's a number of reasons why you shouldn't do that. First of all, I don't tend to keep things in my download folder, but that obviously depends on how you operate. I don't like to have a big messy download folder. But also, if you have all of your mods in one folder, if you, for example, needed to move this whole install over to another computer, you would be able to fairly easily just copy all this stuff and move it to another hard drive, another computer. You would just have to probably just change, like you can do find and replace and just change like this part, right?
Yeah, basically. Yeah, that's
so
all you would need to do. So.
Having all your mods in one folder is definitely not a bad idea if you want to have the possibility of moving your entire installation somewhere afterwards.
Yep.
Okay. Well, good catch on that one. Let's keep moving along here. I think we're doing reasonably well for time, actually.
Not too bad.
I think we're okay. Damn it. Did I just close that window? No. Shit, I did. If I keep screwing up like that, we got to get back to the website. Okay, I just clicked the X button and closed it by mistake. Where were we? Here we are. We're back. We're back where we need to be here. We are at Hlaalu normal mapped.
Yep, and this is the last of the series of Lysol's texture packs, and going to be the last one that's going to require us to backtrack until we get to glow in the dark later.
Until we get to glow in the dark. Okay, all right. And we just need this one. We need that patch? Hlaalu door patch?
Let me see.
Just looking at the... No, it looks like... If you have version 1 installed, install this to update to... Oh, okay. No, we don't need that. This is to update. If you had a version 1 installed, this is to patch that and install it up to 1.1, but 1.1 is here. This file was uploaded after this one. That's how I usually figured it. Sorry?
If you had the...
Oh, you went silent for a second there. Hang tight. I just want to double check and make sure that we're not. Oh, we're having some technical issues here. Hang tight. Okay, we're gonna figure out. I'm gonna just message Johnny Hostile here on Discord and figure. Oh, Discord crashed. Okay, all right. Johnny Hostile's just gonna. There we go. He's back. Okay, awesome. Well, that was a quick fix. That's weird, man. Discord crashed last time we were talking too.
Yeah,
I blame you.
probably.
No. Okay, so we've downloaded this already, have we? Yes. All right. No harm done. And we are at Halalu, so we're going to extract this to a folder, and this is all ready to go. Just going to rename this so it doesn't look stupid. And next up, we're going to have to go once again back to Project Atlas, and in the core, let me open the actual window so I can figure out what I'm doing here. There we go.
This one's quite a doozy. But
it's quite a doozy, yeah. So, it's everything Halalu. It's actually not that. Core, meshes, X, and I think it's just all this Halalu stuff, right? Yeah, I think...
It will probably be most of it, yeah. If not all of it.
If not all of it. Okay, so there's... Oh, wait a second. Oh, no, I see. Okay. Halalu B 1 through 28. Yeah, so that's this. And then Bal 1 and 2. And Bridge 1 through 7. And D steps. Where was... I don't see that, actually.
The buttress, actually, too.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there. That's why I'm not
3,
seeing
4,
it.
and 5. Yep.
And the Strider ports, and there was one that I missed. Oh, actually, so it's not. Oh, steps. So this one too. Pole, steps, all this. Strider port, wall 1 and 2. And
also include FB01.
Oh, yep, that too. Okay. I haven't done this in a very methodical way. Now, where are these ones? Wall, curve. Oh, I see. These are these ones here. Okay, so you should probably put those at the bottom of your list, eh?
Yeah.
Not that's a minor comment, but that's why I got lost. Actually, if these were down there, then it would be easier. But anyway, not to bitch and moan. I think
that might be a difference. Just kind of as a quick aside, that might be a difference of how my file manager, maybe my file manager puts caps first. But in any case, yeah.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. And I think, you know what? I think Windows is kind of famously not cap sensitive. So that might be what's going on there. I think you're running Linux, right?
That's right. Yep.
Okay. Yeah. So I think that's a case of Windows not being caps sensitive.
Yep. You nailed it. Yep.
Yep. Okay. All right. We are done with that mod. We already did the Project Atlas fix. We just need to install it. Shit. Okay. All right. Where's my mod folder? No. Just use this desktop shortcut. It's easier.
And I think these ones might be some of the trickier ones on this entire list just because of the whole deleting things. But I want to say that's probably as bad as it gets.
That's probably as bad. What we just get is probably as bad as it gets. I think that's probably true. And when you have to go and find an individual file and delete it or whatever. But that's, it ain't rocket science. It's just knowing how to click around Windows, basically.
Yep.
Okay, so we're done with this and this. Let's go on to Shacks and Docks and Ships, Architectura of Vardenfell. And we're going to go to their download page here. This is pretty self-explanatory. More textures, basically. I'm going to go for the 2K textures, because that's kind of the... That's the sort of threshold I set for myself. If you're running a real potato, though, I would absolutely go for the 1K ones.
Yeah, exactly. A mid-grade machine, you might want to, because the HQ stuff will consume a lot of video RAM.
Mm-hmm. So. Yeah, I mean, I have a 6 gigabyte card. It's a 1660, I think, or something.
Nice.
But which is not a very high-end card, actually. And I'm quite annoyed with how hard it is to get graphic cards right now. And how expensive it is. So I'm stuck with the card that I have, and I think a lot of people are probably in that situation. So,
yeah.
All right. Let me just stick all this Lysol stuff in. Oh, that's annoying. Wait a second. Which one did I download first? These files have like almost identical name.
Probably from the same author.
Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah. So here we can see a pretty good example of like sometimes these, not. Oh yeah, this one also has HQ and then data files inside it. I hope the last one.
Oh yeah, that's a good. Yeah, we should go back and actually look at the Daedric Ruins folder that you have. And
yeah, it was the Daedric Ruins from Architectura. Yeah, that's because that's bad. Yeah, we do need to have the data folder does need to be the right. So that's Daedric Ruins. Oh yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
There we go.
This would be a problem that would be somewhat difficult to track down because technically we haven't put the bad folder in there. The folder exists. There's just nothing in there, and OpenMW doesn't know your intention. So
yeah, exactly. So let's do the way to fix this is to just grab this here and rename the data files here because that's what we actually need. Okay, and then we can delete this guy. Good catch, and stick it back over here, and that should do it. That should do it. Let me just double check. Did we actually put this? Where is this one? This is in.
I think it's still in your downloads, right?
No, it's up here. I'm sorry. I was looking where it was in the.
Oh right.
Yeah. Where it was in the
first in the architecture.
First in the architecture one. Okay. All right. So that's a good catch. Now we're gonna do the same thing with this guy here. I'm gonna take the name. What are extras? Do we need these extras? Windows Glow. Are we using Windows Glow?
No, Glow in the Dark effectively replaces that.
Right. Okay. I just couldn't remember. I've used Windows Glow in the past, but it's been a long time. And I couldn't remember what the state of that was because I was also using the shaders from the Vastec from a while, and those unfortunately no longer work. Right.
At the moment, yeah.
What's the? Do you know what the status of on those is? Like, is that something that you foresee will work eventually again, or?
Yeah, definitely. Well, the shaders that exist that are out there will not work again, but new shaders that are going to be compatible with the shader system that's currently being developed will definitely come.
Awesome. Yeah, that's gonna be great. There's nothing but those shaders were amazing. It really did change the game.
Great.
They were great. And I wonder, I wonder whether that's going to be something that's bundled with OpenMW or just going to be, I don't know. Anyway, I'll be curious to see how that's distributed.
Yeah, I think we will probably ship shaders. It's hard to say because it's still a work in progress feature, but I think we probably will ship some shaders with the engine, and then, people can distribute extras as they see fit.
For sure. Okay, Ghastly Glowy Fence. This one retextures the ghost fence.
Yeah, it's a good one.
It's a good one. And let's grab it here. I don't think we need it. I don't think there's any special instructions for this one.
Nah, just a texture, as I recall.
Mm-hmm. All right, let me just get rid of this. Oops.
Okay, so it's not just a texture. It's a few other things, but yeah.
There's an ESP in there, I think.
Is there?
I think so.
Yeah, you're right. There definitely is. Yeah.
Okay, let's just rename this here. There we go, and stick this in the mods folder, and then put its path in there. I don't think there's any special instructions.
Nope.
Love it.
Yeah, nice and easy.
Definitely an essential one in my view, because you can see the ghost fence from all over town. It's in the center of the map, so
you'll be looking at it a lot.
You'll be looking at it a lot. Yeah. Okay, so here we go. Here's an example of if you guys have been hanging out and watching this from the beginning. Here's an example of a mod that uses the OAAB resource pack. Right. So you need this OAB data thing. Natalie Jennings, welcome to the stream. This is awesome. I will have to save this and reference it in a while when I can get back into Morrowind. I already replayed it vanilla, and now I can replay it modded up to its full glory. Awesome. Yeah, nice. That's the idea. This is it's a long video, but I wouldn't expect people to watch this video from start to finish necessarily, but certainly we're going to try and design it so that you can click around and get to the specific mod that you might be having trouble with, or if you find these instructions kind of daunting, then hopefully this will be helpful for people.
Watch how we're doing it live. Oh, this is on Morrowind Modding Hall, which again wasn't a thing last time I modded Morrowind, or was not a thing that I knew of anyway. Yeah, it's a alternate, mod host. We've had a few of those throughout the years. Nexus is the most all-encompassing, but Modding Hall is a thing.
That's cool. Okay, so this one has a core, and so we're going to actually keep this file in this folder intact. Are there any special instructions for this one?
For our list, and again, as I've been saying as we go along, I will amend this usage notes for this after the stream. But for our list, we just want the 00 core folder.
Okay, so we don't want the trackless Graceland. Okay, awesome.
Nah, we're not using trackless Graceland. It is on other mod lists though, so if you decide to kind of upgrade, you can.
Which mod list is it on? Just that I know.
Trackless Gracelands is it's at least on graphics overhaul and total overhaul. I can't remember if it's also on expanded vanilla.
All right, so I should probably use it. Oh wait, what is this one? Removes the roads and paths from the Graceland to make it consistent with in-game description of no roads or tracks. Interesting.
It's another case of Morrowind saying something is one way and then it looks different.
Yeah, I get it. So. Okay, I'm going to stick it in here just because I haven't used that before and I'm curious. I'd be very curious to see what that does. But again, it's nice. It's have I got this in the right place? Yeah, I do. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do this, and there we go. And you can actually see, you get a sense of how the OAAB stuff works, right? Like there's no textures or anything in this. It's just a plugin. So
that's right.
It's fetching the textures from this OAAB data folder. Very
that's
similar.
Exactly right.
Yeah, very similar to how Tamriel Rebuilt works. Okay, next.
And actually, this wraps up the architecture section. And now,
love it. Bodies and heads. Yeah. Bodies and heads. Bodies and heads. Okay. All right. And I'm just gonna I'm gonna make myself some more data equals lines here.
And while you're doing that, I actually need to run AFK for just a moment. I'll be back though.
Yep. Awesome. There we go. That should give us lots of lines to work with. And this whole list here is looking pretty tidy. You know, we've got different sections for different mods and stuff like that. And yeah, I didn't really actually know. I knew there was a way to do this, but I didn't know how to do it for these files. This pound sign here that tells it to not read that line. Really, really, really useful. Love it. I might just check and see if there's something that yeah, these ones are pretty small, I think. But we can start looking at the next thing on the list here while we wait for Johnny Hostile to come back. This is obviously the bodies one here. What do we got here? Okay. Oh yeah, this one has a lot of files.
I have returned.
Oh, you've returned. Okay. Awesome. So we're at plugin list Robert's bodies. Not this Rob, but another Rob. And my body has plugins. No, but plugin list Robert's bodies. This is like it's a mod for cyberpunk. Okay. We need vanilla underwear, I think. Is that what it says here?
Yeah, look for plugin list Robert's bodies 0.3 vanilla underwear.
And like mercifully safe for work bodies replacer, man. When you replace the bodies in Skyrim, like you are looking at video game porn. If you want decent looking bodies in Skyrim, like you can't get past it. It's a thing. It's pretty wild. All right. Crazy world out there. Okay. Do we need anything else from this?
No.
You also need bodies color tweaks for vanilla heads to provide textures. You may also... it's on the list. It's on the list.
Yeah. That notice for people that are sort of piecemeal browsing the website and might stumble across this mod independent of any list.
Gotcha. But it's on your list next. Okay, good. Yeah. Awesome. And this one, thankfully, the folder is formatted correctly. We want to move this into mods. and grab this and stick it there, and that's it.
Nice.
Oops, there we go. Next up on the list, I think we can keep that open because it's going to be the color tweaks here, which is going to be on the same download site, right?
Yeah, that's also going to be on.
Buddy's color tweaks for vanilla heads. So maybe I can just do vanilla heads. No? Really?
I think it has a different download page, actually.
Oh, really? Wow, okay. I thought it was on the same download page. Huh?
No, yeah, this is a little bit of an odd one.
Yeah, a little bit of an odd one. Okay. I don't know that I've downloaded this one before either. Yep, no, I can tell that I haven't downloaded it because it tells you. It tells you on. That's one of the things I do like about Nexus mods is it will tell you if you've downloaded a mod previously. If you're signed in, I think you have to be signed in to download stuff. So.
Yeah, that's true.
One thing I would add as well, if you're going to mod Morrowind a lot, it's totally worthwhile to, and obviously this is optional and highly dependent on money and stuff like that, but it's totally worthwhile to pay for a Nexus subscription. It gives you faster downloads, basically. I think it's worth it. That's just one thing. I'm a
subscriber.
Yeah, I'm a subscriber. Depending on how much time you spend modding, if you spend a few days, like I feel like if you spend a few days modding, Morrowind or Skyrim or what other games that are covered by that website, then it becomes very quickly worthwhile. Do we need both of these?
So I recommend both of them. However, some people really dislike the normal maps. So if you get in game and you notice that the hands look, maybe you don't like the normal maps on the hands or something, the normal maps on the bodies, you can go ahead and come back and disable that. I've gotten a lot of feedback from people that didn't love those. I like them just fine though, and I recommend using them.
Well, I don't think I've tried them before, so I will try them. And if I don't like them, I'll come back and do this.
Yeah, there you go.
That's it.
Nice and easy. Nice
and easy. Awesome. All right. So next up, let me clean this up. Just keep that rolling like that. This is a decent system, I think. I don't know.
Yeah, it works pretty good.
Now we are at Wesley's pluginless head replacer complete. It replaces the complete head, not just the eyes like most mods. Okay. Download here and stick it in the mod downloads folder, and we wait for it to. Ooh, big one. Oh yeah, that's gonna take 30 seconds to download.
Huh. Okay. Note to self.
Note to self, yeah. In the meantime, let me just clean up some stuff over on my other monitor. I'm Earl. Nudity brings the game back to its Daggerfall roots. Good point. Good point. I feel like Daggerfall had like the same levels of like video game nudity as like Duke Nukem 3D. It was very much in a similar.
It's the era.
The era, yeah, the era of like, I don't know, nerdy video game boys and mild video game nudity.
You probably had less children, on PCs back in those days.
It was I mean, and also just like, yeah, the kind of PC you needed to run Daggerfall was just not a household device back in the day. If your parents didn't work if you were a child when Daggerfall came out and your parents didn't work in a very computer focused industry, there was no reason to have that kind of PC. Okay, all right, that's done. We need to go install it now. Mod downloads, blah blah blah, and there we go. Let's see here. So unzip. And again, here we have one that's got a folder within a folder within a folder. So we need to let's grab the name from this.
There you go. Good idea.
Copy and just rename this. Again, you should be getting used to, by this point, if you're following along, you should be getting used to seeing these folders formatted like that. What are these readmes? Oh,
yeah, they are, because I think there's different sources for some of these, and
Okay, I'm gonna just stick them in that folder because I sometimes like to read those because I'm crazy. But
yeah, you are crazy. Wow, reading.
I don't. Yeah, I mean, I don't usually, but sometimes if I decide to kind of customize my setup in some way. Oh no, this is in the wrong folder. I haven't moved it yet. If I decide to customize my mod setup in some way, I do find that those are occasionally useful.
Yeah, actually, I wanted to mention that earlier. Many mod authors do take the time to carefully document, their products, their mods, and kind of, let you know how to use them. So it's definitely worthwhile to look at the descriptions on Nexus Mods, look at the readmes they come with if you got questions that I don't answer on the website or something like that,
if you get stuck, if you don't find the information, if you don't understand the information here, or if you feel like you're not, you're stuck in some way, then yeah, there is, we're not really paying attention to much of the information on this page here. But
because it's all in my head basically, but if you're not me,
well, but also you may find that occasionally these pages confuse you in one way or another, just because Johnny Hostile didn't think of one way of looking at it or whatever, and so it is absolutely a good idea to occasionally, I would say part of the purpose of this website is that you don't have to go and read the descriptions here, or
that's the intent, at least.
That's the intent, yeah, that you don't have to kind of, that work has been done for you. But it is also there. So if you get confused, where are we at here? Oh, this is head and hair replacer, right? I'm getting ahead of myself here. Head, we already did plugin list head replacer, and this is head and hair replacer, hair fix. Okay, this is just like a fix. Gotcha.
Right. So an addendum, if you will. And I just want to say as an aside to what Rob just said, about the website should cover everything you need to know, but if it doesn't and you're following along and you're confused, feel free to shoot me an email, contact@moddingopenmw.com, and do my best to get back to you, help you out.
That's awesome.
Change things as needed.
That's how we got in touch originally. I think I asked you a question about a mod by email and you answered. So
you did.
I don't, at the risk of advertising your, excellent customer service online, and filling up your inbox with people's questions.
Just do it.
Yeah. That's part of why it's a great website, right? It's not just like your website is not a place where mods go to die,
Hopefully,
if I can put it that way. There are some I've seen other websites that attempt to do this, and part of the problem is they're not updated. Enough. All right, so we're now at the Khajiit head pack. One race at a time here. And okay, this is a Morrowind modding history. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, it's an oldie.
An oldie but a goodie. All right. All right. Well, let's stick that in there. Do we need anything? Is there another? Oh yeah, there's a bunch in here. Okay. All right. Let's just go to.
Yeah, basically the rest of our body mods are for the beast races.
Right. Yeah, and that makes sense. Generally, the human races and the beast races are different mods. And there's a couple things we need to fix in this one, I think. Did I do that? Okay, good. All right. Just making sure it's easy to skip a step.
Indeed.
Yeah. Oops. All right, that goes in here. Were there any custom edits we needed to do for that one? I don't think so.
No.
Has plugins.
Simple.
Okay, simple. Sounds great to me. Head pack fixed meshes. Okay, download page. Ooh. Is this just this is straight from your website, huh?
Some files do come that way, and this is one of them.
Cool. Yeah. Love it. Vampire options. Whoa. It's always fun when there's a vampire.
Someday I would like to explore more vampire mods, but yeah, right now the website is a little light on those.
Oh really? Wow, light on vampire mods. I usually don't play as a vampire. I don't play as a vampire because I hate killing them so much, and I get killed by them so often that no, man, vampires need to be killed, not played as.
It adds an interesting edge to the gameplay because you can't go outside, you can't buy really or sell to almost anybody, So
it's almost really, I think Skyrim kind of, I don't know about Oblivion, but Skyrim certainly is sort of specifically has a whole way of playing the game in mind for vampires, whereas I feel like Morrowind, it was more like a bit of an exploit or a bit of an Easter egg almost. It's not like there's whole quest lines in the game for you to play as a vampire.
Actually, there are. There are actually vampire factions in the game, but they're not overtly advertised in the same way that,
right. Yeah.
obviously, you know about the great houses and the church and blah, blah, blah. The vampires are kind of like Easter egg is almost a good way of putting them because they don't throw them right there in front of you. You know, you could play the whole game and never see those factions.
Exactly. Yeah, that's right. Slacks, welcome to the stream.
Hey.
Okay, so that's the Khajiit head fix patch mesh thing. Next up, so that one's done, and we need to go to Whiskers patch for MMH version. There's two of these that. Oh, I see. Okay, this one and then that one. All right, download page. All right, this is a Nexus mod installer. Plug on this Khajiit head. Which one do we need? Optional files. It's under optional files. Okay. The wrong path to a few glow max. Please see this mod. Okay, that's the next mod. All right. I'm presuming we don't. All right. This is Whiskers patch for MMH version, all NPCs and base replacer. That's what we need.
Yeah. Yep. Looks like you got that one before too.
Oh, yep. Okay. Oh, yeah. You can see here it says I downloaded it. See, there you go. 25th of November 2020 would have been the last time I did this process. So I'm a little rusty. Okay. All right. Extract to. Yep. That looks correct to me. Just taking a look. It's always good to open these folders up and take a look at what the contents look like. And you'll start to get used to, as we mentioned earlier, you'll start to get used to what a Morrowind mod folder should look like and what it should not look like.
Right.
Okay, I think we're good. Yep, that's correct.
Yeah, that looks good.
That looks good to me. All right, next up. We are going to go to the next mod here. This is another patch fix thing.
Yep.
Okay, this one again. This is something you're hosting directly on your website.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So you can't get this unless you follow this list.
There may be a text file included that explains where it comes from. No, I guess not. But off the top of my head, I can't remember where that comes from.
Huh. Okay. All right, I'm gonna stick this in the mod folder and add it. Our mod folder is getting somewhat big, but yeah. Thankfully, it's all very well organized here. So, Whiskers patch for MMH version all. Wow. Okay. Interesting. I would change the name of that folder, but I'm not going to.
It's pretty long.
Just wow. Okay. All right. That's fine. Let's go back here and keep on trucking. There were no special instructions for that one. Just install it. Oh, yeah.
Pop it in there.
Yeah, we could just pop it in there, and that's going to overwrite a couple things that don't work, I guess. New Beast Bodies clean version. This is we're finally done the. How are we doing here? Actually, we're more than. I want to say we're more than halfway done, but maybe we're not.
We're getting close to halfway done.
We're getting close to halfway total. Done. Yeah, well, the last ones are all just the last 10 or so are not really actually mods. Okay, new Beast Bodies clean version. All right, another Morrowind modding history. This is a classic modding resource. New Beast Bodies clean. There we go. And this guy, any special instructions on this one? Nope. Awesome. So we're just going to move this over here, get this open, stick that in the mods folder, and grab the path here, paste it in there. Awesome. So that wraps up the bodies and heads part. We are now on animations. So let's make a section here, animations.
Very good.
And animation compilation. It's been around for a while. It's a classic. This one is just a compilation of character animations. It is what it is. It is what it is. It's what it says on the tin or whatever. Now, no first person animations or includes first person animations. Which one are we?
I don't think I say specifically.
I want the first person animations for sure.
Yeah, there you go. I do say specifically, and I say the one without it. But
oh, really? Do you?
Yeah, I do. So I say the 0.40.0. I'm trying to go back to when I wrote that and remember why, but it escapes me.
You know,
So,
maybe you say this the one from 2017. I'll tell you why it's not. Oh wait, no. You know what? Huh. Interesting. Right. Okay. I was wondering whether it had been updated since.
you probably want to go with that one.
Yeah. Okay.
But if Rob's feeling a little crazy, he can go with the.
No, let's go with the no first person animations. Let's follow your list. I kind of,
right.
yeah, I'm sort of vaguely remembering the first person animations in my Morrowind feat being a bit weird too. So, huh.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, we'll follow the list. And honestly, I don't mind if it's okay. Here we go. Here's another one that's formatted a little bit funny here. So let's just make sure we don't take we need the folder that is a properly formatted data folder. Morrowind modding mods. There we go. Let's stick this in here and grab that file path. Okay. Anything else we need to do with this guy?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, and we need Al Malexia's cast for Beasts OpenMW exclusive. There are a few mods that you can only get with OpenMW. I mean, there's a fair number now, actually.
There's a few, yeah, and there's even some people who are starting to do cross-compatibility between MWSE, Lua, and OpenMW,
yeah,
which is still experimental, so that's really cool.
Yeah, I mean, it does make sense in the long run. I really do think, not to beat a dead horse with this topic, but I really do think that like this is the future of Morrowind modding. I do, and I think it's the future of playing Morrowind. And you know, one of two things is going to happen: either you know, Bethesda's going to re-release. I wouldn't put it past them to that they would re-release a Morrowind, like they'll just do a Morrowind remastered at some point. I wouldn't put it past them because there's just so much money in re-releases. I mean, it's like I think a third of like AAA gaming right now is just re-releasing old titles. Wow. But yeah, it's big money. I would not be surprised at all if they did like we are going to re-release this with Elder Scrolls 6 graphics or something. There's just, you know, they'd kind of be crazy not to, actually. But you know, aside from that, aside from some eventual re-release of the game, I think this is you know, OpenMW is the future of playing Morrowind, because the underlying problems with like MGE, XE, and Morrowind script extender, the underlying problems with the vanilla engine, basically, it's not right. A problem with the script extender, are only going to get worse with time. You know?
Yeah, I mean, they do a fantastic job keeping that alive, and there's always going to be an audience for that, and I love those projects. But yeah, I mean, we want to be the future, and we're working on it. I think, yeah, and as you know, as the OpenMW gets more towards a version 1.0 or whatever, I think that will. So wait, we're done with the. By the way, we're done with the animations. Oh, we're done with the animations, right? Okay, so let's make a new section here. What are we at now? Is it Flora and Fauna, I think, or something? The name of this section? Flora, Foliage, and Nature. Okay, Flora, Foliage, and Nature. So, Flora, Foliage, and Nature. Awesome. Okay. Lots of cool mods on this in this part. I don't think I've used Epic Plants before. This is reasonably. Oh no, I have. Yep, I have. Okay, what do we want here? M. Earl, I disagree with Morrowind Remastered. Todd has gone on record as saying he doesn't want to revamp it. He wants you to play it as is. I think it's a personal thing for Todd where he really sacrificed. I hadn't heard that. Actually. Huh. So if that's what Todd says, then I guess that's what's going to happen. I mean, again, keep in mind, you know, I just have no trouble imagining, like, now they're owned by Microsoft, right? I can imagine someone from Microsoft being like, hey guys, we want you to do this because we think it'll make money, right? There's just, you know, look at like things like Final Fantasy VII remastered on PlayStation and stuff like that, right? Like that game is one of the best selling. Like, that game probably sells more copies than the latest version of Final Fantasy, you know? There's the same thing Nintendo does and all these companies do, just taking games that are classic and you know, selling that IP again. But if that's what Todd says, then, you know, I had never heard that before. So I need to download, is it just the all-in-one one that we need? Yeah, that's right. Okay. All-in-one. You want the HQ plants and the all-in-one archives. Okay. Now, if you're on a lower end machine, you may want to forego the HQ plants because it'll make your graphics card sweat a bit. But do we need any of the other stuff here? Or? You do not.
Okay. Love it. Well, this one's a little bit bigger too, but 30 seconds. In 30 seconds, we'll have it. Yeah, no, good point though, M. Earl. That was not something that I had heard before. That Todd Howard had specifically said that they weren't going to remaster Morrowind. I mean, the other thing to keep in mind too is that when they do those remasters, it's not the same game, right? It's
Exactly.
not. Generally, there are, if you, for example, if you look at what is it called, the Skywind or whatever, the one that they're working on to run Morrowind in Skyrim's engine, that project is amazing. It looks. I saw a video. They posted a video very recently, a live stream, where they kind of showed off what they'd done recently. We need which ones do we need here?
Excuse me. So for this one, we need 00 Epic Plants.
Hang tight. I'm just going to rename this. Right. 00 Epic Plants. Let me leave the all-in-one in there. You definitely, if I rename folders here, I try to leave as much information so that I can kind of know where I got it from.
Yeah, because if you look at it, maybe in a couple weeks, you don't want to be scratching your head. Wait, which one is this?
Yeah, exactly. So we need 00 Epic Plants, and do we need this one?
Yes.
Okay, these instructions are all on the page. I'm just not going back to it and then we need the graphic herbalism patch too, right?
Yes, exactly. And yes, these folders which you need will be listed on the website page.
Yeah. This one we do need that, don't we?
We do need that. Yeah, that gives us the menuless picking of ingredients, which is so great.
So we need the graphic herbalism patch and the OpenMW graphic herbalism patch.
Yes.
Interesting. Okay.
No, I'm sorry. You don't need that 02 GH patch. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. So that is GH if you're not using either the script extender or OpenMW. Interesting.
It's the old school graphic herbalism, which was plugin based.
Huh. Okay. Interesting. All right. So, Epic Plants.
Now there is I suppose you're going to be using the HQ plants, right?
Yeah.
Yep, for Epic Plants. So there are some special steps here that we need to consider.
Okay. All right. Let's go back to that page, actually, and just at least show where those steps are. I definitely want to use the HQ plants.
Yeah, so
right.
One thing you'll want to do here is, as I mentioned, you'll want to delete the wickwheat meshes because they have a huge triangle count and will utterly kill your frame rate in a certain region. So these 4 meshes that I list here, you'd want to go into the HQ plants folder and delete those.
Did I download the HQ plants? I don't even think I've installed it yet. Oops.
No, we haven't installed it yet, so let's get on that.
Oh, and I also, god damn it, I did this all wrong.
Rob, you're killing me.
Yeah, I just did this all wrong. So
you are killing me.
This goes into the mods folder here, and okay, let's just tidy that up here. I don't want to be using the mods folder as my data folder for these mods.
Downloads.
The downloads folder, sorry, as the data folder. So let's just put that in here. Oh, we don't need that one. We just need this one. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Okay. Awesome. Crisis averted. Crisis averted. Yep. Okay. Now, we also have the Epic Plants, HQ Plants here. Okay. And where does this go? Does this... Oh. Does this one overwrite the other ones, or is it a separate folder?
I would put it in another folder, maybe call it Epic Plants HQ. On my website, I have them arranged into subfolders.
Okay.
Or actually, no, I don't. They can technically, since they have distinct names, they can sit next to each other.
Okay, one's going to overwrite the other.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. All right, so let's grab Epic Plants HQ and just stick this. No, we need this one. Epic Plants HQ. Yeah, one thing that confused me when I first did this in Windows was you actually have to go into the folder to get the path. Yeah. So you'll have noticed that I've been doing that the entire time. The head writer quit and left it up to Todd and team. Sorry for non-modding rant. Oh, huh. Okay, wait, sorry. Apparently back then Todd was a low-level programmer and was forced to do the Imperial Legion cult quest by himself, and Morrowind is the reason Bethesda has a zero crunch policy. Huh, interesting. Huh. Yeah, I have heard those stories before about the kind of state of the company when they made Morrowind and stuff like that. It was it was not a AAA developer when they made Morrowind. Okay. Where were we? You said that there were manual edits to do. Are we doing that within the Epic Plants HQ folder?
Yeah, exactly. So you want to go into the meshes O folder and delete those 4.
That's going to be in here, meshes O, and is it possibly not in the HQ one? Is it possibly in the other one, or is it in this one?
Let me check my own.
No. Download the HQ plants and all-in-one archives and delete these files which conflict with Comberry Bush ingredient replacer. O3. Oh, that's interesting.
Okay. So I misspoke just now, and actually I think the wickwheat files we want to delete actually come in the all-in-one pack.
Oh, okay. O2 ingredients, O3. Oh, this is in O3M. No, this is in the graphic herbalism patch. But let's start with the Comberry Bush and ingredient replacer stuff, which I'm going to want to delete anyway. So that's in this folder here, meshes.
You know what? I lost your screen share with your desktop, so I'm going to hang up our Discord call, and can you call me back?
Oh, okay, no problem. Yeah, sorry for this, guys. Technical difficulties. It's a long stream. It's kind of liable to happen.
Oh, here I go. Okay, I can see it now. Yay.
Oh, you can see it now? Oh, good. All right, then no need. Okay, so we need to get rid of the wickwheat isn't here. We're just looking in the wrong folder.
That's the one exactly. Yep.
Yeah, these 4 here need to go, and
that's in the graphic herbalism patches folder. Yep,
it is clearly indicated here. It's just this is where it gets a bit confusing. I guess you can do it separately, but what's missing is this part of the path in this here. That's why it's misleading. So Epic Plants meshes the 2 Comberry ones need to go. Meshes. No, that's in the Epic Plants one. So I think it's here. Meshes N ingredient. Where's the Comberry one? Comberry. Okay, N and F. So ingredient and Flora. Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, again, these are kind of the hardest parts of this modding process is when you have to go into these folders and find a specific file. But you start to get a sense as well to how the Morrowind files are organized. Comberry again here, Flora Comberry 1. Let me just double check and make sure I did that correctly. Flora Comberry 1, ingredient Comberry 1, and then also in the patch file there is Flora Comberry 1. I think we need to do this in the HQ version 2.
Possibly, yeah. And if that's the case, I will amend the notes on the website.
Okay, yeah, and my sense as well is that you actually don't need both, but I'm not sure.
If it's a case, yeah, if it's the case where we're deleting them from both.
Is it a mesh or is it a texture? Meshes, okay.
Meshes, yeah.
Meshes, yeah. Meshes, Flora. In here we have Flora Comberry 1. I think TR is for Tamriel Rebuilt, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think so. I think any mod that you see that has a TR folder in it has been patched already for Tamriel Rebuilt, which is pretty cool. Okay, so yes, we did this one. We did these 2. I just need to do it in the HQ folder. I don't think... Yeah, I think we're probably repeating a process that we didn't necessarily need to do here, but... Cork bulb? No, actually, wait a second. No, okay, this just replaces a handful of them, so no, we don't need to come back here and do this, I don't think.
Lovely.
Yeah, no, okay. The high quality one is just a patch that goes over top of the other one, so you do need both folders. Okay, you can tell because it doesn't have very much stuff in it.
Yep, exactly.
Okay, all right. Next up, okay, we're all done here. Graphic Herbalism has a GH patches and replacers download, which includes less Epic Plants folder. This should serve as a suitable replacement. Did we already install that?
Yeah, we did, and basically this paragraph explains, although we're deleting the wickwheat meshes and we're going to lose Epic Plants awesome looking wiki, which they are awesome looking, even though they kill your frame rate. The graphic herbalism that we already installed, patches and replacers, includes some of the less epic plants folder, which replaces the wiki, and it still looks good, just slightly less good.
Okay, that explains it. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, sometimes these texture mods, these texture and meshes mods, are just not the most efficient. You know, in terms of how much bang for your buck you get with frame rate versus
visual quality.
Visual quality. Yeah. Nexus Gaming, MRL. Holy crap! Development was that bad for a bit. Yeah. Yeah. Morrowind's kind of almost, in a certain sense, kind of almost didn't happen. They were working with Microsoft because Microsoft wanted it to be a release title for the Xbox. They wanted it to come out the day that the Xbox launched. And it was an Xbox exclusive. It was not on PlayStation, and Bethesda kind of didn't have, you know, kind of was barely up for the task of getting a game out, you know, for that kind of, you know, in that kind of rush, I guess. That's my sense. My sense is that they were a very small company that had made this obscure game called Daggerfall that was only played by it was a real niche of a game, basically. And they were releasing a mainstream game for a mainstream gaming console for the first time. All right, we are now on the graphic herbalism step here. These can be found in the graphic herbalism. Wait a second. Have we done this correctly here? Oh, right. Okay, I see. You've got I've followed your download link, which is also okay. You specifically want ferrums, replacers, and apples. Oh, so
what we've done here is we've broken up graphic herbalism into two parts because the main part goes earlier in the load list, but we want these patches to come at this point.
Okay, so I don't need this. What I need is I clicked that download link again there. I think I wasn't paying attention. We need this.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, all right. Let me just.
You may already have that if you've been following the list. You may already have that downloaded.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure, but we'll just download it again. It's possible. If it is, it's in this done folder here. Right, and then we go in here. Oh yeah, we did this. We did already do some stuff. I'm all up to date here, aren't I? Yeah, I think so. I just want to make sure. Okay, everything's looking good. What are we looking for here? We are looking for, this is again one of the more complicated. Everything, like graphic herbalism is definitely one of those mods where like it's essential in my opinion, but it is one of those ones where there's a number of things that just need to be patched for it because it affects all the ingredients in the game.
Yeah, and go back to your config file real quick. I just want to take a peek and make sure that we are actually. Okay, so yeah, looks good. Okay.
Yeah, perfect. It's easy for me to get sidetracked when I'm like reading the comments and stuff like that. What are we looking for here? We are looking for
01 ferrums replacers.
01 ferrums replacers, and that's it. Oh, and 15. 1 and 15 are the ones we want.
Well, no. So because we're not using Appel's Azura's Coast replacer for this list.
Okay.
And again, this will be another one that I will amend after the stream. And put a note specific to this.
Just so that I know, for me, is this for the total overhaul?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm going to put it in anyway. But like I said, do as I say, don't not as I do. That's all right. We can just. Did I already move this into? Oh, you know what? It's already going to be in my mods folder here. Actually, get rid of this. Yeah. It's going to be GH patches. Yeah, GH patches and replacers. So here I actually already have it in here. I didn't need to download it again. Ferrums replacers. I am going to stick the other patch in there too, just so that I don't forget, but you shouldn't do that. So that's all you would need to do. So disregard the next part of this. I'm just going to do this now because I'm going to install that mod later. Yeah, disregard that part. And we just needed this one. And I'm trying not to leave my game in a state where I have to go back and fix a bunch of things retroactively. That's basically what's going on there. And let's see here. We want, next up, we need Apple's Fire Retexture. That's correct?
Yeah, that's it. Yep.
Okay. If you were thinking of doing the total overhaul later, if you want to start with this, then again, you could do that, right? You could put that in there and do that, and then you'd be ready to upgrade later.
Yep, that's right.
Just an idea. Apple Fire retexture. In fact, I will do that now because if I launch the game, it might screw something up.
There will be some oddness if you launch it without the rest of the...
Yeah, no, for sure, exactly. So, all right, let's get this Apple Fire retexture. It's a pretty important one. You want the fire to look nice. Yeah, okay. Skip it. Just delete this. And let's unzip this guy. Just trying to tidy things up as I go along here too. All right, and this is going to go into mods once again. And let's grab the path. Is there anything funky we need to do with this one? I don't think so, eh?
Nope, that's a pretty standard plugin-less replacer.
Cool. Let's just give ourselves a little bit more real estate to work with here. Okay, next up, we have Apple's Fire retexture patched for OpenMW and Morrowind Rebirth, which I don't think we're using Morrowind Rebirth.
That's right.
I don't think I've ever used Morrowind Rebirth. I've seen videos of it and stuff like that, but I feel like it's one of those mods that, like, if you install that mod, you are not going to be able to use like Tamriel Rebuilt. That's the killer for that one. And Morrowind Rebirth was kind of a cool mod. It was a mod that added a bunch of content to the kind of vanilla game. But as soon as you start using Tamriel Rebuilt, it just doesn't work.
It's hard to recommend adding really any mods on top of Rebirth because it's kind of meant to be an all-in-one package, you know.
And it's a very different approach to modding Morrowind. It's adding a bunch of content to the base game. Wait a second, Apple Fire retexture patch. Okay, this looks good. This is a good format of file. Let's grab the data path here and stick it in our config file there. Okay, next. Keep this process rolling along here. We're doing okay. Let's see. Number 37, iLava good mesh replacer. Anything? No, there's nothing. No special instructions here. This is one that I think I have not installed before. Yep, this is new to me.
Yeah, it's a pretty new one, and just gives the lava a really nice retexture with some nice particles too. Even
that's great. I feel like that was one thing that I had seen. Like the last lava mod I had would have been like a very old one. I think it was Verts Lava actually.
Maybe Verts, yeah. I used to recommend that one. Still do, but
do we need the Tamriel data patch?
Yeah. So for this one, you're going to want 00 core and 02 Tamriel data patch.
After I move it out of my downloads folder.
Of course, yep.
Yeah, that's an easy one to forget to do, but it's pretty obvious if you're following this process. If you're following along here, it's pretty obvious if you paste the wrong file path in your, you get used to just take, you want to read over that and make sure, kind of double check, maybe compare it against the.
Well, and when we get to the end, we'll use the validator program, and that will yell at you if you made any typos. So,
neat. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Awesome. I mean, it won't tell me if I've chosen to put it in a different destination, right? Though. So.
Right. Yeah. If you use your downloads folder instead, it won't care.
Which in my case would be a problem because I tell you what will happen is I will purge that downloads folder at some point, and then I'll end up with like missing shit.
What happened?
Yeah. Exactly. All right. About once every 3 months, everything just gets deleted. Subtle smoke. Another thing that I'm not sure. I don't think that I have used this mod either. Nope. This is new to me. Mods, downloads. Okay, let's stick that there and head back to our downloads folder here. Anything special with this guy?
I believe this one is just a standard plugin-less replacer as with the Fire one. So yeah, nothing special.
Oops. Stick this over here, and I'm just going to rename it actually. And I didn't even check the contents of this one. Let's just double check here. Like I said, pretty much anything you unzip, you should always at least open it and just get a sense of like what is the structure of it. And
are those the files I want?
Are these the droids we're looking for?
Yep.
Okay, there we go. Next up, close that one, and better waterfalls. Pretty self-explanatory. Anything? No, nothing funky there. Oh, that's cool.
Looks so good.
Yeah, I think I have seen this one before. I think I was using it. No, maybe not. No, maybe not.
Yeah, an older version.
I might have had an older version of it or something, but it looks like it brings Skyrim waterfalls to like it.
Pretty close.
It pretty much brings you up a generation at least in a generation or two in terms of graphics. What do we need from this?
Definitely looks better than Oblivion waterfalls.
No for sure.
Oblivion.
For sure. Core and Tamriel rebuilt water. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Mods. So take this and stick it in the mods folder. And we need core and Tamriel rebuilt water. Okay.
Excellent.
Let's see.
Almost
here.
through with Flora, Foliage, and Nature. We just got 2 more here.
Yeah, I'm looking at the time. We are definitely. It's definitely.
We're pushing 3 hours.
We're pushing 3 hours. I think it's okay. We've made a
lot of ground. We've made a lot of ground,
and I think we've taken the time to go through some detailed instructions for certain mods. Some things I think we can do faster if we're just doing it, but there's sort of no point in doing it so fast that someone who's maybe new to modding doesn't understand it. Ferrum Comberry Bush Replacer. All right.
Yeah. So for this one, there are some special instructions.
Yes. Okay. Let's take a look at that first. Okay. Did I also... Everything got done here? Yeah. Okay. That's done. Let's take a look at those instructions here quickly.
In a nutshell, you only need the textures from this because the meshes are provided by Graphic Herbalism.
Okay. Gotcha. So I can just delete the meshes.
Yeah, that's right.
Love it. Okay. And then this just goes in here. And we're going to grab this file path.
Oh, hold up, though. So we have it. The files you actually want are in that data files.
Right. I didn't. I just sort of glazed over. It wasn't looking close enough. Okay. You know what? I think I had a problem with my Conberry bushes in my previous Morrowind install, and I think I screwed this up last
Maybe
time.
This was it. Here we go.
Maybe this was it. Okay. Do we need extras? Anything from this?
No.
Nope. Those are meshes. Oh. For Graphic Herbalism. Huh.
For old school, yeah. Graphic herbalism.
For old school Graphic Herbalism. Okay, yeah. No, I definitely screwed this up in the past. I definitely did. We don't want vanilla style textures either. No. All right, Now let's grab this and stick it in this folder here. Okay, I am speeding up here so that we try and get through a little bit more. But okay, any
same deal for this one. You only want the textures because we got the meshes from Graphic Herbalism.
Right. Okay. Gotcha. Manual downloads. Boom. All right. Mod downloads. This we can delete. And Ferrum's Fire Fern and Fire Petal. Just extract to the folder. Now, let's just take a look at your instructions here, because here, once again, we have one of these FOMod installer type folders. 00 default red icons and red textures. And then if you're not following... Oh, okay, I see. Okay, this one is default red. I see. So we don't want the meshes. I gotcha. Vanilla colors, was that the other thing we needed?
Let's see.
Oh, no. We only need 00 defaults. We don't need this one, or this one.
Right.
Okay. I got it. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to delete the meshes and then drag this into our mods folder. Oh, I guess I can... No, I'm going to grab this one here. That way we know what the mod is, and then we'll just point it to the data path inside it. In here, default reds. There we go.
Looks good.
Looks good to me.
And that concludes the Flora, Foliage, and Nature section.
Cool. What's the next section?
So this section is the landscapes section.
Landscapes.
And, we're going to introduce a couple landscape texture packs. And then there's also the scum replacer kind of awkwardly stuffed in here because it needs to load after the landscape replacer.
Okay, that makes sense. That's often how these lists work. You end up with stuff that ends up kind of stuck later on. Yeah, we're really getting there, actually. There's not too much crazy long stuff. Let me just close this.
I think the Flora section is one of the biggest. Flora and the bodies,
Well, and also, if you're doing the total overhaul, it's always when you get to, this one. Why is this one like a Russian website?
The author's Russian, I believe. And
okay.
So that's just where it lives. Yeah.
No, it's cool. I remember getting to this one and being like, what's going on here? Now, does it say high resolution? I'm going to go with the high resolution ones. I doubt that they're anything.
Okay. So that one's a bit of a bigger one. We can maybe talk and do some other things while we wait for this.
Yeah.
There is also the UHQ ultra high quality option here. You could choose to go with that one too. That one only provides it doesn't provide everything. It only replaces a few things, but they're really big textures, so keep that in mind for your rig.
Tell you what, I'm going to get the medium quality one just for the sake of the sake of this video. I didn't know, I forgot how big this one was, but of course.
Me too.
Yeah, that's okay. You know why as well? I think that the download speed off of this website is a little bit slower than off the Nexus, because
it might be coming from over the ocean, right?
Well, or just this server is this. So yeah, that's taking like a lot longer than the other mods to download. So we'll go with the medium quality ones for now, and then I'll just make a personal note to come back and get the bigger ones later. In the meantime, this is the next one on the list. Are there any special install? No. Okay, so let's get this one downloading. I guess there's no point in doing that. It'll just slow down this one. But this one has some special instructions. What? Okay, retexture Vardenfell and Solstheim in original style. Okay, cool. Yeah, I've used this before.
It's a nice, very tasteful, retexture, and you could actually go with just Titty's landscape retexture and not use landscape retexture if you so felt. I actually have them listed as alternatives, but they actually go well together. You can load landscape retexture afterwards. And yeah, this one comes with some really, really nice parallax maps. The bricks and the stones and everything look cool and bumpy.
This is new to me, I think. Is it? Let me see. I can always tell.
This is one I used a long time ago, and they added the parallax maps after the fact, and it was Mr. Moonshine who turned me on to this one. So yeah, props to Mr. Moonshine for that.
Oh yeah, props to Mr. Moonshine for sure. That's awesome. Yeah, this is new to me, so that's awesome. I should have definitely should have looked over this section and downloaded some stuff in advance, but it is what it is.
I forgot to. Oops.
It takes a lot of coordination to plan this video. I also think we're probably going to go a little bit over time, but it was a 4-hour modding challenge, so we may not actually succeed at the challenge. But as I mentioned before, there will be timestamps in the video description. And certainly, if you are watching this after the fact, just skip ahead. What can I say? Skip it. Skip ahead to these.
Skip ahead and yeah, I think compared to like a larger mod list like Total Overhaul, for example, which would take you days or maybe even a week if you're really taking your time, this list is, I think, totally doable in an afternoon or two.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. The Total Overhaul I've done in like a weekend, but I mean that's you're talking like spending a few hours a day for 2 or 3 days. That's how long it's gonna take you to get through a list like that. And certainly it should be easy enough with how we've organized. Like I am planning on redoing the Total Overhaul because there's just so much stuff that you've changed since the last time I did it. But it'll be pretty easy to fill in the gaps here, right?
Basically you'll go through Total Overhaul. If you start with this list, go into Total Overhaul, you'll basically end up being like, oh yeah, I did that already. Skip.
Yeah, exactly.
So a little chunk of it will be already done.
Mm-hmm. A fairly big chunk of it. I mean, about a third or so of it, and some of the biggest parts too. A lot of what's on Total Overhaul that's not on this list is individual texture replacers, also, you know, more gameplay immersion type mods. So yeah, it's also the thing is that you may find if you do go through Total Overhaul, and you kind of take the time to look at the mods. Okay, we're done. We got to get this one going here, because the next one I think is actually kind of big too. So actually, why don't I get this downloading? I'm going to take the 2K version. This one should be fast. I'm going to take the 2K version. We'll see how long it takes. Yeah, it's
in terms of bang for your buck, this landscape retexture though is just one of the, you know.
Yeah, for sure.
Really nice ones. Yeah.
It's like I said, it's just this particular website has a slower download time. So I took the medium quality one and extract to MQ textures. I'll come back and get the high quality one later. So, oh yeah, okay, here we go again with this folder format. What is this mod called again? Let me just grab a name. I'm just going to rename the folder. We didn't need any special stuff here. No. Okay, let's...
Right.
I'm just going to take this and copy it, and I'll leave MQ on it so that I remember that it's the MQ one.
Yeah, and that'll allow you to bounce between the two if you wanted to
compare them. Yeah, exactly. Oops. Copy and paste. And yep, that's good. Did I move it? Yeah. No, it's still my goddamn downloads. Jesus. At least I'm making the same mistake over and over again, so it's like I know to double check it. Go here. Okay. Also, if you're dragging things like this, like what I'm doing here, one thing you should kind of watch out is don't drag it into another folder. Otherwise, you'll end up with a big mess.
Yeah, well, that's another thing too that the validator will catch too, right? If we plug it into the config file and then we mess up the where we drag it into, the program will yell at you. So that's
what I was going to say before I just wanted to get this download going here, which is now done. Good timing. One of the things I was going to say is if you are going to go from a smaller list like this one or the Vanilla Plus one, you're going to go to the Total Overhaul. You may not want everything on the Total Overhaul.
That's right. Yeah.
Like I feel like when you move from this kind of level of modding to the Total Overhaul, at that point you really should look at each one individually and ask yourself, do I want this? Because these lists you've made are your view of the game and stuff like that, and not everyone. But when you get to that level of modding, there's probably going to be some things that you don't necessarily want, or maybe there's other things that aren't on the list that you want. So
that's a good point, and I just want to add to that too. There are some exceptions to that where things depend on other things, and so if you do decide to piecemeal the Total Overhaul, just pay attention.
Hang tight. Sorry, my phone was making a noise. I had to step away for a second. Now we are at landscape retexture here. Let's stay focused. And extract to that. Oh, okay. There we go. And we need to put it into the mods folder. This one doesn't have any special stuff either, I don't think.
Nope. Pretty basic.
Clean up the file name here. Folder name, I mean. And stick her over here.
There is one note on the website that I do mention that does apply to this list, which is to also grab the Blood Moon Landscape Retexture pack.
Okay, is that on the list, or?
It is I believe it's a separate download on.
If you aren't already using Soulstone Tomb of the Snow Prince, also grab the Blood Moon Landscape Retexture too. Okay, and where that is on. Oh, I see.
So that includes this mod list, and this will probably be something that I update after we go offline here to clarify sort of for people. But yeah, if you're following this one-day modernization list, you'll want to grab that Blood Moon Landscape.
Do we want this one or do we want this one?
You want both those.
Both of those. Oh shit, these are big. Okay, let's get going. All right. It's okay. It really won't take that long. Let's see if there's something else we can do while we wait for those. We may be able to just kind of keep going down the list and oh, Scummy Scum.
Yeah, this will be a small one.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the rest of them. Is there anything else big? I don't really think so. Like,
that one might be on the bigger side. Yeah, take a look at it.
Let's look ahead here at and kind of get a sense. And this is probably not a bad idea as well when you're in this process. You want to. Oh, are these all individual ones?
There is an all-in-one download somewhere, I thought.
I hope so. Let's see here. All in AIO.
There we go. Creature textures OpenMW.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's not very big. That's fine. I really don't think there's anything else on the list here that is super big. And most of these are quite small, actually. The Telvanni one will be a little bit bigger, but oh yeah. We got a lot of stuff left.
But knock on wood, it's not going to be too big. I don't think.
No.
And then the last dozen or the last handful or so are going to be settings tweaks and whatever. So
yeah, exactly. Okay, we're in good shape. We're in good shape. Okay, this is 4 minutes left. Landscape retexture. Wow, that's a big one. And that's if you're not using Tomb of the Snow Prince.
Yeah, the Blood Moon one specifically, because Tomb of the Snow Prince, replaces that whole, landmass. And so if you're not using that, which this mod list isn't, you'll still want the nice, landscape retexture for it. So
that's also one you can probably add. I want to say you can probably add that later. I don't think it would screw up a save game unless you spend a lot of time.
I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't.
That one in. Yeah, just because it makes some pretty significant changes, to.
It's true.
Where it is. Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. It's probably worth if you do want to. Now it's an overhaul of Solstheim.
Right. The landmass. I'm not sure in terms of quests and stuff. I'm not sure if they modify any of those, to be honest with you, but it's a significant alteration to the land itself.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. Yeah, definitely worth keeping in mind. The same thing goes for Tamriel Rebuilt. You can install Tamriel Rebuilt mid playthrough, but if you're playing a lot of Tamriel Rebuilt content and you update Tamriel Rebuilt mid playthrough, you can run into issues. One of the things I will say, actually, while we wait for this download to finish, we've got 3 minutes left to chat. One of the things I will say is that what's remarkable about OpenMW is you can absolutely change your mod list mid playthrough, and in many cases, not in all cases, there are a few exceptions, it's kind of hard to break a save in OpenMW. Well,
OpenMW does some kind of garbage collection, on your save file, and so it will remove references if they're not in any mods that you have and things like that. It will do some janitorial work for you, but yeah, it's not perfect, obviously.
Oh, obviously, yeah. No, I think I also think that's something that's classic in Bethesda games, that it's a problem they've had with their engine ever since Morrowind, and it's still the case with Skyrim and their other recent games. If things get baked into saves, but just because of the way their engine works. So the best way to ruin the Skyrim character you've put 200 hours into is to move around a bunch of stuff in your load order and then delete a few mods and add a few new ones. And this is like a guaranteed save file destroyer method. But OpenMW doesn't have those kind of problems nearly to the same degree.
Right.
As I understand it.
We have, like I said, we take some precautions to try and look and say does this thing even exist in any mods that you're using? No, okay, we'll get rid of it. And you can see in the OpenMW log, it will mention that when it sort of junks things that are gone.
Okay, interesting. Wow, that's cool. I didn't know that. I didn't know that was how it avoided having those problems. But I did know that they weren't as big of a problem. So that's cool. All right, 25 seconds left. Jesus. Okay. And do we need, so this is this one we've already done, landscape retexture 2K, Blood Moon landscape retexture, and IC. Okay, all right, we're good. How is this one bigger than the base file? Whatever. Okay, there we go. All right, so we are at, it's this one that we want first.
Yeah, so that one will load second. The 2K file will load first.
The 2K file we already have in.
Yep. And then so now
Blood Moon. Now Blood Moon or the normal map one.
Go ahead and do Blood Moon.
Okay. And there's nothing I need to edit in this. It looks properly formatted. Where's my other? There we go. Go back here and stick this guy in. No, hang tight. Just gonna be careful here not to, because this folder's getting big. Damn it. There we go. Don't want to. Oh, I want to rename that too. I don't know. This is maybe just me being anal, but I just don't. I can't have folders that look like that. Okay. Nope. There. Ready to go. And next up, we're gonna grab the landscape. This one here.
The parallax and normal maps. Yeah, this is the real sweet stuff right here.
Cool. OpenMW. Yeah.
Looks like that one has a subfolder actually too, so be careful.
Oh, it has a subfolder?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it does. Right you are. Good catch. All right, that's great. I don't need to rename it. And that goes in here. Landscape, retexture, and normal maps. And
I would actually, too, I think there is, just to be on the safe side, let's rename this folder and remove the ampersand from it.
Okay.
Because I think OpenMW 0.47.0 has a quirk where it will eat the ampersand out of the path.
Oh. Huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
There we go. Just to be on the safe side.
Yep. Gotcha. All right. Is that listed on your in your instructions?
It is not, but I'm going to add a note for it.
Awesome. Love it. Okay, next up, we are finally at Scummy Scum here. That's the thing too. Sorry?
No, go ahead, Rob.
That's the thing too. It's not, it's kind of annoying that we've had to download some stuff, bigger files live on the stream. But, something to keep in mind if you are planning, an evening of modding Morrowind, as we're sort of suggesting you do here, get a TV show going or something, sometimes unless you have like a lightning fast internet connection. And even then, because the problem is like that Russian site that we downloaded the one mod from, I don't think you can get a faster download rate there. Cause
probably not.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I just don't think this one has a data files within a data files kind of thing situation going on. So Scummy Scum, and we'll move it over here. So you are gonna have to wait to download some files, and if you're like me, I don't like to get too far ahead. I don't like to skip ahead too much, because you can get confused and lose track of where you are in the list and stuff like that. So it's good to just like get a download. It's gonna take 10 minutes, and I don't know, turn a TV show on or something like that.
Yeah, definitely take your time and don't try to rush it, because that's how you can, make mistakes and then be like, oh my God, what happened?
Yeah, exactly. Oops, I didn't need to close all that, but that's okay. Let's see.
And actually, that's the end of the landscapes section.
Love it. Okay.
Yeah, we're moving on.
Moving onwards and upwards here.
Yeah, and this is the, let's see here, what's our
clutter and items. You'll notice that some of these like sections here only have one item on them, and that's just because you can easily go and find that section in another list, right?
Yeah, exactly. And on Total Overhaul, clutter and items is huge, and I think we opted to pare it down just because for brevity and sanity.
Brevity and sanity for this particular video and stuff like that. But definitely, I think that's one of the areas that you should go and look at in the Total Overhaul at some point, maybe, if you're interested in that. But at the same time, it's this is replacing a lot of small stuff in the game. So this one here, I think there was quite a list of instructions on the let me see here. Let's just get rid of this extra shit here and double check.
So the installation is actually pretty simple for this one. I just have some notes about the implementation of the mod. Yeah, which may not be interesting to everybody, but it's there.
Okay, all right. Well, let's not look at it now, because I think we are kind of, what's this? Do we need anything from the optional folder?
Okay, so yeah, there are two folder paths we're going to have. And if you look at my website at the very bottom of the screen there, on the page there, I recommend two folders. You put the main files into main, or name it whatever you'd like, but main is a logical name. And then I recommend using the optional collops file, which will make the those
are the little shell guys.
Yeah, that contain the pearls. They will open up with a nice animation.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, I remember what this one does. Yeah, super cool. All right.
This is another good one that you get a lot of bang for your buck from.
Oh yeah, you're renaming this main. And this is optional dash call-ups. Okay, that's fine. And let's go here, optional call-ups. Okay, and we are done with that one. Let me just clean this up a bit here so it doesn't get overwhelming. And let's go back to our list here. And next up, we are already in the environments section. So let's make a new section. I'm also running out of data lines here, so I'll have to make some more. Environments.
So environments on this list basically covers only replacing caves.
Yeah,
but it's a lot of bang for your buck. You know, these are going to be some really stellar looking mods.
Yeah. I need to do this bit here. Just copy, paste, and give ourselves a little bit more here. We're gonna need at least that many. Okay.
Nice.
Yep. All right. Download page. Okay, this requires OpenMW 0.46 or newer. Download the main file and the optional file for Blood Moon. Okay. These are kind of... No, they're not very big. Okay, that's fine. And then we want this one as well.
Yep.
It's going to take a second, but not very long. Oh, yeah. It's going to take 45 seconds.
Cool.
45 seconds. That's fine. I'm fine with that. I don't mind. It gives us some time to talk about what does this mod do, you know?
Yeah. Well, and this one actually requires some settings tweaks that I guess are worth mentioning here. In the usage notes, I describe how you need to set applied lighting to environment maps to true in the settings file, but you can actually enable that in the launcher, and Rob and I will go through that later on.
Exactly. So that's another good point too. I think at the end of this tutorial, all of the settings tweaks that you need for the list are included there, right?
Yeah. Stuff like this one aren't covered in that settings section though.
Okay.
And at a later date, I hope to add a description that sort of tells you where in the launcher do you find this, so you don't have to edit the text file if you don't have to.
Right. And like the shiny meshes thing, is that a thing anymore? Or?
Yeah, so that's what this fixes, actually. That apply lighting to environment maps by Catastrophic, the feature by Catastrophic, actually fixes how OpenMW used to show the MGE XE bump maps as shiny.
Right, okay, yeah, that was interesting. That was one of the things that people used to complain about, and that was one of the reasons I think people were not adopting OpenMW was stuff like that.
And it was extra work you had to do too, to fix that by hand. So now you don't have to. You can just change an option, and there you go.
Okay, so do we want both of these? No, we just need this. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, we're good. All right. Back to the mods folder here, and okay, and we'll grab this and stick it in here.
Beautiful.
Okay, and let's go to the next one on the list, which is Lava Mold Mud Caverns Revamp.
Well, hold up.
There
is the Blood Moon.
Oh shit!
Companion to that one.
Right. Okay, I knew I was forgetting something.
Yeah.
I knew I was forgetting something. Yeah. That one. Did I download it? I think I already did. Yeah, I did.
Yeah,
okay.
There you go. Yep.
Good catch.
Yeah. You want this one. It looks good.
Yep. Yeah, this is fine. Stick it in. There we go. Just trying not to drop it into another folder. There we go. And I need the path here. Okay. And now we can move on to the next mod on the list, which is the Lava Mold Caverns Revamp. There wasn't anything else that we needed to do for this one here?
Nope.
This is aside from the settings tweak we're going to do later. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Download page. Okay, this one does require some manual edits.
Not manual edits, but it does require some consideration of what you actually use.
Okay. What do we want from this? Do we want... Oh, yeah, we can need a bunch. So we want the lava, the mold, and the mud. Is there an all-in-one?
There... No. At the moment, at least, there is not.
Okay,
but yeah,
that's
you
fine.
want all 3 main files. I don't know if they still have an update file on there, actually.
I think they might. Let's double check here. Again, if you run into a situation like this, like there will be occasions where like your website is not updated as along with the mods, and I can see here, yeah, this is a caverns patch. Definitely,
there is no longer an optional file, so I'll have to remove that note.
Okay, and then the update patch here you probably do need because it was, I don't know. Well, I mean, it doesn't really say what it does, but presumably it's a patch. It's definitely released after these files. And this is only...
you definitely want the update. Yep.
Okay. All right. Yep. Okay. Oh, there we go.
And so we do need to manually organize things so that we can put them into the comp file correctly.
Mm-hmm.
And so per what I've got listed on the website, you'll want to create 4 subfolders for this one.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll just so those instructions are all listed here. So I'm gonna stick them on the side here actually, so that people can kind of read along as we do it. But you can just walk me through. So I need to create... What's the mod?
The base folder, lava, mold, mud, caverns, revamp.
Mold, mud, caverns, revamp. Okay. And then inside this, we want lava.
Yep.
Lava caverns, I think. Oh, shit.
I call it just lava on my website, but...
Okay. Oh, I see. Lava. Mud.
Mold, yep.
Or mold and mud.
Right, yeah, mold and mud. Lava, mold, and mud.
All right.
And then one more called patch.
Patch. Right. That makes sense. All right. I think I know where we're going here. Oh, and I've done that in my downloads folder, which is incorrect. So I'll just put that over here. Well, actually, no. You know what? I'm going to build it in the downloads folder, and then, yeah, no, I actually prefer that. I prefer that. Just move the whole thing intact into the next one.
That makes sense.
Okay, I think everything's done downloading. Let me just double check. Yeah, everything. So which one's the patch? Damn it. Oh, patch. So I see.
Patch, yeah. So the first one would be lava. That one would be lava.
Okay. That was actually reasonably big. Oh.
And so...
Yeah.
This is where we want to pay attention to my special instructions here.
Okay, well, I got a new plan. I'm going to put it over here so it's in another window. And yeah, we only need, go on.
03, sharp-edged meshes. Now, this is a subjective decision that I have made. Maybe your machine isn't quite as powerful. Maybe you don't like the sharp-edged meshes. I think they look fantastic and I recommend it, but feel free to experiment yourself.
Awesome. Okay, so that's done. Next up, mold.
For mold, you want 0 core.
Okay. How did I do this in the last one? Okay, I kept the folder structure intact. Okay. All right. And then we want mud here. And what do we need from mud?
For mud, you also only want 0 core. And this is why we have to put them in separate subfolders.
We're not using the OpenMW normal maps?
We'll get there.
Okay. Okay. All right. We'll get there. And this is why you want to put them in separate folders, you were saying. The patch.
Yeah, because they collide. Yeah.
The patch.
And then now the patch. Yep.
Okay.
And from the patch.
From the patch, you've gone silent again. I hope your Discord hasn't crashed again, but if it has, let me know.
I tell you, Discord is not my friend today.
Jesus, wow. Okay, well, you're able to get it back running fast, so it's not a big deal. So what do we need from the patch?
Now, so from the patch, we need 0 core, 01 sharp-edged meshes, 2K textures,
2K textures,
and those 2K normal maps.
Okay, awesome. So we don't need anything from the other folders. Okay.
The
All right.
baked textures are for MGE.exe.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So now we're going to go back here and grab all of these data.
7 paths. We got 7 paths.
7 paths. Okay. We'll start with lava. Okay. And yeah, that makes sense. Okay. And then we'll do molds. And then we'll do mud. Okay, and then we'll do the patch here. Wait.
There you go.
Okay, and I think I got them all. Let me just see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, gotcha. All right. Let's go back here and
that actually concludes the environment section.
Love it. What's the next section?
Creatures, and this is another one that has just 1 entry.
Yep. Okay.
But it's one that gives you quite a bit of bang for your buck. The 4th Unknown's Creatures. This is actually a conversion of a Skyrim mod.
Oh, that's okay. That's right. You mentioned that. Did I close? God damn it. Thankfully, I can get back to it quickly here. You
can tell we've been doing this for 3+ hours now.
Yeah, exactly. It's true. All right. Yeah, I just want to make sure everything looks good here. Everything looks good. Okay, we're in good shape.
Looks good to my eyeballs.
Each creature is available in 2 separate downloads. There's meshes and set that there's 10 in all. Put each set in their own directory. Oh boy, here we go. Okay.
Yeah, so I recommend here doing them separately, but Rob, why don't you and I do the combined ones?
Okay.
Just for brevity's sake, and I think most people will probably just want to do them all anyway, together. So
yeah, exactly. Okay, let's do that. I think you're right.
Yeah.
Creature textures OpenMW.
Creature textures OpenMW, and then there will be a creature meshes folder.
Right. Okay. That's awesome. Yeah. And I don't know creature where is it?
I think it's up a little more.
All right, because M comes before.
Maybe.
I
thought I saw it.
Creature textures OpenMW, all in one package. Let me just see. Meshes. Creature meshes, all meshes in one. Okay, there isn't a separate mesh one for OpenMW. That's what I was not finding.
Correct. Yep, correct.
Right, okay. And that's going to be another kind of 1 minute long download there, or not even. Some stuff I could have, like just the logistics of doing this live stream, I could have downloaded more stuff to begin with. But on the other hand, it does give us time to chat and stuff like that.
Yeah, this is a good one because it replaces a large variety. There's 10 different creature replacers in this one, and they look good, and they show off some of the modern features of OpenMW, like normal maps.
Yeah. What are normal maps?
Normal maps are sort of a category of what are generally referred to as bump maps and other terms. But basically, it's a thing that will give a flat texture sort of depth. The parallax normal maps we downloaded for landscape retexture, for example, will make the flat ground look like it's bumpy, and as you move around, you'll see the angles of it, even though it's completely flat.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. Okay, so I've extracted both of these creature textures. You want to start with the textures?
Yeah. Why don't you go ahead and do that? And it's a good idea to make a different folder for the texture, a different data path for the textures and the meshes. Just because why not?
Just because why not? Yeah, it's a good idea. James Page, crazy modding. Do you need multiple config files or have to paste in that one config file? You can paste into that one config file. If you want to have different load orders, you could change your, you could have multiple config files.
Right. Basically, that's it. Yeah. That's actually what I do too, is I have a mechanism where I have different config files that are set up for different mod lists, the ones I have on my website and whatever. And you can kind of copy them around.
Oh, I didn't rename these.
But when you're modding normally, you just need the one file.
Yeah,
OpenMW.cfg.
yeah. I don't think I have any particular reason to have different load orders for Morrowind. In particular, I can't see a reason why an ordinary person who's just playing the game, unless you're modding it, unless you're doing something like that, I can't really think of a reason why you would want multiple config files.
Aside from just having different loadouts, there isn't a reason.
Yeah, exactly. Creature meshes. I haven't. Well, whatever. I'll just leave these like this. But I think it might be a good idea to name these mods so you know what they are. But not a big deal.
Fourth unknown. Yeah.
Yeah, fourth unknown. But on the other hand, probably not the end of the world. Okay, let's go on here. What? I keep closing this window.
Yeah, so actually we're done with creatures now. That was a one-off.
That was a one-off. We are now at NPCs. James Page is
another. Yeah.
Oh, James Page says, I'm used to older Unreal Tournament where files go into certain folders like system, static mesh, textures. Oh, well, they do, actually. The thing is that if you look at these mod folders here, I'll answer this question because it's a good illustration to maybe remind people of how this is all happening. But if you look at, like, if I grab Better Waterfalls here, this is the data file, meshes, textures, right? Let's grab another one. There's Tamriel data. That'll be a better one, too. So Tamriel data here has music, sounds, and then a bunch of plugins and stuff like that, right? And that's the format. But this is because we're using OpenMW. OpenMW is able to have multiple data folders and it just does all that for you, right? OpenMW kind of has a built-in mod manager in that sense. So all we're doing is taking an intact data folder with plugins or without plugins, depending on which one it is, and just letting OpenMW work its magic, if that makes sense.
And like Unreal Tournament, apparently is a data path for Morrowind. It looks, as we've mentioned earlier in the stream, in case you're just joining us, it looks a certain way. It expects a meshes folder, a textures folder, so it is kind of similar like that, but you can have more than one.
Yeah, exactly. But then this config file is just like this section of this config file here. We've sorted it here, like these lines here with this is good for people who might be joining later on or just watching one part of the video. I've put these pound symbols here so that it's divided up into sections, so I can easily come back and find this stuff. Okay, all right. So we are now at, what's this section called? NPCs.
NPCs.
Okay.
So this is a really great one. We add a lot of things here with these 4 mods. So yeah, starting with wares.
What is wares? I haven't used this one before.
Wares.
Wares gives Tracer more wares.
Wares gives Caius Cosades new pants. I mean, what can I say?
Yeah, that's amazing.
But seriously, it gives randomized loot and things to all the various NPCs in the game. So if you're used to an NPC, if you played Morrowind before, and this NPC has this skirt equipped always, you might be surprised. Wares will give them new things to wear, and it's a nice touch for new and old players of the game.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's great. I dig it. I have not used that one before, and the thing is, I'm often a little bit hesitant about mods that clutter up the game with new content, but this sounds like it's doing it so in a very tasteful way. That was the thing. That was the thing about Morrowind. What was it called? Morrowind Rebuilt or whatever. Rebirth. Sorry. We need master file NTR, I presume.
Yeah. So for this one, let's take a look here.
What does it say on the website?
Master file NTR, and you want to create a folder for the OAAB.
Right. Okay. Oh, I see. All right. I see what's happened here. I've got multiple windows open here. God damn it. I see. Okay. Let's just get back to the one window. M. Earl, wares works really well. I love it, says M. Earl. That's awesome. Okay. So let's go back to. Sorry. Let me just. Download the main file and optional OAAB wares file. Oh, that's in. Oh, I see. Okay, we need to actually go and get that off of the download page. Okay. Files.
There's all kinds of add-ons here for wares, but we're only using the OAAB add-on.
Okay, I see. And your overall list, overall list, in your overhaul list, do you use any of the other ones, or?
Actually, no.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. And I just want to say, too, you were mentioning how you're a little wary of mods that add this much stuff. And I just want to say, too, the creator of this mod, Danae, just is a very...
Oh, I know Danae. Yeah.
yeah. You know, she's very tasteful in her mods, and she cares about lore friendliness and vanilla friendliness. And, you know, you're not going to get any Darth Vader lightsabers.
No, exactly. And it's just also like the game is so big to begin with that like cluttering it up with stuff, especially if there's any kind of performance impact, like some of the mods that like add a bunch of NPCs or like add a whole district to a city or something. It's just sort of like, really, is this a good idea?
Right.
You know, and the answer is it depends, right? It just depends.
It depends.
It depends what they're doing. I mean, Tamriel Rebuilt is amazing. And okay, let's get this going here. Extract to wares. Boom. Okay, wares for OAAB, another one that uses that asset repository.
Yep.
And next up, what do we need? We need the master file. What do we need from this one?
We need the first two.
The first two. Okay.
Master file and TR.
Okay. Wares. Just make a folder called wares here, and master file and TR. Okay. Next up, what's the next step of this one actually here? It should say here. Oh, and then we just need OAB plugin. Do you use a separate folder for the OAB one?
I would definitely do that, just to keep things organized consistently.
Yeah, if you ever end up, I don't know, getting rid of OAB or something.
Well, you can even put it in your root wares folder, right? You have your next to your
yeah.
There you go. That's how I do it.
Right. Okay. Do you need a data folder for an ESP, or can you just point it directly to the ESP?
Yeah, you're going to want to create a folder specific for this one and put the plugin inside.
Okay, OAAB for wares, that's fine, and just stick the plugin inside because it does need. That's right. It needs to find the plugin. It needs a data path, a path here. Right. Gotcha.
Right, exactly.
All right, master file like this, and these are just plugins. Okay. TR. So people were really big on making plugin-less mods for a while there because I feel like vanilla Morrowind like doesn't like it when you have too many plugins.
Well, there used to be a limit. The folks who make MWSE have pushed that up to over 1,000 now, which is great. But yeah, there used to be a limit, so that's why you would see a push to merge mods, plugins, and stuff like that.
That makes sense. Yeah, push to merge plugins, but that's kind of not a thing with OpenMW either, is it?
You don't necessarily need to do it. No, it's a lot less important. OpenMW can use more plugins than plugins exist. You know, so
yeah, no, exactly. Okay, where's for NPCs? What have we here? Vanilla NTR NPCs will now wear randomized clothes, armor, and weapons.
Yeah. Okay, I actually misdescribed wares. Wares just gives the traders more things to sell. Wares for NPCs is what actually gives Caius Casade's new pants. So I actually misspoke. Yeah, this is the one that redresses all the NPCs, so I apologize.
That's awesome. Okay, well, I mean, he definitely needs new pants, so let's go for it. Where did I put it? Fuck.
I don't think you downloaded it, did you?
No, I got to the download screen and then didn't. Because it was one of these ones where you have to like confirm that you have Blood Moon installed, otherwise this won't work. Like
yes.
Where's for NPCs? Okay, let me just clean some stuff up here so that I don't have this issue ongoing. There we go, and 7-zip extract to here. Yeah, I've got 290 plus on my OpenMW. 290 plugins. Earl, that's wild. I don't know if I ever got 290 plugins, but certainly 290 mods. In the past. All right, what do we got here? This is VV.
You want that one? Yeah.
Vardenfell plus TR. Okay, that's what I would assume.
Yeah. Obviously, you're not using Tamriel Rebuilt. You would use just the Vardenfell one.
Yep. Okay, so I also want to move it into my mods folder, not leave it in my downloads folder. Okay. Where's for NPCs? And we want this guy. Okay, copy and paste. Okay. I think that's good. Yep.
Yeah.
Next up.
Hold it.
What?
No, that's the name of the mod.
Oh. Hilarious. Hold it. Gives NPCs items to hold carry based on their class and gender. Okay, cool. So this is basically changing the loot that they have.
Yeah, it's another very tasteful one by Danae, and you're just going to see people holding water cans and brooms and things, and
these are new.
Cool.
These are new.
Yeah.
I think Danae
she's been on fire. Yeah.
Yeah, I think she. Well, I mean, COVID is the silver linings, right? Silver linings. The modding, the modding community has really benefited from the free time, I think, and the working from home. Obviously, COVID has been a terrible thing, but it definitely has had advantages for if you're into modding games, because we all have more time to play games, and modders have more time to make mods. So it's kind of an interesting phenomenon. Hold it. So what do we need from this? Do we need the
So this one I don't have specific. This is one I don't have specific usage notes for, but you can glance at the suggested folder paths, and we need 00 core.
Yep. And weapon sheathing.
And weapon sheathing and add-ons.
Oh, okay. And
the TR add-on. Yep.
Right. Gotcha. Okay. All right. Let's just do this and stick this in here. I'm going a little bit faster now. If by any chance you're watching this video after the fact and you're sort of skipping ahead to this point, if you go back to earlier parts of the video, it'll be a little bit more slow paced because we are. It's been a long afternoon. Okay. All right. So we needed core weapon sheathing because we're going to be using that mod later, I think, and. Yep. We also need the add-ons here. Okay. All right. What's next?
What is next? Yes.
Friends and Foes. Another mod I don't know. One. Oh, this is another Danae one. That's great.
Yeah. She basically replaced Starfire's NPCs with this one. This is one that adds hostile and non-hostile NPCs all over the place.
Mm-hmm. But, that's interesting because Starfire's NPCs, I always found, it was an amazing mod in a lot of ways, but I always found it a little bit excessive. I've always felt like there were too many.
Well, then you may get that impression from this one too, honestly.
No, but I'll be curious to see.
And I want to mention too, though, that any mod, not just this one, but any mod that adds NPCs in a significant number will have an effect on performance.
Yeah.
So, for example, Friends and Foes is going to add a lot of, not a lot, but more NPCs to Balmora than you would find there, one of the in-game cities, and it will affect your frame rate. So if you're finding like, oh no, I'm getting frame rate issues, this might be one that I am hesitant to say don't use it, but this one will affect your frame rate because of just how much it adds.
And I think that's actually mostly a processor thing, though. I think it's going to depend on your processor more than your graphics card.
Well, and it's also partly, OpenMW is an ongoing project. We're constantly building it and improving it, and it's somewhat of a physics bottleneck in OpenMW that we're working on.
Oh, okay. I see. Friends and Foes, it's called, this mod?
Yep.
I'm just going to give it a different name so I can remember what it is. Okay. What do we need from this guy? We're going to want the core and the TR add-on, I presume?
Let's see. Core, TR add-on.
Wesley heads, I think?
No, actually, we are going to do core, TR add-on, heads, vanilla.
Oh, okay.
Because this stays a little bit more consistent. You might want to experiment with the Wesley add-ons, but I found that it didn't consistently replace the heads on the NPCs to my liking. And I thought with the vanilla heads, it just looks a little bit more natural, even though it doesn't match some of the Wesley heads. So it's something you might want to try, but I'm saying go with the vanilla.
I also feel like that I don't know if Wesley Heads actually replaces everything in TR. Like I feel like it does not. It does not. Yeah, that's the thing about a lot of these replacer mods. If you play Tamriel Rebuilt, it's not like you are going to find things that like, oh, there's a vanilla texture because whatever mod you're using to replace this doesn't account for, and that's just you can't really get around that. I think there's a limited degree to which you can get around that. Let's put it that way. Okay, I put this already.
We tried to patch those things, but you can't get everything for sure.
Exactly. Okay, so we need the core folder here. So you were saying core and TR add-on.
TR add-on.
And then you were saying vanilla heads.
Heads vanilla, and then there's one more thing that we need that is a separate download.
Oh, separate download. Okay. All right. There we go. Copy heads vanilla. And what else? The other download? Is it on the Nexus here?
Yeah. It's on the same page, and it's the OpenMW. If you scroll down a little bit, OpenMW
Book fix.
books fixed. Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right. It's a quick one. These plugins are real fast to download. OpenMW book fix, 7-zip.
Yeah, you'll probably want to make your own folder for this one and put it alongside those other.
Oh, yeah, inside, okay, I see. So friends and family, or friends and foes, and we'll call it book, OpenMW book fix.
Perfect.
Like that. And we can just grab, actually, we can just grab this and stick it in there because it's just the mesh folder.
Yeah, there you go.
Get rid of that to keep things clean. And I just need the path here into this guy. All right. Next up,
we are actually finished with NPCs now.
Oh, amazing.
Can you believe
Okay.
it?
Yeah, that's great. And what's the next section?
The next section is cities, and this is another one-off one where Rob and we kind of decided, you can go crazy and replace textures for all the cities, or add into all the cities. Random Pal has a great series of mods for beautiful cities of Morrowind, but for the sake of sanity and brevity, we're omitting those, and we're just going with this wonderful Telvanni retexture by Tiddy.
And one thing I think we can one thing that's worth noting, I guess the reason we're going with the Telvanni one is that if we go back up to architecture here, we've kind of covered off most of the other regions. Like we've got Vivek, we've got the Imperial stuff, we've got the Halalu stuff. I don't think we have the Redoran stuff, but
we don't.
Yeah, so we've this kind of fills a gap in that landscape section up top, but there is definitely there's lots of stuff that's fun in that, there's lots of stuff you can do there for sure.
And I just want to mention too, regarding this one, the normal maps for Morrowind mod that we installed earlier has normal maps for this one, and so your Telvanni textures are going to have nice looking normal maps.
Okay,
it's going to be great.
I'm going to go with the high quality one. And it's taking a second to download. That's okay. Like 20 seconds. 20 whole seconds.
Okay.
Yeah, we're in good shape. We're in good shape. And
we're pretty close to the end here, honestly. We've only got a few categories, and these are going to go by.
Yeah, these are quick ones. There's not much in these that are. Long downloads or complicated install process, if I recall correctly. Right. There we go. That's ready to go. And this is architectura of. Oh, I see. Oops. No, don't do that. And I want to grab the mod name here. There we go. Telvanni. I think, yeah, we need to rename this one. Oh, no. Inside. Jesus, what a mess. Okay. Great mod. Not a great install folder. Okay. Let's go back to mods here. And give me... No. Sorry, I double-clicked by mistake. There we go. There we go. And nothing special with this one. We just copy and paste the...
That's right.
The stuff there. And that's the only one on the cities list for now, right?
Yeah, that's right. We kept it short on this one. And this one, you could argue, perhaps belongs in the architecture category, and I may, in the future, make that change.
M. Earl is saying, that's interesting. Yeah, it could go in the architecture category for sure. M. Earl is saying, one day you need to look at mixed cantons. It's easy on the FPS and looks the way I imagined Vivek. Have you heard of that mod before?
Off the top of my head, no. And thank you very much for the recommendation. I will check it out.
Yeah, I'll make a note of that too. It sounds interesting. It's got a great name anyway.
Yeah, for sure.
It definitely an inspiring name. Balance and nerfing. And there's only one mod in here, and I want to talk about this a little bit. I feel like a lot of the there's a few other mods that I would consider that I considered including on this curated list that we've done here. Things like the price balance. I think there's a price balance mod or something like that. But this is called Speechcraft Rebalance. I would for me, obviously this is subjective, but it basically makes Speechcraft is really shitty to use in Morrowind if you don't have this. That's how I feel. I feel like it's like a skill that you just don't train. If you're playing vanilla Morrowind without this mod, the way that the dice rolls work for speech roll checks is just like a horrendous hassle. It makes that skill insufferable to train, whereas this one allows you to, reasonably immersively play a character that's going to use speechcraft to get things done in the game. Otherwise you're going to end up like, in the past, not using it or just paying for training. It's sort of like the sneak skill. It's sort of like super hard to train. I don't know. I find there's certain skills in the game where it's just like, this is so inconvenient to train that the only way I'm going to, the only way I'm going to ever use it is just by like using the skill trainers or whatever. Right. So, anyway, really, I find this pretty essential. And there's not too much else in the balancing section of the total overhaul, I think, that I would consider really essential. I'm just making the distinction between like something that's cool and fun to have and maybe makes the game more immersive, and then something that's like actually really essential.
Balance and nerfing as a topic is pretty controversial, you know, and so it's probably one of the most subjective parts of the list. But I have my opinions. The mud crab should not be a merchant. As I'm shaking my fist. I mean, see, for me, it just like that to me is like, you don't need to fix it, because if you don't want to use the mudcrab merchant, don't go to the mudcrab merchant, right? But like the speechcraft thing, it's like, no, this part of the game is like insufferable to play if I don't use this. And I actually don't even think of that as balance and nerfing. I mean, not that I think it's in the wrong category. I don't even think of that as balance and nerfing. I think of that as quality of life. Sure.
It's like for me that's almost like a quality of life mod where you're just making the game more playable for modern players. Some of the math with how the skills work in the dice rolling is just not good in vanilla Morrowind. It's not conducive to, in modern game design, you don't put a skill in that is insufferable to use. You just don't do that, and anyway, speaking of essential quality of life mods, the next mod.
So we're actually at the end. That was just the only mod of balance and nerfing, and now we're
in the gameplay mod. So I'll make a new section here before I forget. Gameplay. There wasn't anything we needed to do with speechcraft rebalance. It just pops right in, right? Yeah. Okay. This mod here, natural character growth and decay. I think I'm going to probably do a video that's like the top 10 Morrowind mods at some point, and like this will be number 1. I really do think this is probably, aside from some of the patch for purists type like general patching mods, this to me is, and you can only get this for OpenMW. I think.
And actually, let me stop you from. Yeah, it only works with OpenMW, and actually don't grab it from Nexus Mods. The version that's on there is actually out of date. And you'll want the download link that's on my website there, because I've actually personally been patching this mod for a couple years, fixing various bugs with it.
It's not this download page here. Oh, you've got download link. I gotcha. Okay. Oh.
You want to click on that file name.
Oh, that file name. Okay. So you've been working on this mod, yeah. Yeah, what this mod does, I think it's worth taking a second to talk about this as we install it. As much as we're it's turning into a very long stream, I don't mind. I don't mind at all. It's fun. Natural character growth and decay. The way the leveling system works. Is in Morrowind is like you end up having to, based on what skills you use, you get to put a certain number of points in various attributes and shit as you progress through the game, and it's just really not good for role playing. It's just not. It encourages players to kind of overthink the skills that they're using, and what natural character growth and decay does. And I'm not going to go on the download page, maybe on the Nexus or something, and just read the description of it. Although don't use that download link, as we've been told. But this mod really makes it so that like you don't need to overthink your leveling. Just use the skills that you want your character to use based on what kind of character you're playing, or the skills that you enjoy using or whatever, and they will level, and you won't have to make these level up decisions every level and stuff like that. And that I guess the way I'm describing it almost makes it sound like it takes a level of strategy or complexity out of the game. It doesn't. It takes an annoying, badly designed leveling mechanic out of the game and replaces it with something that is good for either, playing the game, like if you're trying to just make a really powerful character and you're not interested in role playing, like it's good for that. It's also good for like if you're role playing a character, like it really there's almost I wouldn't advise playing Morrowind without this. I can't,
Right.
you know, and some people may disagree. I have encountered the odd, I think on like Discord forums, the odd person who's like, no man, like using that mod is cheating or something, or like they have really strong feelings about the leveling system in Morrowind, and I'm just like, no dude, I think it's just bad.
Some
You
people
know,
like it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I do want to mention before we move on from this one though too, that if you're totally following along with us, you're going to be using OpenMW 0.47.
Mhm.
But maybe, you know, if you're watching this video after the fact, maybe OpenMW 0.48 is already out, and it's important to note that this mod that we're using today is not compatible with OpenMW 0.48 due to some changes that are going to be in that version.
That's the upcoming version. So hopefully, hopefully this mod will get patched and fixed for
right.
48.
If you look at the usage notes, I have a little blurb there where I basically say I plan to fix it or make a fixed version when time allows me to do it. So yeah, look forward to that.
Oh, okay, yeah, exactly. That sounds great. So basically, don't update OpenMW until the new version of this comes out.
If you want to use this mod, which I'm with you, Rob. This is probably my favorite single mod. Next, to
I'd have trouble like playing the game without it at this point. I find okay. What do we got here? This is all right. Okay, this is one we should talk about too. This is connected as a very similar mod with a similar design philosophy. Less essential, but still in my mind really essential. Magicka-based skill progression is the name of the mod. You can't really tell from this name here. And what that does is in vanilla Morrowind, you gain like experience in particular magic skills based on the number of spells that you cast. And so it's really not, if you want to train a skill, you should avoid casting powerful spells because it'll use up all your magicka. Yeah, there's no benefit. It'll use up all your magicka and you won't actually train the skill because you only get one, you know, experience or whatever quantity of points you get per spell cast. This one makes it based on how much magicka the spell costs. So, you know, in other words, casting powerful spells will get you more experience than casting weak spells. Exactly. So again, fixing something that's just basically broken in the vanilla game. That's just not a good mechanic. You know, otherwise you just end up like casting 16 low-level healing spells to work on restoration instead of one powerful healing spell, and it takes away from your immersion. It takes away from, and it's just fucking annoying. So, indeed. Yeah. Okay. All right. What are we looking for here in terms of where do we get this file?
Yeah, so this is a patch. This mod has been patched many times by many people.
Yeah, I can. It's like a hot mess.
Yeah, so the latest one is by Alvazir here, and you'll probably want to Control F for MBSP.
Okay, so this is a patch hub basically. I got that.
Alvazir hosts a lot of patches that are very useful. Props to Alvazir.
Is this it?
That's it. Ooh, yeah.
Okay, there we go. Okay, all right. Manual download. And that's going to go, that's going to the right place there. Just want to make sure we're up to date here. I'm just going to double check here. Yeah, we're all good. We're all good. Okay. Really, the name, the file, the folder name, MBSPBSNCG. Oh, don't even oh my God. Okay. That's fine though. It does work. Fixed again. Yeah, I can remember. I've had about 6 different versions of this particular mod on my system. Are we using better sounds?
We will be. It's coming up.
It's coming up. Okay, because that's what there's something about how the sounds work in the vanilla game where like the spell doesn't get cast until the sound plays or something. Like there's something in the Yeah.
And so the mod knows what spell you're using based on the sound. Also, I think something like that.
Something like that. That's wow. That's
something a little wild and a little surprising.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it works. Okay. And that's done. We've got that where we need it. Let's just clean up here a bit. Next up, moving on. We have Carry On. Okay, now I'm a little on the fence about this one actually, but it's probably good for most players. Most people will probably like this one. It allows you to carry more and run faster, but it uses up your fatigue faster. If you load, you have a higher carry capacity, but if you fill your inventory with a bunch of crazy shit, your fatigue will go down faster. So it's interesting. I think this is a good description, an interesting take on the default fatigue mechanics.
And you and I talked about this one, I think, at length, and I actually have a patch for this one that lightens the fatigue usage a bit, and I may in the future add it to this mod list because I do personally use it. So yeah,
I'll put it in because I think most people are going to appreciate this. I feel that the fatigue system in Morrowind is one of the most problematic mechanics, because on the one hand it's really cool that like if you have low fatigue it affects all of your skills, so it's like important to make sure your fatigue is up. On the other hand, everything lowers your fatigue in such a way that like it's like you literally you're at the Mages Guild, you want to buy a potion, and then you want to go upstairs to the enchanters in Balmora or whatever, and you want to buy like a soul gem. Well, just going up the stairs, you'll get worse prices by the time you've got up the stairs because you're like exhausted. By the time you get up the bloody stairs, it's never been balanced, and and that's one thing I will say about there's a lot of things about maybe Skyrim or Oblivion and stuff like that have kind of, people have sort of argued that the Elder Scrolls games have been kind of dumbed down and made a lot more accessible over the years. And well, one thing that's good is just, the way fatigue should work in a game in my mind is like sneak, walk, run, sprint. Sprinting should use fatigue, running should not. It's just like nobody wants to stop and rest every 20 meters or whatever. Oops, whoa, don't do that. That was weird. I think I just tried to hit the back button or something and it did something weird. All right. I just want to make sure I haven't fucked anything up there. I'm getting tired. Mods, carry on.
Looks okay.
It looks okay to me. Yeah, it looks like we're in good shape. Okay. Next up. So that's an interesting one. Carry on. Certainly, I don't mind it. It ultimately does make the game more playable because the walking speed in Morrowind is also just way too slow. It's nobody makes games where it's that slow to walk around anymore because no one would ever have the patience to do that in a modern game.
Right.
Yeah. That's a quality of life thing for sure. Auto ammo equipped for OpenMW. Is there anything special about this one? Which file we need here? There's several. For advanced. For OpenMW advanced version. Do you? What's the difference?
It looks like the advanced version gives you some more information about your ammo than the standard version. So it might be, it might be on you to decide what you want. I don't think I've actually updated my local copy of this since the advanced version came out, though. So I kind of
want to try it.
yeah, go for it.
Yeah, let's. I'm gonna do this one. If you want to, we'll see if this works. Whenever I get around to actually testing this mod list. I mean, not that it needs to be tested, because of course it's gonna work. But Yuhi, welcome to the stream, and you're welcome. You're welcome.
Hello.
It's definitely going to be a longer stream. I think it says 4 hours on the and we are
getting there.
We're at the 4 hour mark now, and I think we've got about another hour to go. So
probably,
and hopefully this will be a good reference going forward for people. This will be useful for people to kind of learn how to mod the game, to be able to follow along with this. Okay, I'm gonna go for the advanced version because I'm feeling okay. What's going on with that special character? Do we need to change that, or does it matter? No, it's just an accent.
Yeah, it's just an accent. There was a time when you needed to rename that.
Yeah.
But OpenMW 0.47 has fixed that, so
okay,
not a problem.
Sweet, love it. All right, just so I don't lose track here, remember to put it in the mods folder. There we go. And there we go. And in here, grab the... Whoa, that's way too long. Let's just get rid of that. Yeah, that's fine. And copy the file path here. Right. Auto ammo equip. And that one just means that like when you run out of arrows, it equips other arrows in your inventory.
Right.
And that's like, and I remember that, like, that's again quality of life stuff. You know, it's just super annoying to have to go into your inventory when you run out of iron arrows and like pick the steel arrows or whatever. More likely the other way around, actually. All right, multiple teleport marking for OpenMW. Which one do we need here? This one I have not used before. This is something I haven't tried before, and this allows you to mark multiple destinations for Mark and Recall, I think.
Yeah, so Morrowind is kind of notorious for being a little brutal with traveling around. You can't just like open your map and click on a location and go there like most modern games do. And there is a set of spells, Mark and Recall, that allow you to mark a place and teleport back to it with Recall. And this mod, by default, you only get one mark that you can recall to. So it's a lot less useful. This mod, series of plugins from this mod, allows you to not only have more marks, but you can also use the Mysticism Rebalance plugin, which gives you a number of marks based on your mysticism skill, so it's a little bit more immersive too.
That is so cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
honestly.
For this one,
yeah.
For this one, we want. I have usage notes where I specify what you want to download, and this is another one where after the stream, I'm going to update the usage notes to say specifically for One Day Modernize. This is what you want, but we want multiple teleport marking mod, OpenMW. And TR provinces.
And TR and provinces, okay. I think that one maybe has stuff for Province Cyrodiil or whatever.
No, that's in a separate one, actually.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, we're not going to do... Okay. And then multi-mark mysticism. That's the one you're saying with the mysticism balance here. That's the optional file. Okay, let's download that. And then we need Province Cyrodiil we don't need. Okay. And Overus Legacy we also don't need. So if you are going to do the total overhaul, you're going to need to come back and grab these guys later.
That's right.
Yeah, okay. All right. Okay. So, right. And then, sorry, I just need to go to my downloads here. I'm losing the gist. Okay. We want this one. Extract to that. And what format is this in? Okay. Oh, easy. Okay. All right.
And this is one where it might be useful to just have one base folder for the mod and put all the plugins in the one folder.
So multiple teleport marking mod. And, again, this is actually a pretty good one, like where you can use a little bit of, I don't want to say common sense, but if you are, for example, going to start with something like a Vanilla Plus or this list that we've done together, the 1 day list, then just keep in mind, for example, that if you add a landmass, many mods are going to need patches for that landmass, right? So if you only have Tamriel Rebuilt installed, and then you move on to then later having Province Cyrodiil or Tomb of the Snow Prince or whatever, like something that changes the I guess I could make separate folders for this.
In this case, it's okay to just keep them all in the...
Yeah, we'll just dump them all in
plugins.
There. Yeah,
there's no data files.
That's right. You're right. Okay, good point. Tommy the Cat. Hello. What's the chance that after 20 years I try Morrowind and you just happen to have a live stream in the guide I found? Awesome. Nice. That's great. So you just completely stumbled upon this. And here's the thing, Tommy the Cat, this live stream will be hosted on my YouTube channel like forever. So that video will stay there. And so you're kind of coming in towards the last hour of this. But if you later on, if you want to go back to the beginning of the stream and look at some of the basics of how to get OpenMW installed and stuff like that, it's all going to be there. We're going to put timestamps in the description. So you'll be able to go section by section and look at if you get stuck on a particular section. But it sounds like you're also trying Morrowind for the first time, which is super cool. Lucky you. Quick question. I started playing a couple days ago. Will my regular vanilla save work after following this guide? Honestly, sorry, go on.
Well, I was just going to say, if by vanilla save you mean your save from Morrowind.exe, the answer is no. If by vanilla save you mean OpenMW with Morrowind but no mods, and then you go through this list and you added a bunch of mods, yes, it should absolutely work.
True, good point. I was going to say Majika based or the two mods we just installed, the gameplay ones are tricky, but I'm remembering now. No, you can install those mid save.
Yeah. Even natural character growth and decay has an option to add the mod in later. So I'm reasonably certain that all the ones we're suggesting can be added mid playthrough.
Yeah, and so Tommy the Cat.
Actually, now that Earl mentions it, now that I think of it, some mods might be problematic. Actually, our NPC mods in particular, friends and foes, might be problematic to start a new to add those into an existing game, but it's worth trying if you're already invested in your save file.
Here's what I would say. Here's what I would say, Tommy the Cat. You've got an OpenMW save. That's good. What I would say is, obviously back up your save. Go ahead and do this, and it depends how attached you are to that save file too. I tend to be a bit of a purger in terms of just getting rid of old save files. But if you're attached to that character or whatever, you can always revert. You can always kind of revert and finish up that save, but there's no harm in, because of the way OpenMW modding works. I mean, what you can do is back up your OpenMW config file. Back up your current OpenMW, and then also back up the config file here, right? Back up the config file, because you can always you can put your old config file back if you have trouble with that save.
And Earl says add new buildings can ruin it too. Yeah, you're definitely right.
Yeah, although I gotta say, Earl, I mean, I'm not trying to say, I don't want to misinform anyone and say like, no, it's gonna be fine. But like that the Morrowind Let's Play series that I did like a couple years back on my YouTube channel, that save went through the fucking ringer, man. Like I updated Tamriel Rebuilt mid playthrough while doing Tamriel Rebuilt quests. I actually went from your vanilla plus or your whatever it was, like the kind of enhanced one of the medium-sized lists. I went from that to total overhaul, like without like and I just nothing broke.
Nice, that's cool. And Emerald just said save inside a non-modded building. Yeah, definitely, that's true. If you're adding stuff, make sure you save and load the game when you're in a non-modded building. Yeah.
But broadly speaking, OpenMW saves are much less apt to break, anyway, like again, don't take that as a green light to just go ahead and run, do crazy amounts of changes to your mod setup, but you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised what you can get away with OpenMW. I really pushed the limit with that save, and it still works to this day. Nice. Okay, all right.
That's it for the gameplay section.
I didn't put the data path for the last mod.
I jumped the gun.
Mods, multiple teleport marking mod, and this one goes. So let me just look here. We've got natural character growth and decay, carry on, auto ammo equip, multiple teleport marking mod. But you can also, honestly, if you want to improve your game without doing the whole modding thing right away, just take that save file and put natural character growth and decay on it, and then you're set. You don't need anything else. What do we got here? I tried a mod guide which involved MO2, but I swear it didn't even seem to do anything to the graphics. I have a video up on how to use MO2 to mod OpenMW. There are advantages to doing it that way. There are also disadvantages. We're not using that method today, but you should definitely use OpenMW for sure. MRNPA, would you recommend this mod list for someone who has never played Morrowind, or should I go with the iHeart vanilla list from modding OpenMW? I would say I want to say go with the iHeart vanilla for a first time play, only because it will get you into the game faster. Is natural character growth and decay on the iHeart vanilla list?
It isn't, but I think if you've never played Morrowind, in order to appreciate natural character growth and decay, you really have to experience the vanilla system to know why it's so good, And I think if you're new to Morrowind, do iHeart Vanilla. I'm the creator of that mod list, by the way.
Yeah.
I've created moddingopenmw.com website for those just joining. Definitely start with iHeart Vanilla. And if you get a couple hours in and you feel like, oh, change some things, then yeah, look at expanded vanilla or even this mod list that we're talking about now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And certainly going from I Heart Vanilla to this list is not, again, there might be a few things that are kind of save game risky or whatever, but you will be able to. I also find, I don't know how you guys play Morrowind, but I find, like, especially like when I start a new Bethesda game, I'm liable to like play play a character for, I don't know, 8 hours and then decide I need a new character. So I find that's, in some ways that's just kind of part of the process. So it depends how attached you are to your save files and stuff like that. But yeah, start with the I Heart Vanilla, if only because it will get you playing the game faster. If you don't have to spend, don't spend a day modding a game you haven't even played. Maybe, unless you want to. Unless you want to. I just want to say too here before we move on to weaponry. Tommy the cat just says, "Oh yeah, def OpenMW. I like source ports in general." And I would prefer non-MO2. I like to do things manually and understand where the files go and what they do. Yes, it's actually not too bad of an ordeal if you've been following us along, to copy and do a config file. It's not actually that bad. And as we mentioned earlier on, MO2, great piece of software, but it's made for engines that have less features than OpenMW. And so there's, they step on each other's toes a little bit. And I just want to clarify too, OpenMW is not a source port. A source port would imply that we have taken the original Morrowind code in some way. That OpenMW is written completely from scratch. That's a good. I think that's a good distinction, and that's something that like people. I've seen things about it like OpenMW. It's not emulation. It's not like it's not an illegal copy of the game or anything like that. It is important. It is important to clarify, and I know that OpenMW is very clear about that on their website. It's very much they've built a new engine which you can put a legal purchased copy of Morrowind into. To put it in an okay. Let's do weapon sheathing.
Yeah, let's move on to weaponry finally.
Yeah. What do we got to do here? This one's pretty simple, I think, right? Which we need the OpenMW version, of course. We don't want the MW, the Morrowind script extender version. And let's grab. I'm a bit too close to my mic here. I think you're gonna probably hear some weird feedback. Okay, weapon sheathing, OpenMW. This looks like it's. Oh no, it has its own little folder in here. Do I want any extras from this? Alternate draw animations.
I would say no, unless you feel like you want to experiment with those and add those on top of your game. But I personally don't use it.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. Okay. Weapon sheathing. I'm just going to rename that data folder there and stick it into where's the mod folder? It's hard. If I was doing this like on my own, I would be using both of my monitors. But of course, because I'm streaming, I have to kind of cram everything onto one screen, which I'm so not used to doing.
Right.
But it's yeah, exactly. It's a little bit of a weird Jenga thing.
So this is another one that requires a special settings tweak to be enabled, and we'll go over that at the end.
We'll go over that at the end.
But I do say which setting on my website. So consult that if you're curious.
Yeah. We got this is here, and then you've got, I think that's in multiple spots. So we will be covering that later. What do we got here? This is just a patch for that mods. This is for the Morrowind optimization patch. And does it require anything special?
This one, I think you already downloaded. This one comes with MOP itself. So you could actually go back. Maybe I can't remember 3 hours ago, but maybe I want to say, did we put that one in the folder already? Maybe go back to your MOP folder and check.
Oh, Morrowind optimization patch. Okay, right. This is one of these ones. Let me just take a look here.
Yeah, we may have already downloaded this.
Downloaded on the 9th of January, 2022. Thank you, Nexus Mods, for answering our questions. And is it in the MOP folder or the MOP patch? A weapon sheathing patch. Boom.
Thank you, us from 3 hours ago. We were thinking ahead.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so anyway, that's fine. That's fine. It can be redundant. So we're already at sounds and music.
But you got to add that one. Hold up, you got to add that one to your config file.
Oh shit. Oh, I got to add the MOP
patch.
The MOP patch. We should double check and make sure I didn't add it up here.
If you did, it wouldn't be a big deal because it would be
It'd just be a duplicate.
Yeah, it would be replaced by weapon sheathing itself.
Yeah, no, it's not up here. Oh, wait, no, MOP is down here. Nope, I didn't.
Cool.
Huh, neat. Okay. Here we go. Back down to weaponry here, and I gotta actually find the sucker. So that is in, not in the downloads here. Did this even go into? Yeah, it did. Okay, good. Mods. I have to clean up my desktop again in a second because I'm gonna lose my shit otherwise. That is in. It should be in mop here, and there we go.
Yep.
There we go. All right. Copy and paste. Okay. I'm just going to close a bunch of these actually because I'm going to lose it otherwise. Go away. I'm going to just start afresh with our little desktop shortcuts here. Now, next up is sounds, but I'm out of data paths, so I need more data.
Time to copy paste.
Time to copy paste. We're on the home stretch here, actually, though. We're on the home stretch.
Yeah, we're towards the end. What's left is stuff that should go fairly quickly.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. Okay, sound and music. All right. Better sounds. Classic mod hasn't changed in years, I don't think.
It's been patched through the years, though, and we'll get to that, of course.
Yeah. Oh, shit. No. There we go. All right, get rid of that. And here we go. This one might be... no, it's not that big. The sound mods for Skyrim are fucking huge. Okay. Boogie Woogie, I'm a newbie to Morrowind, and my playthrough session basically goes from installing mods, playing the game normally, getting tempted to mod the game again, installing mods, repeat ad infinitum. That's interesting. I have that experience with Skyrim a lot, actually, more than with Morrowind. I found that once you go through one of these lists on this website, you know, certainly I get tempted to go from, say, a list like this towards the total overhaul list. But Morrowind's overall is, you know, I like when I'm playing, this is maybe just me, but when I'm playing Skyrim for some reason, like there's so much about that game that I just basically don't like, that like I can never get my mods set up good enough so that there isn't something in the game that just drives me bonkers, you know? Yeah, whereas with Morrowind, like aside from things like natural character growth and decay, I don't really need that many mods to actually enjoy the game. But I
and
like,
it's a very fun, very quirky game too, out of the box, you know?
Yeah,
so.
it's pretty good out of the box. It's just like there's a handful of things that any custom configs we need for better sounds?
Yeah, so for better sounds, actually, we don't. Let me look at the stuff that I wrote here. Yeah, you don't want the plugin.
You don't want the plugin.
Yeah, you just want the
boom,
the data files. There you go, and that's it.
That's it. There's meshes and better sounds. Good God.
Yeah, believe it or not.
The sound, there's no sound if there isn't the accompanying mesh. Okay, 1.1 patch 2.
And this is one that I host here.
Okay, fun. Oh, I see. This is a weird circular link, eh?
Yeah, it's a link to that section, but I've seen you click it twice today, so maybe I'll change that. I don't know.
No, I just like I you know, and again, don't take that as a complaint or anything. It's just I ask because like it's you might have a reason for that, you know.
Yeah, the intention is to give you a link to that sort of block in the table.
Right, I gotcha. That makes sense. Okay, this patch here can we stick it in the better sounds folder?
Sure, yeah, that would work.
Okay, that's fine, because again, it's just a plugin, so it's easy enough to remove the patch, and the data path is already there, and we don't need another data path. And yeah, I can get rid of all this stuff here.
Ooh, and actually, I just found. Okay.
What did you find?
Let's continue on.
Yet another better sounds patch. What did you find? Another patch for better sounds?
I thought I found a mistake, but I did not. So
okay, good.
Ignore me.
I'm glad to hear that.
Another one from Alvazir here.
Another one from Alvazir. So let's just go yet another. What am I looking at here? Oh, I'm not on the files tab. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yet another better sounds. Yet another patch expanded.
Yeah. He actually added some stuff to this one, and there's a couple choices here. So yeah, let's download it. Talk about what I recommend and
this is the correct file, right?
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay, that's the one. Awesome. Love it. Let's close this, and better sounds. Yet another patch expanded. Hilarious. Love it. It's a patch for the patch that patches the patch, basically.
Yo, dog, I heard you like patches.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Oh yeah. Options. All right.
So without getting into the details of what all of that does, I simply recommend using number 2.
Number 2?
Yep, that's right.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Tavern and Town sound expansion. Interesting. Okay, and I'm just gonna rename this folder Better Sounds Patch. Yet another Better Sounds patch.
Cool. That works.
That way we know which Better Sounds patch it is, because there are many.
Right.
Yet another Better Sounds patch. Expanded, I guess, technically. Okay, and then I need to... This is just a plugin, so we're just going to stick it in here.
Yeah, and real quick, Tommy the Cat just asked, this is for OpenMW 0.47, and MMPA correctly responded, yes, it is.
Yes, thank you for answering that question, MRNPA. Also, we should reiterate this at this point, for those of you who've just joined. Don't download a nightly build if you're following this guide.
There's some incompatibilities. Yeah,
there's some incompatibilities. So get the latest stable builds. The latest nightly does have incompatibilities, and with some fairly important mods, in my opinion.
Yep.
And yeah, I used to always get the nightly builds, but I feel like the closer they get to like finishing some of OpenMW, like the closer they get to really making it 100% done, the more, you know, it's better to stick with the stable ones. And
yeah,
I don't know, maybe that's a weird impression that I have, but did I? Okay, everything's in there. Okay. All right. Next up, let's grab Better Sounds.
This is actually the end of the sound and music section.
Right. Sound and music section is done. We're now at VFX. Some of these I don't know. I don't think I know Mystify. We'll see. Yeah. VFX.
Some subtle but really good ones here.
That's awesome. Mystify. Download page. Anything. Oh, a new mist effect. Cool. Very cool. I'll pay you $5 to zip your mod folder and config. You know, that's something I was gonna mention, and I was gonna mention a lot of questions I had in the previous modding video I made that was based on how to mod the game with MO2 and OpenMW. A lot of people will say things when they watch, and I have a few videos for other games as well on my channel about modding. And like honestly, like would I zip this folder up and give it to my brother or a friend or my roommate or something like that? Yeah, I would. All right, in the sense, but I absolutely cannot distribute, you know, a big pack of 100 mods on the internet. That really does go against the whole kind of ethos. Now, there are a lot of modders who don't care, right? There are modders who are like, yeah, share it, give it to anyone, do whatever you want with it, make a new version of it. Don't give me credit. I don't care. And that's totally fine. I respect that point of view. I think that's kind of a good attitude in a lot of ways for modders to have. But it's not something you can expect. And people don't quite understand that the reason why these mod lists exist and the reason why there are so many lists, there are so many things on them is if you want to overhaul your game, there isn't one mod that overhauls it. You're going to need a lot of different things. And where the hell am I going here? I need to open my mods folder. But yeah, so that's why when people say like, isn't there one place where I can download all this? No, there isn't. And there's a good reason for that. It's because you know, all of these mods all come from different authors or distributed. All those authors have different, you know, some of them want to share and have other people edit their mods and some of them don't. What do we need from this?
All right. So for Mystify, you want 00 core and 02 scumpatibility.
Okay, we don't want the vanilla. Yeah, it's a great name. So that's for the scummy scum mod or whatever it's called. We do not need the vanilla mist replacer.
No.
Tommy the Cat says, yeah, that makes sense still. And I wasn't trying to put you on the spot, by the way. It's a totally legit question.
I get asked that a lot too, and it just boils down to some people don't want you redistributing their stuff.
Well, and here's the thing. Maybe let's say that my opinion is, well, modders should let people redistribute their stuff. Maybe that, let's say that's my opinion. Well, even if I did think that, which I don't, I think it's up to the modder to choose. As someone who makes content on the internet, like on YouTube, I can't do that, because if I get called, if the modding community hates me because I distribute their stuff, it would be a really bad look for me. And I think the same thing goes for you with your website, right? Like if modders out there were like, oh, I fucking hate that site, they distributed my mod, or they put a link to my mod without giving me credit or something like that, you know what I mean? Like you just don't want to make an enemy of this community that does such good work, right? It sort of doesn't matter how you think they should be doing it. It's you don't want to burn any bridges, because these people do amazing work. Where are we? Mystify is done.
Yeah, so that's it for Mystify, and we're moving on. The reason why we skipped the Mist replacer from Mystify is because
we're going to use Ramiro's.
Yeah, Ramiro's did a really great mist retexture, which I prefer, and
okay,
get that from here.
Oh, this is blood retexture and mist retexture. We're gonna go with the mist one today, though, I think. Eh?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay, mist retexture. This I have used before. Extract to. There we go. Yeah, that's why. And the thing is, like, when I see those comments, it's not like I think like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, of course I can't redistribute those mods. You're saying, oh, I never thought of it that way. Well, I mean, that's normal. A lot of people don't think of the, and it's not because you're not. I've asked that question before on modding forums. When in my SimCity 4 videos, I've been like, why isn't this all in one place? And had it explained to me. And until you've spent a little bit of time in the modding world, or maybe talked to some modders and stuff like that, you don't really see it from their point of view. So, okay, that's good. Mystery texture. So it's not something I mind explaining at all. Okay, next up. I need, god damn it, I'm just juggling windows here. Okay. We need, the dream is the door. This one just changes that one door, doesn't it?
That's right, yeah.
How did this make it onto the list? I mean, I'm down with it. We're doing it.
We're doing it. That's a good question. I actually asked myself that earlier when I looked at this, like, I would have thought we would have skipped this one. But it does have a really nice effect. For just being used in one place, the effect is so nice.
Yeah, it is. It makes, I don't even, like, some of you guys haven't played Morrowind before, so I don't even want to tell you what this mod does, because I feel like it's main quest spoilers.
It is.
It's main quest spoilers. But it just makes one visual effect cooler. I think this probably overall is not, isn't consistent with our level of, like, pragmatism on this list. But let's put sure. It's in there. Let's just do it. Let's put it in there.
There's a chance I may remove this one from the list. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, when we designed this list, we tried to make it as short as possible and change as many things as possible while not having to download stuff. Not having a lot of one-off, like, individual texture replacers and stuff like that. Is there anything I need to do with this one? No, it's just a straight up.
Yeah, I think it should be pretty self-explanatory. Let's see here. Dream is the door. Yep, just a basic
copy
mod
paste
with a plugin.
Mod with a plugin. Sounds good to me. Okay, next up. This is good. These the chatting part is fun. Is part of the fun part of these live streams too. So I don't mind this running later than we expected. And
yeah, definitely.
And it's good to answer your questions. Really do feel free to continue to ask questions. It also reminds us of stuff that we were going to say. Parasol particles. Have I downloaded this one before? I don't think so. I think this is new to me.
One I think this is a relatively newish one to my websites and from Dark.
Yeah. All right. Let's see here. Man, you should like your change log for your lists. You should get some kind of like automatic email list. I would read that email.
That's a good idea.
I just thought of it now because that's the one thing I find. I find that I end up going back to scratch. Like, I'm just like, you know what? I just want to do the whole thing over again and see what's been changed. But if you had some kind of automatic email change log based on your lists, I bet you there's a lot of players who would read those emails and like just add little mods to their game as you do, you know, like.
That's an interesting. I had an idea to do an RSS feed for the changelog updates, which would be, I think, sort of, just as useful.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. RSS would be, okay, what do we need from this? Okay, we're going to,
yeah, let's see. Parasol particles. Okay, so you just want 00 core.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, we'll just rename this Parasol particles and stick it in the mod file here. I have a gaming mouse, and it has like a very fast click, which is, for gaming. But when you do this kind of stuff, it's easy to like double click by accident.
Yeah.
It's a weird thing. Okay, that's it. That's done. Next.
That's it.
Next up is, and I will also say one thing if you're joining us. We're not reading through this stuff because there's just no time. But don't do it this fast.
Yeah, there's no time, and also I'm here. I made the website. I made the list. I know it all. But if you're doing this yourself, take some time, read the descriptions, and as I mentioned before, reach out for help on Discord and the OpenMW Discord, or email me. And
feel free to join the Rob's Red Hotspot Discord as well. Obviously, I use it to plug my channel, but there's, I'm trying to build a Morrowind community on there, I'd be happy to help out and stuff like that. I'm probably going to do some kind of video or live stream series with this mod setup. Like, I'll start a character and I'll play the game a bunch. I probably should. I was thinking about doing the total overhaul thing. Oh, I don't want to. Oops. I pressed the mod manager download, which launched MO2 because I just modded Skyrim last week. So I have a fresh install of MO2 with 300 mods on Skyrim too. All right. Whoa. How is this one big? How big is this?
Yeah, it's a bunch of textures, I guess. So
okay, all right. Well, we can chill for a bit. I don't think I want to skip ahead here. Let's take a look at where we are on the list. We've got ground cover, sky, lighting, UI, and that's it. So
settings.
We should be done. We should be done in about half an hour or so. I mean, I'm not promising or anything like that, but
half hour, 45 minutes seems pretty reasonable, because we'll also have to do merging and then I think we should use the validator too to just kind of give a demonstration.
We definitely should, and that should get a separate timestamp in the video, that, because the more, exactly. No, I think that's the right move. Okay, how are we doing here? Oh yeah, that's like halfway done. And I could have looked in more detail as to which files were big and done some more downloading yesterday, but
well, we did our best.
Yeah. You know what? I am gonna actually. I'm going to put up my Be Right Back screen. I'm going to go grab another coffee.
All right.
Okay, so I'll be right back. Hang tight.
Yeah, Tommy the cat, very excited to see what difference this guide makes. I think I'll try it tonight. When Rob and I got together and came up with this idea, we wanted to give people a taste of what the game might look like if you've spent, an entire week setting up almost 400 mods, but with under 100 mods. And so the goal is that you'll have, a lot of visual changes, a couple gameplay changes that are really noticeable. And we tried to stick with mods that were really provide a lot in one download, versus like we were saying with Dream is the Door, it kind of just does one thing, and that's what makes the bigger mod list longer. So yeah. Dean High says, which UI mod is that black flat one which you use in your vids? I think maybe you're talking about OpenHUD, which we will be installing coming up, so stay tuned. Actually, now that I think about what Dean High just said, I think you might be talking about monochrome user interface, which we will also be getting to. So stay tuned.
Okay, I am back. Just putting my headphones on.
Welcome back.
Awesome. Hang tight. Which UI mod is that black flat one you used in your videos? We'll get there. We'll get there.
I just described that. Yep, we're getting there.
Yeah, we're gonna get there. Okay, awesome. Well, thanks for moderating the chat while I took a quick break there. Very handy while we waited for this. Oh, it's still not done. Wow. I still had 4 seconds of break time.
Wow.
All right. Well, that's fine. Let me just. Okay, I'm going to unzip this guy here. And is there anything we need to do? Anything special with this one?
No. Let me just take a quick look myself. Yeah, it's just a basic replacer. So yeah.
Oh, okay. There is. Folder. It is like folder within a folder within a folder. So we're going to want to. One way to do this. I'm just going to go back up a level here. Grab this folder name here, and we do want to name the data files folder with the mod name, and slide it in here. It's getting hard because I need. You know what? This is going to make my job easier. Because here's the thing, and the reason I'm doing this, if you're on Windows, if you do this, you're going to drop it in a folder. So you need an empty space here, and as this gets bigger, you need a little bit of space here to slide it in. So little details that might make your life easier as you're doing this. All right. So is that the last VFX mod?
Yeah, that's the end of the VFX section, and now we're on to ground.
We're on to. Sorry, you went silent for a second there.
I backed away from my mic. We're on to Groundcover.
Groundcover. Okay, I'm assuming you have some kind of noise gate or something, because you clip out sometimes when you do that. I think that's not a big deal. All right.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, I have a noise gate and a standing desk, so I'm standing here talking to y'all, and I kind of like am,
Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, I mic problems are just incessant. I mean, it's really hard to. Sometimes I record a whole video, or I do a live stream, and I listen to it afterwards, and I'm like, well, that's not how I wanted it to sound.
Yep.
All right, Groundcover. Now, Groundcover is kind of its own whole world of modding here. And I think for now, what are our steps here?
First just download it as normal.
And that's on. Okay, it's a regular download on Nexus. Manual download.
And you just need that. You don't need the patch that's on there. We don't.
Okay, good to know. And looks like okay, it's a quick one. Let's clean this up while we're waiting. All that parasol stuff got done, right? Yeah, okay. Vert's ground cover. This can go in here. Try and keep things as clean as possible. All right. Vert's ground cover for OpenMW. This one is actually very nicely packaged. There are some settings edits we need to do for this one too, I think, but not yet.
No settings. But we will have to enable it in a way that is specific to Groundcover.
Mm-hmm.
So go ahead and in your folder there, delete all of the plugins except the Reads one.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's the only one. That's the only one we're using
of Verts.
Of Verts, yeah.
Okay. All right. Makes sense. And then we're gonna need to do the data file, right, and this is ground cover, so I'm going to make a separate category here. Ground cover, is that what we're calling this section?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Ground cover, of course, is grass. So, this is I think we should mention this. If you are running a very low-end rig, then ground cover is definitely. I think the ground cover performance on OpenMW is very good these days, but this is one that you might want to consider not having if you're having frame rate issues. This would be one that you could take out, I think, right?
Well, Groundcover with OpenMW is almost, on a reasonably modern graphics card, almost free performance-wise with the default settings. But if you're running on a potato, might want to consider passing this section.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I would say, and we should have said this earlier, actually, one of the things I would say to people who are asking, like, how much should I mod Morrowind, and this is my computer, and what performance issues am I going to have? One of the cool things about OpenMW and Morrowind is you can run Morrowind on a on a laptop with no dedicated graphics card. But if you're going to do that, then you can't mod the graphics. That's what I would say broadly is if you don't have a dedicated graphics card on your computer, then don't bother with the vast majority of the graphics mods. Just play the game with the vanilla graphics and put things like natural character growth and decay and other quality of life improvements to kind of modernize the game. And honestly, I was playing around with doing that on like an old Android phone at one point just to see how it ran. That was great. It was great. If you're playing it on a phone or whatever, then which is super cool, by the way, you should try it. Just load up having Morrowind launch on your Android phone is like kind of trippy. But if you don't have a dedicated graphics card, then much of this list is going to be a bit problematic for you. As some of it is not going to be, but that we could have said that as a disclaimer earlier. But you can definitely, there are tweaks as well on the website. There is a section on the website, I think, where you make some suggestions about how to tone things down if you don't have a dedicated card, because you don't, an Intel HD in whatever they put on basic laptops can probably run, can run Morrowind fine if you don't upscale all the textures.
Right. Yep. Exactly. And I do have on the website, I do have a performance tips page that kind of goes into details about what you can change, how you can change it, and all that. So
this mod in particular would be one of those ones. But I guess now, okay, do we want to do this bit now? This.
Actually, we can go ahead and just skip that. We don't need to do that.
Okay, we can skip it. All right, sounds good. Let's go to the next mod then. Ramiro's ground cover. So just another ground cover that covers different areas of the game. And let's see here. Manual download.
Yep.
And there we go. I guess they have Canadian servers, huh?
Nice. Fun fact: my website actually runs out of Montreal.
It runs out of Montreal, huh?
Yeah.
Hilarious. Yeah. What's the hosting company?
OVH.
OVH. Haven't heard of them. There's
I think they're out of McGill University.
Oh, really? Wow. Okay. Well, then your website is hosted 10 blocks from my house.
Nice.
Yeah, that's hilarious. That is pretty cool. What do we need for this guy? Not much, eh? I think this one just gets. There's other.
Vert?
Oh, whoa.
Looks like you got Vert going again.
Okay. Cancel?
Yeah.
Cancel. Okay. Wait a second. Did I screw anything up?
No, you probably just re-added some of those plugins that you deleted.
Shit. Okay. Well,
no harm done, really.
No harm done. Let's get rid of those. Oops. I just unzipped the Verts one again. We're getting tired. It's a lot of clicking. And like certainly, we're doing this in about 5 hours. This whole list. It's going to take a little longer than that for if you haven't done it before and if you don't have Johnny Hostile coaching you through it. But it's absolutely like. Book yourself a Sunday to do this. You should be able to get it mostly done, or maybe you polish it up the next night. And I think we're living up to our promise of modding Morrowind in an evening or in a day or whatever you want to call it.
I think so.
I don't think we're being I don't think it's too much of a stretch. Okay.
No.
Now we do have choices here. So what do we need in this one?
Yeah, so first and foremost, out of this one, there are 3 folders that we want. You want the 00 core OpenMW option. You want the 03 TR plugins option. And this last one could be considered optional, but I love it. The 01B thicker grass OpenMW option.
Okay. So just sorry, I got distracted for a second. So core OpenMW.
Yep.
What was it? Sorry, thicker grass OpenMW?
Thicker grass OpenMW, yep.
Okay. And
TR plugins.
TR plugins. We want TR preview plugins?
If you're going to be using the TR preview content, then you'll want that. I don't recommend the TR preview content on my website just because it's not promoted by the TR team as forward compatible, meaning when they come out with an update, your save is not going to be able to, safely get the new version because you've got some old content that may not, move forward correctly. So it's really your decision. If you're like me and Rob and you like to just wipe characters and start new ones, yeah, go for the preview stuff. It looks fantastic.
Exactly. And we should talk a little bit about TR preview and what it is when we get to the plugins and stuff like that. But basically, Tamriel rebuilt. Well, you know what? I just, while we're on the topic, because I think it's actually worth clarifying. It's a fairly, no, it's not in there. It's in here. Tamriel rebuilt. Tamriel data, I think it's in, is it in there or is it in the, no, it's the plugins, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's in Tamriel rebuilt here. So core here. Oh, is TR preview? Oh, we don't even have it listed. Oops.
Yeah, you'll want to extract that from the download file again, but yeah, it's separate.
Okay, right. I forgot. So there's a separate folder in the TR one that's preview. Basically, what you have is TR, the mainlands, mainland factions, basically factions and mainlands. Mainland gives you the access to the whole mainland, but only the parts that they've done, which is about half of the map. Preview puts the landmass in for the other part of the map. I like it because I find that if I'm playing in Tamriel Rebuilt, I don't like to just like see the edge of the world. I like to just like fill out the horizon with what will eventually be there. But Tamriel Rebuilt, the developers will recommend that you don't necessarily use it, because if you want to, update and add new content, then you could, I guess, potentially run into issues. But I haven't had issues with that either, to be perfectly honest. So I don't know. I'm an advocate of using the preview file, but if they tell you not to do it, then maybe for advanced users only.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm gonna actually, before I forget, I think it's in here. I'm going to do that now. If you do want to use it, I'll show you how to do it. Let's just actually extract it here. I don't think it's very complicated to add I think it's just a plugin, right?
Yeah, there's one folder that has the preview content, and there's a new plugin for the travel network if you want the travel stuff to be, integrated with the preview content.
Did we do the Oh, right. Okay, right. Okay, I remember now. Oh, interesting. So we didn't download it at all, did we? It's in a separate download.
I guess it must be a separate download. Okay. Whoops.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna quickly find it now so that I don't forget. Because Tamriel Rebuilt download, and main release downloads. There we go. So there's a main release page. Tamriel data release notes page. Sorry, I'll pop this over here so you can see what I'm doing here. I think this is worth looking at because it's probably going to be a pretty frequently asked question to a certain degree. Let's go to the Nexus page here and see how they organize it. Yeah, Tamriel Rebuilt, the hotfix, which we did get. Optional files, TR music, and
preview content is actually in the main download file. I'm looking at my copy.
Why am I not seeing it then? I'll just download it again. Fine. Oh no, it's really big. Oh no, that's not going to work. Okay. Well, why am I not seeing it then? Let me just double check in here. I'm seeing core and factions, but is it in data by any chance?
No, it's definitely in the Tamriel Rebuilt main.
That's so weird. Or is this like a weird hotfix one that's just a hotfix? Tamriel Rebuilt.
That's just the hotfix one, maybe.
Maybe. Huh. All right, I'm gonna try and resolve this. If we get cancel.
My Tamriel Rebuilt folder file has a Nexus Modsy name, with all the numbers and stuff.
Yeah, that's what I have too. Let me just see what this folder has. Thankfully, I've got this subfolder here so I can kind of stage it in here and see. That's weird. Maybe they've changed it.
No, that's just the hotfix one you...
No, but see, I've got this one here too. I hope I've got the right file. Yes, to all. That's weird.
Yeah, that's hotfix 2.
Hotfix 1 used together
hotfix
with
also I meant.
I'm wondering actually whether I downloaded the correct file. Let's get it re-downloading. Just because I want to make sure that we didn't screw it up. I didn't download this one live. I'm glad we checked this because it's quite possible that I didn't actually. So it's in the main files here. Last download.
We would find out anyway once we use the validator. So.
Interesting. Oh, it's only 65 megabytes. Right. Okay, it's the data one that's big, so it's not big. We can resolve this now. M. Earl, see you next time, man. Thanks for tuning in, and yeah, as I mentioned, this will be up for time immemorial. So you can certainly come back and watch the end if you need more advice. And yeah, thanks for hanging out. All right, where did that go? That went to mod downloads, and we're just waiting on it. There we go. I'm perplexed here because I'm pretty positive this is what I downloaded last time, and
I am too, honestly. But
okay, all right.
There you go.
Well, I better go back then and. I better take a good look. We better kind of double check this here. I mean, I know your validator's gonna, but it's easy enough to just go back to the, where was it? It's up here. Landmass 00 core Tamriel data, Tamriel rebuild 00 core 01 faction.
You know, we probably never added the data path for just plain. You got the hotfix data path in there.
Yeah. Hotfix is there, but I'm wondering whether this is correct. Is this another hotfix? It's quite possible that I downloaded the wrong file.
In any case, we should just replace those lines with the right one.
Oh, these ones here? Okay. Yeah, okay. All right. That makes sense. I don't know what I put in there before, but
yeah,
so let's go back to the mods.
It'll be interesting to go back and watch.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and the thing is that also didn't happen so it should be this one. Should be this. Let's just rename this Tamriel rebuilt, right? I think I've duplicated it. Yeah, I think I duplicated the hotfix. I downloaded the hotfix twice instead of, and let's just, yeah, because this is identical to the hotfix folder. So let's grab this and just overwrite. Okay, and then the faction integration and replace, and then preview content. I want that to travel network for core and Vardenfell. This adds fast travel, Morrowind style fast travel between
boat rides and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Abbott's Travels mods don't work on OpenMW. It's one of the only notable cool mods that doesn't. They sort of do. Yeah, we've been making some physics changes that broke them, but we'll fix them. It's interesting. Yeah, I feel like it's sort of high priority and sort of not. Okay, let me just. It's a great mod. Abbott's travel mods are great. They let you. You can ride the silt striders and you can ride the boats and you can actually see where you're traveling. On the other hand, it's the kind of thing that you kind of take for a spin once and then probably never use again.
That might be true, yeah.
Yeah, but okay, so we need to add, then we are going to need to add lines here. And I think this is not in the instructions, by the way, so don't worry too much about this. But if you're following along, I want this one too. Where are we here? This is hotfix 1, hotfix 2. I need this one there, and I also want, oh, wait a second. Core preview, and you only need one of these two, don't you?
Yeah.
That's right. Okay, so then we can just replace that one. Okay. Travel network for core. I got something weird going on here. I didn't put the data equals in. Okay, data equals. I'm just mangling my whole section here. All right. No, like that. Okay, that should be good. Let me just double check here.
You got a minus sign there instead of an equal too.
Oh, fun. Okay, yeah. All right, so core...
And also two above for your preview content, you need to put data equals.
Oh, yep, okay. Thank you. Getting a little bit too gung-ho about changing this stuff. But again, your validator would have found those kind of errors. So yeah, core, faction integration, preview content, faction integration, travel network for core, preview, all this stuff. I'd take it all, honestly. I'd take it all unless you really are worried about your save. If you really play one character extensively and are worried about your save game not working. But again, I gotta say, I have not had issues. I've fucked with this a bunch with the same saves and just not had issues. So they just, I think they don't want to suggest that you do it because they don't want to hear about your corrupted save file because you've been fucking around.
They may make some changes that are definitely not, compatible. So they just don't know what it's going to be like. So
yeah, exactly. Okay. Where were we before we went down that rabbit hole?
Yeah, we were in Groundcover, and actually we're done with Groundcover now.
I don't see a data path for
Ooh,
Ramiros,
yeah, so you need to add those Ramiros data paths real quick.
Did I even add Ramiros? Yeah, Ramiros ground cover there. And yeah, that's right. This is where we got stuck because we need core, OpenMW, then the thicker grass, and then, right?
Yep, that's right.
Okay, back, and TR plugins. Wait, TR preview plugins. Do I need both of these or one of them?
If you're just using TR without the preview content, you'll want that one. And then if you're also using preview stuff, which you plan on doing, you'll go ahead and throw that in there too.
Oh, so you want both? That was my question. It's not one or the other, it's both.
Both, right, exactly.
Okay. All right, that makes sense to me. Okay. TRAC, I'm just curious. Yeah, no, it definitely is. It seems to be different. Okay. Yeah, so I need this one too. And there we go. So I've got TR preview, TR plugins. I think that's pretty good for people to know about. I mean, I realize that, having this whole detour here kind of makes it complicated for people who are trying to follow along step by step. But you should understand what some of those Tamriel rebuilt plugins are doing. It's really worth it because Tamriel Rebuilt is like the mod for Morrowind these days. I think it really is. Totally. It's the future of Morrowind. Morrowind is Tamriel Rebuilt now. Okay. All right. We're done the ground cover. Next up is Sky. This is a dead easy one.
Mostly, yeah.
I don't think there's very much. Oh, there is one or two changes actually, aren't there? So Skies 4 and new Starfields. Here we go. I'm gonna need some more of these too, so let me just give myself a little bit more room to work here. There we go. Skies 4. Skies 4 is great. It makes the sky look better. Definitely, that's why it makes it onto, my essentials list for sure, because you spend a lot of time under the sky.
For sure, yeah.
Yeah. All right. So I'll go back to the downloads folder. There we go. Clean this shit up. No. Oh, is it still? It's still downloading. Okay.
Seems like it's another big one. Oops.
Uh-oh. How big? Oh, it's not going to be too bad. It's not going to be too bad.
Not too bad.
Let's look ahead here. Would have been good to get this downloading while I fixed the bloody Tamriel Rebuilt thing. All right, we got Glow in the Dark coming up, True Nights in Darkness, which is great. The user interface stuff, this is pretty easy, and then the settings tweaks. Yeah, no, we're laughing. So we're going to be a little bit over. I think 5 hours. I think 5 hours and 15 minutes or something is going to be our total time for this instead of the promised 4 hours. But overall, still very much a manageable list that can be done, if not in a day, if not in an evening, then in a day, if not in a day, then in a weekend.
For sure. And we certainly in the beginning, we took our time.
Yeah.
Bit. And so, yeah, if you're doing this yourself, you'll get your own kind of workflow going. You'll get in the zone, and then you'll get to the final checklist.
Yeah. And
before you know it.
And I would say that, I think there are some people who are just going to want to follow the instructions to the T. And they just don't feel, comfortable with changing a lot of files and reorganizing folder structures and stuff. There are other people who are going to kind of intuitively understand, depending on how you use computers and, how involved you are in the computer world. No judging either way. Some people just don't like to do any of this kind of stuff, and they'd like to do the bare minimum, and I get that totally. It's not a hobby for everyone, and some people are going to get into it, and they're going to kind of start to intuitively understand how the folder structures work. And you may be watching how I'm doing this and thinking like, Jesus, man, don't organize your folders this way, don't name them that way, don't, you know what I mean? There's and if that's the level at which you're doing this, then this guide should be kind of a launching off point for you rather than a follow along and follow every step.
Definitely.
When I did this last time, I did use Mod Organizer 2, and certainly there were things I was doing using the FOMod installers and stuff like that allowed me to very quickly make decisions about what to install and not install, and then move folders around. And there's various ways you can do that within Mod Organizer 2. But as you mentioned, as you know, what I found when I used Mod Organizer 2 was it was probably a bit faster to get this done the first time, but if you want to go back and make changes afterwards, you're going to have so much back and forth between the like, especially when you use like the Delta plugin and stuff like that. Anytime you have to patch something and then make a new list make a new plugin and put that in there, and like it adds a lot of steps later, and it you know, it can make it a little bit trickier to get anything that it is like an OMW add-on plugin as well. You're going to need to change the file extension and stuff like that. So anyway, it is, there are advantages, but you know, and from what I understand, the modding possibilities of OpenMW are going to evolve.
That's right. Yep.
Yeah, more mod manager type capabilities, I think, will be kind of in there or whatever, or available. Okay, so Skies 4, we're going to, do we want this whole folder and then pick specific ones maybe?
So what I usually go with is just the Skies-4 folder.
Mm-hmm.
And, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's the one. Yep, that's the one.
Mm-hmm.
And then inside that, okay. Oh, and also going back, we want, I'm sorry, one more thing out of there. We want that particles folder.
Particles. Okay. Should that go inside the? No. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna rethink that. Where did I put it? Here. So let's take this whole folder here and we'll call it Skies 4 like this.
There you go.
And we will just put data paths for both of those. That's going to make more sense.
Perfect.
All right. I also did some stuff, like I overwrote stuff when I did it last time, which we're not really doing this time. We're deleting the odd thing, but we're keeping a lot of these mods fairly intact. So we want this folder, and then we also want particles. And is there anything
particles? But we need to delete 2 files out of here.
Okay, which one?
So go into the meshes folder and delete
particles?
And delete raindrop.nif.
Mm-hmm.
And then go back down to the textures folder and delete tx raindrop 001. Yeah.
01. Okay. All right. Yeah. So get rid of the raindrops. It's interesting. I remember that being an issue. Yeah. Okay. I remember.
OpenMW does raindrops slightly different from Morrowind.exe, and that may change in the future once we framework.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So Skies 4 is done.
Well, actually, not quite. So normally you would just scroll down here and you would check out the extra config section. And right. Yeah, so that second block, you're going to want to copy that.
Mm-hmm.
And then go into your OpenMW's CFG file over there. Scroll up to the very start of your data paths.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and the very start of my data paths. So under all these fallbacks.
Yep, and below the very last fallback, paste all that stuff in.
Okay. All right.
And so what happens here is these are going to overwrite some of the ones that are listed higher above and one listed. And these are the values that this Skies mod expects.
Oh, interesting. So I think you used to have to just go in and edit these in here.
So the way the mod comes out of the box is with settings for vanilla Morrowind. Then you can use the INI importer. I've done that for you here.
Okay, great. Yeah, that's awesome. So, and I didn't realize. So, this is something maybe power users will appreciate though. So, if you post fallbacks, if I post duplicates of these under them, it overwrites them.
Right, exactly. So if you put another foggy clouds at the bottom there, it's going to overwrite that.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Yeah. If you don't use these, then the sky is crazy.
It'll move fast. Yeah.
It'll move really fast. It'll be like a tornado every day. Okay. All right. New star fields. That was it, right? We're done with Skies 4?
That's it. We're done.
Okay. New star fields. We need 8 versions to choose from. So this is one of these ones where like you can actually look. I think I'll just go with your recommendations, but you can actually look at the screenshots here and pick which one you like the best, right?
Yep, exactly. Take some time, look at the screenshots, milk your dark put up there, and use the one that you like.
Use the one that you like. Yeah. I'm going to just. Oh, you know what? We have time. It's got to download. So let's look at some of these while we wait for it to download. You know, I also could have, yeah, if I can. That I find that the preview, a lot of the people post high resolution images in these, and they shouldn't do that. Because this is why it takes so long to load on the website. Yeah. Actually, interesting. It doesn't tell you which is which here, unless I'm just not seeing it because of this thing. Wait a second. Does it tell you? Oh, no. Nuts. No, get rid of that. Oh, no. Huh. It doesn't actually tell you which is which in the screenshots here. I think there's a file in the download that tells you, that gives you...
I'm using number 6 for what it's worth.
You're using number 6. Yeah. Yeah, I usually like the ones that aren't too crazy nebula, you know. Also, we'll see. All right, let's unzip this. I think in here there's if I remember correctly...
There are some screenshots that show.
Yeah, this is sorry. This is good for people to know. You can see here. Let's open these up. You can get, this is versions 1 and 2, version 3. You're using version 6?
I believe so. Yep.
Version 6, version 5. Version 5 is bonkers. Version 4. Yeah, I think I was using version 3 in the past because I just like this really simple, you know, dark.
It's subtle. Yeah.
Subtle, yeah. I'm gonna go with version 3, but you can pick whichever. This is really one where it's very much up to. I like to have this sort of realistic night sky. Oh, and this opens in separate windows, does it? Huh. Okay. Windows images, not the best. Okay. So what we need to do here is when we pick one, we need to take the other ones out, right?
No, actually not. All you need to do is just rename the one you use. So first off, you need to create a folder called texture.
Oh, okay. Create a folder called textures.
Yep.
Again, we're just making it look like Morrowind wants it to. Okay.
Pick the one you want to use and plop it in there, and then rename it to simply x_stars.dds.
Oh, _stars. Okay, you're just... I get it. That's an interesting approach. Okay. Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, so we can actually leave the other ones in here, right? Because they don't disturb anything by just being in that. No harm done. And that way, if you ever want to go back and change it, then you just you can go back and do that. Yeah, it's pretty easy. That's awesome. Yeah, I remember doing that the last time. This is a classic mod, a good one. New starfields. Now we just need to grab the data path and stick it. I gotta go back down to the bottom here. And that goes here. Awesome. All right, that's it for the sky, if I recall correctly. Which means we are now at. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. We are now at the lighting. So for the time being, this is Melchior Dark's glow in the dark. There were for a while some custom shaders available for OpenMW, but those aren't working. Or the shaders are coming soon, basically.
Right, exactly. They may not find their way into 0.48, but it's being worked on. Yeah,
that's gonna be awesome. Just out of curiosity, like I just went through a whole thing modding Skyrim. We're getting to the end here, so I don't mind asking some questions for my benefit.
Sure.
But out of curiosity, like I installed like an ENB in my most recent modding of Skyrim, and that allows you to basically do. I don't know if you're familiar with ENB, but it's just like
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And that allows you to do like screen space, ambient occlusion, and depth of field and stuff like that. What is? I think people will find this a relevant question. What is the? I think some of that stuff is probably going to be, or could eventually be implemented into OpenMW, or what's the deal with those kinds of advanced graphics stuff?
Yeah, so stuff like ENB, when OpenMW adds its own shaders framework, stuff like ENB and Reshade will basically be irrelevant because those things are hooked on top of the game and run sort of outside of it. And so, you'll be able to have ambient occlusion, maybe some kind of implementation of AMD's FSR, talking about doing that. That'll all be doable within our shaders framework, and we may very well even ship some of that stuff with OpenMW, as I mentioned earlier.
Okay, yeah, that's what I figured. I basically, because I think with the Morrowind graphics extender, some of that stuff is again kind of ships with it, right? So if and I think that is why people who've been using Morrowind graphics extender for a long time and have a huge mods list, they're not particularly interested in going with OpenMW because like they're used to having depth of field and they're used to having stuff like that. But from what you're saying, my view of OpenMW, because I initially went with OpenMW because I was running it on a MacBook. That really was my reason. And I sort of thought when I got my PC, I'm like, do I want to try out that MGEXE now that I have a computer that can run it? And I thought about it and I thought about it and I thought about it and I was just like, no. I'm along for the ride with OpenMW. I really do believe that those kind of features are, if they're possible, they'll come along eventually. And it sounds like they are possible. So I think
absolutely.
Yeah. But I feel like that's a good attitude to have though with OpenMW, is really just, you got to kind of be along for the ride a bit in terms of that stuff, because I think it is possible and it will come along, and it ultimately, in my view, my impression is that it will work better in the long run than anything that the script extender is going to tack on, in terms of not having to fight with the original engine. But maybe I'm.
Yeah, that's not totally off base. Those tools are great and they extend the original engine in awesome ways, but they are kind of limited to the skeleton of the original, even though they've really pushed it in ways. Mm-hmm. At the end of the day, limited a little bit. So yeah, we will be doing it.
Sorry, go on.
No. I was just going to say OpenMW it's a work in progress and it's a volunteer project. So, things happen when somebody does them, and yeah, somebody is done shit.
Yeah, that's awesome. The shaders thing already was amazing. I also like I said, I did an ENB with Skyrim, and for example, Night Eye basically just doesn't work, right? Because what the ENB does is it turns off some of the filters that are built into the graphics engine in Skyrim. So it's like if you play with an ENB, and there's a few like workarounds and stuff, but like not really. Like you really just you have to choose between like, do you want things to look really awesome because of the ENB, or do you want to use Night Eye? And that's the kind of, I feel like if those kind of features do get implemented into OpenMW, the sort of advanced next gen graphics features, which would be super cool, then at the very least they'll be done in a way that doesn't create those kind of dilemmas. What are we doing with glow in the dark here? Is there any? So we need version 0.46 or further. We need plugins if we're going to use Dark Mode Legmar, which is a great mod that is on, I think, the total overhaul list.
It is, yeah.
Okay. I won't install it now, but if you aren't using Nord Shut Your Windows, you may also want to include Nord Glass Windows Interior Sunrise. I don't think we are using this on our list.
We are not.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, this is one of the edits I did earlier today where I say, except for one day modernization, we are.
There we go.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Perfect. All right.
And one other thing to note too here is where I say, please use version 2.11.2 of Glow in the Dark, because the very latest 3. Whatever Glow in the Dark that's out isn't fully compatible with OpenMW at the moment. I'm not 100% sure what's broken. I have a plan to figure it out, and we'll fix it. For now, you got to go with the older one.
Okay. Which I wonder
if this changes in the future, I will update the usage.
This is a pretty, I mean, I think here it says mod requirements MGEXE, which obviously we don't have because we're doing the OpenMW method. But if until the shaders thing does, wait, did I install it? Oh, I installed the wrong one. That means okay. Let me just, let's just start from scratch here. Because I can't tell the difference between those two files. If until we get some kind of shaders, I feel like this is a pretty essential mod. So I know, and I'm pretty sure, I might be off the mark here, but I feel like this is one of those mods where people who are developing OpenMW, like they're thinking about compatibility with this mod in particular. As their
it was a target for 0.46. It was a big feature to be compatible with this.
Make glow in the dark work. Okay. So I think we can just what do we need from this?
All right. So from this one, let's see, what do I got here?
Oh fuck. All right. So I already had it in here. Did I just like autopilot install this?
I think we might have, while we were talking.
Okay. You know what? Let's just, to be safe, let's just delete this and throw it back in like that. I don't know what the hell I did. Getting tired. What?
Yeah, you might need to re-extract it because I think you might have already.
That's weird. Okay. All right. So let's just try that again. Okay. Yeah, that looks correct. Should have all those folders in it. Just gonna get rid of that junk.
Looks
and good. Let's slide this into here.
All right.
Okay, good. I don't know what the hell happened there. Anyway, what do we need from this? We need the core one?
Core.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and then we need...
This one is not strictly required, but if you higher end 0.1 high res texture, replace it.
I'm going to do that. We've already downloaded it. So not strictly required. High res window texture for sure. Interior sun rays. I'm a fan of the interior sun rays, but what is your recommendation on that?
I love the interior sun rays, and I definitely recommend using those.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Well, so we'll stick that in there. And Nord glass windows, interior sunrays. This is an either or one. You can see it's actually the same number, so it's like pick one or the other, basically. Oops.
Yep. So yeah, you want that one as well.
Okay, and then we want, I think, Telvanni dormers.
Yes.
You recommend that?
Oh yeah, definitely.
That adds windows to the otherwise windowless Telvanni.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
Raven Rock glass with interior sun rays.
Yep. You want that.
Again, you see, this is a foam mod installer, so it's like, they're both number 5. You only want one of the two. It's an either or one. Dark Molag Mar. We don't have Dark Molag Mar installed, so I'm not going to put that in for now. Windows we also don't have, I don't think.
We do not.
Okay, and that Windows, I don't even know if Windows works with OpenMW, does it?
I believe it does.
Yeah. That's the one that puts like windows on doors or something.
It's, I think, and I've never used it, so please forgive me if I'm wrong, but I believe it is similar to how Glow in the Dark makes the windows glow. I think the windows makes the like the bottoms of the doors glow from the lights that are inside, It's kind of like that.
That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah,
but but we don't have it. Okay, so are we done with that? Is there anything else? So we may want to include Nord glass windows, interior sunrays. Okay, so we did that already.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, we're done. We're
done. True Nights and Darkness. We are so close to being finished, guys. True Nights and Darkness. It feels good. It feels good, and it doesn't feel like it went. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, I was just going to stop you too. So this one actually doesn't require a download for this mod list. And I will put specific instructions on here. Yeah, but it's just a bunch of fallback values.
Oh, because all this does is change those.
It just changes the ambient darkness of nighttime to make it a bit darker.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
Huh.
So you would basically, the same as we did for skies, you'd basically take that big wall of stuff and paste it at the bottom of your fallbacks, and boom, you have darker nights. Good job.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I'm going to do that. So copy. And we're going to go up here. The config files. You know what? Let's do a little save. I haven't done that in a while. I mean, if my computer crashed or something, that would be the thing that would be a disaster. Okay, so that's it. That will overwrite anything, right?
Ooh, and actually, there is a note here that I put. If you're also using Skies 4, which we are, omit the last 10 lines mentioning cloud speed. So yeah, the very last 10 lines that you erase. Okay.
Those. All right. That's fine.
You don't want super fast clouds.
I can count to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Omit the last 10 lines.
Nuke 'em.
Boom.
There you go.
Okay. Awesome. All right. God, I didn't think to do this, but you could also put in lines in here like we've done here and say, like, this is what I pasted for Skies 4 and this is what I pasted for, Yeah. That would be clever. Putting in heading lines for the header lines for your just to demonstrate what I mean by that is like if you were pasting something in here, you could put in like Skies 4 stuff,
right? Exactly.
Which could be a good way to, because it the file does start to get a little bit unwieldy. You can also edit this in like Notepad++ or a better. You don't need to use Notepad like the basic Windows one, but I usually kind of use this, and it works, and also I don't it's not necessary to download it, so I wanted to do this in the most kind of vanilla way so that you guys Don't have to go and download other software, feel like you have to use other, special tools. Right, so that's done. And now we're doing the UI stuff. This stuff is great. I love it. The modern user interface mods are just great. And there's a few choices, I think, with this one.
Yeah, there are indeed. You can choose to go with a strictly black and white look where everything is black and or white. You can go with one that leaves the health, fatigue, and magicka bars colored. It depends. You can have a little color or no color at all.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see. I'm going to look through some of the images here so to give you guys a sense of what this does. Yeah. Yeah, interesting. I don't know. What am I going to choose?
I usually personally go with the less monochrome, but the fully monochrome is, just the strictly black and white. So it depends on your taste.
Fully monochrome is strictly black and white in terms of the... Now, we're also going to replace the HUD, I think, in this list, right?
We are, and that will cancel out the change for the HUD, for the health bar and things like that.
I kind of want to go with the... Oh, this here, though, would not be colored.
Right.
Yeah, the color is good. It's a visual aid, I find. I think I would get confused. Did all glow in the dark get put in here? Yeah, I did. Okay, good.
Looks like it.
I keep like keep second guessing myself. This is if you get to this level of confusion and fatigue, stop and start again the next day.
Take a break. Yeah,
take a break. Yeah, yeah. No, it's fine. I'm fine. I can do it.
We're almost there.
Like 4 more downloads, I think. So let's download that. Nexus Gaming. I love the fact that this is done through a config file. The other games just have you toss in a jumbled mess of mods files that you'd have to adjust individually rather than a single file like this. I mean, back in the day, pre-Mod Organizer 2, pre-Nexus Mod Manager, if you look at some really old mods from Morrowind, it's like the instructions are unzip this in your data files.
Yeah.
which means like if you want to change your mod setup, you basically have to do a clean install of the game or hope that you can find like you're overwriting stuff in your data files folder. So you might have to get the CD-ROM out again and right. And that's kind of, I wasn't modding Morrowind when that was how it was done. But just thinking about that makes me cringe, like the idea of overwriting, not having any kind of overwriting thing. So I see. Okay. Optional splash textures. What are we, I had to make a choice on this download screen, didn't I? Oh no.
Yeah. So the less monochrome and plain monochrome is a difference in fallback values, which we can get those from my website. Yeah, so for now, just move your folder around like we would normally been doing.
Okay, so this guy can just go into monochrome user interface, can just go into here, right?
Yeah, and then you can plug the data path into the config file.
Exactly. Beautiful. Okay. All right, stick that here. And then let's see here. We're going to go back over here and take a look at your instructions. And we're going to, this is the monochrome configuration and then the less. So there's only 2. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, yep. And then the less one. Yeah, I just, there's a really great one for Skyrim called Dear Diary. I don't know how much Skyrim you've played, by the way. I don't know if you're into it at all. But
oh, yeah.
Look up, even just look at the screenshots of Dear Diary. It's fucking great. It's really, really good. It gets rid of the kind of weird sci-fi aesthetic they went for in their UI and makes it more kind of,
Oh, cool.
It makes it look kind of like a journal or whatever. So yeah,
this looks really good. Wow.
Yeah. No, it's super great, and there's a dark mode version of it that's even better. That just came out recently. So super, super great. It's one of those Sky UI variants, basically. Okay. We're done with that. We have just a handful more mods here. True type fonts for OpenMW. This is just a font replacer, right?
Yeah. Better high resolution fonts and optional high res UI button types, which are, if you're playing on a modern day HD 4K, you're going to want these. Yeah. Otherwise, your text is going to look blurry when you scale up the UI.
Yep. Well, we're going to go with the Russian... I'm kidding. Tweak Pelagiad font. Do we know what this is? I think I downloaded that one.
I don't use that one personally.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with the spacing. So
okay, cool. Well, we'll keep it simple then. Fonts. Boom. Now, does this one install like a mod, or does it still go into?
So this one has some steps that we need to consult the website for.
Right. I remember this. They're not hard steps though. They're not hard steps. I remember doing this one. All right. Copy the fonts folder into your OpenMW configuration folder. Earl. Yeah, we're still at it. We've got another. We're down to the last like 2 or 3 mods. Earl says, "Lol, you're still at it." Yeah, it took a little longer than we said it would take, but I mean, I'm not surprised. We're going to be at 5.5 hours, I think, for what I would consider to be we are overhauling the game here, even if it's not a total overhaul. It's a 5-hour, overhaul modernization session. So that we're going to go back into, for this mod in particular, fonts, it needs to go into Documents, My Games, OpenMW, right? Or am I wrong?
Right there.
Right here.
Nope. Right
That's
there,
it.
Yep.
That's it. That's it. Easy. So this is where fonts get stored in OpenMW, I guess. They don't go into the game data folder. And what else? Oh, the HT texture buttons. Where does that go? Is inside a high res that includes texture. Place the textures folders into the data paths suggested. Oh, okay. So this one is a mod.
This one is a normal mod. Yep. The buttons are just a normal mod.
Okay. Let's do that then. And we're going to go to our just grab it that way. I'm glad I did that. It's I would be clicking around in this, and like I found some I didn't really plan how I was going to do this on one monitor, but okay. This one goes into I see. Okay, so we'll call this HD texture buttons. And stick it in here, and then grab that data path. Perfect. That's it, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And this one can go down in the user interface section here. Really glad I did this. One of the reasons I gravitated towards using Mod Organizer 2 was like this being messy, and like it's just not anymore. So, and most of the things we changed in the fallback stuff doesn't really matter a whole hell of a lot. Like even if you. Like, it's not like it's going to ruin your game if you're missing, most of that. Anyway, okay.
I would argue that the sky stuff would be awkward looking. You would have very fast clouds, but yeah.
But you'd also be pretty easy to remember. Remember what you did. Okay, we are done with the true type fonts. There we go. OpenHUD. OpenHUD has a bit of a disclaimer because it's not going to work with the next version, as I understand it.
Yeah, the OpenMW 0.48 nightly builds have a new UI framework that's a work in progress, and so this is broken, but there will be a new version.
So something that you may want to get rid of later. I just want to show you guys what this does, though. It's super cool. It just makes the HUD so much better. The icons, like these bars, are super tiny in vanilla Morrowind. They're like really hard to see. I don't know what the hell they were thinking. I mean, Christ, the game was made for Xbox. But
and the Xbox actually has an even different UI itself too.
That's true, right? Use config values for color bars. Do we want? What does that do?
Oh yeah, so that might if you were using, for example, the fully monochrome.
Yeah. Okay, I get it.
Interface, it would apply those values instead of the ones that this one just comes with.
No, I want the colors. I want the colors. Yep. The more I think about it, I'm just like, no, that's going to drive me nuts. I'm going to forget which is which. Okay, let's go back here, and that's OpenUI, and extract to OpenUI, OpenHUD, and this
one has a bit of a special install process, you may recall.
Okay.
This is not a normal mod, so you need to go to your OpenMW.
Oh, the OpenMW install folder. All right, so that's actually in, hang tight, that's in here. And Morrowind Modding. Okay, so it's actually here. And then, wait, I got to get back to downloads.
And this is the folder that has openmw.exe, openmwlauncher.exe.
Yes.
This is where you want to be.
Yeah, okay. And then and this one goes, is it resources?
So you'll want to drag and drop resources on top of the one that came with OpenMW, and you're going to be overwriting files. And that's normal.
Which also means that if you update the next version, then it won't like break. It'll just overwrite this. Probably. I don't know. Maybe
I think
that's wrong.
you actually put the folder inside resources. You have resources.
Oh, fuck. Oops. Let's take the contents, my GUI. I'm just going to do this like this because there we go.
There you go.
So there we go. Replace the file. So we are overwriting stuff. This is one of the ones that if you're worried about overwriting it, you might not want to do, but that's not a big deal.
It's just the way that it works. In the next version of OpenMW, there will be a moddable
UI, yeah. So presumably it'll be easy enough to fix this mod then.
Right.
Yeah. Wait.
Now there is one other thing we need to do. You need to go back to your
I forgot. Yeah, we need to. This is a data folder too.
Yep, exactly. It gives us some textures, so we need to plug that in.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So that's here and data. Yeah, we need to. We'll just call this open HUD.
Yeah.
Yep. Open HUD and sticker in here. And right. Well, that's actually good news then. As much as it's a shame that this brilliant mod is going to be broken by the update, basically what it means is that step we just did won't be necessary. So
exactly.
Yeah. So I'm sure this mod will get updated, or I hope it does. Anyway, it's a great one. It's a really good one. That one and glow in the dark. Those are the two that I guess are problematic, as well as natural character growth and decay. Man, that's a deal breaker. So no 48 for me until that gets fixed.
Yep, I'm on it. Don't worry.
I know. All right, big icons. Again, all four of these I just think are kind of essential in a certain sense. It's pretty self-explanatory. In vanilla Morrowinds, I want to show this off because it's pretty cool. And I haven't used this before actually, but I know what it does and I know that I want it. They should post a smaller screenshot because this is why this takes forever to load. So basically these icons here in vanilla Morrowind are tiny. They're like a quarter of the size of that, or not even. They're super, super tiny, so you can never see them. You don't even know, and those are your active effects. Like if your character's like poisoned or something, this is where it shows up.
Well,
so
I just want to clarify that in OpenMW, the icons are not actually bigger. That's an MWSE Lua feature for the time being. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But what this does is it gives you higher resolution icons for the spells, and they look fantastic.
Okay, all right. So shows what I know. I haven't used this before, but for the time being, they're not bigger, is what you're saying, which is
right. It's not going to make them bigger like you saw in that screenshot, but it will make them look a lot nicer.
That's too bad, but I hope it'll make them bigger in the future.
Yes, like I said, we're working on a moddable UI. So
yeah, that's right. Okay, awesome. Well, that's great. I mean, moddable UI is going to be really invaluable, I think.
Oh yeah. Definitely.
Yeah. Okay.
Like Open HUD, just wait till you see what's coming.
Oh, awesome. Well, then that's great. Then I'm not worried. I'm not worried at all. I hesitated as to just to not include this, but I think it'll be good for the time being.
It's worth it. It's definitely worth it.
So, what's the flattened texture? What's the difference between those? I kind of want to see.
I personally like the textured one.
Yeah, I think the textured one's better. And okay, that's
closer
very
to vanilla.
4 times, 8 times. What do we think?
I use 8x myself.
Really? Wow. Can you actually
you probably don't need the 8x one. I've got a really good graphics card, so I just throw it in there. 4x, since the icons themselves aren't really getting any bigger, 4x would probably be acceptable also.
Okay. I'm gonna go with 8 times just for kicks, but yeah. So what is this mod called again? Big icons.
Big icons.
Big icons. Let's call it that and stick it in there. Oh, what am I doing? You know what? Let's do this the other way. Let's take the whole folder.
There you go.
And that way you're going to be able to change the setting if you want.
Swap them in and out. Yep.
Well, and the thing is, for me, I'm probably not going to go back and change the setting. But it also, that way I can also remember, we need the core file too, don't we?
No, you do not.
But you don't. Why have they called that core then? Oh, because when you go through a foam mod installer, it wants you to read this. Okay. Yeah, no, I like doing it this way because if I ever end up re-downloading this mod for whatever reason, at least my folder looks more like what I'm going to get when I download it. So it's not like, what have I done to this?
Right.
Exactly. It's not like, what have I done to this in the past? It's like, no, it's all there. I just only referenced that data path. Okay, that's it. That's all the mods. All the mods.
That's it, man.
The rest, these things here, are not really mods. They're changes in the settings file. So let's go through them quickly. They're pretty copy and paste, right? Cut and paste.
It's definitely copy and pasteable. I think we should actually probably run OpenMW launcher and do it that way. because most of these are actually available in there, and the few we can go ahead and do outside. So yeah, there you go, sweet.
Oh, let's save this. You know what? Actually, I've got to quit. If you do not save, this is a good thing to. I don't think I need any more of these. I actually had a few left over at the end. What's that?
You'll need one more for Delta plugin, but yeah, we'll add that one.
Well, why don't we just, before I Delta plugin, and is it going to care if I leave this hanging out there?
I would put a pound sign in front of it.
Okay.
Just to block it off. Yeah.
I'll do that. Okay, perfect. All right, and then let's save this. If you open the launcher and you forget to save and close openmw.config, there will be stuff missing, I think, right? It doesn't.
Yeah, it will mess with what you have.
Yeah.
For sure. So.
Okay. So, and this is a good chance as well to look at sort of what the. I mean, I don't think we're going to do the plugins right away, are we? But I guess we're going to use your. Yeah, you can see there's a fuck ton of plugins here that we haven't clicked any of them. There's a bunch of warnings and stuff like that, and that's because we haven't run your little piece of software yet.
Yeah, we will get the we'll activate the plugins by way of my config generator on the website, and that'll just be some stuff that we copy and paste into the openmw.cfg file.
Right. Okay. So basically, what we want to do here is settings tweaks. So click on the advanced tab here. We can just follow these instructions here. And this is cool. A lot of the stuff you used to have to paste into a settings.config file, but now we can just do it in here, right? So advanced, we're going to go to visuals, the terrain section down here. Oh, this is great. This is so much better because it tells you in cells and not in like units or whatever.
Right.
I want 8 cells maybe.
I use 20 personally, but you're going to have a really powerful computer to do that. So between 5 and 8, I think is a good conservative value.
Yeah, I find if you put too much in this, what this does, by the way, is it's how far you can see in the game. And I find that especially if you're playing a lot in Vardenfell, if you set this too high, it makes the game look small. That's how I feel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna set it to 10, and we'll see what 10 feels like. I've done that before, and this is a real performance thing. So this is something you should probably experiment with. It's how far you can see in the game, and to give you a sense of how big a cell is, when you look at the Morrowind map, those little squares, like when you're in Balmora, for example, it's like a little T shape on the map. Like each one of those squares is a cell. So that's how I think about it, anyway. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely.
So that gives you a sense of like how many cells you're able to see. So Vivek is like, I don't know, 8 cells long or something. So if you want to see from one end of town to the other, you're going to need something like this, possibly more. Okay, what's next? Object page minimum size. Oh, this is the, this is what increases.
So this is not a strictly required tweak, but it's a good, especially if you're adding a lot of visual replacer mods like we are, it's a good tweak to make. And if this setting basically controls how many distant things the engine renders.
Yeah.
Something has to be above this size before it gets rendered. And the net result of changing this from the default is fewer things will render in the distance. There will be more pop in, but it could have a significant enhancement to your performance to
exactly. And I think if you're seeing a lot of things pop in, like you're going to find this is something that I think is a very good idea for users to kind of get familiar with and kind of play with, because you may find again, when I've set it to like 20 cells in the past, I often find it makes the game look like a bit too small. If I can see clear across, if I can see all the way from Vivek to Aldrune or something, it starts to make the game feel kind of small and doesn't, it takes away from Morrowind has a weird kind of illusion that makes you feel like the game is bigger than it is.
For sure.
Because of the way the map, especially the Vardenfell map, because of the way that map is designed. And I think Tamriel Rebuilt, the landmass, actually is pretty faithful to that in terms of how they've designed, things I'm thinking about are, for example, the fact that like in the real world, a road typically is above the landscape, right? But in Morrowind, there's almost always these kind of small hills on either side of the road, which have an effect of making you feel like you're surrounded, by dense forest and or, it makes you, it takes away you can't see that far. It blocks your vision a bit and makes you feel like you're on a long road traveling between two areas. Whereas if you were able to see everything flat, it would just look super small. It would look like Ocarina of Time or something. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. But it's definitely worth playing around with this because I think a personal preferences come into it. So let's look at ground cover and stomping, I guess. Or are we done this? We're not done this, are you?
This one is actually not configurable in the launcher at the moment.
Ground cover and stomping here. So we're done. We're done. Just to confirm that we're done with.
Sorry. Yes. Yeah, we are done with Distant Land. You got everything you need for that. Yep. So go ahead and close the launcher now. While we're going to be editing the config file, you want to make sure you close.
Yeah, close the launcher. So the config file is not the. Sorry, it's not OpenMW. No, you know what? I need to open it because I get the two mixed up all the time. Documents, My Games, OpenMW. What we have been editing so far is openmw.config. That's the one that has the fallbacks and the data folders here. What we need to edit now is settings.config.
That's right. Yep.
Okay. And what we need to do is add first enable. Okay. So you can see here that there is actually no. This is telling us to add a ground cover section, or that there, add to a ground cover section. There isn't a ground cover section because we haven't put ground cover in yet. So am I understanding this correctly?
Right. Yeah. So go ahead and just add it if it's not already there, which if you're doing a fresh install like we are, it would not be there already.
Exactly. Okay. Enabled equals true. And then we need these 4 settings here.
And so these are somewhat conservative settings for density, and adjust these accordingly to your rig's ability.
Oh, it goes up to 1. Okay. The other thing too with ground cover is yes, adjusted according to your rig's ability. I find too much ground cover is not always good too, because like the placement of alchemy ingredients in what did I do? The placement of alchemy ingredients in Morrowind is like, if there's too much ground cover, like you can't find the fucking alchemy ingredients.
Yeah, that's true. In the Grazelands, you can have a hard time, because it just gets really dense.
Yeah, and you're really, I don't know, that could be kind of an immersive thing where you're wading through this super long grass looking for stuff. But
I love it personally, but yeah.
Yeah. So you can go up to 1 here, and then I might play around with that actually at some point. But I'm gonna keep this as it is now. Rendering distance. This, I think 1 cell is like 8,000 or something, 8,000 units.
So the way that ground cover measures distance is different from the actual cell measurements. And that 6144.0 value is just 1 cell in the context of ground cover rendering distance. It's confusing, I know.
Okay, so it's not. Okay, in this case, roughly 1 cell. I see. Yeah, okay,
it's
interesting.
Not quite 1-to-1 with the actual cell.
There's another thing that you might want to keep in mind when you set up your distant lands and object settings. Depending on like what your ground cover, if your distant land is like super super long, and then it can start to look a little bit weird when like ground cover is popping in constantly. So play with this.
Exactly.
And these, so you can double if you wanted 2 cells, you could double this. If you wanted to increase the density, you could increase that. Once again, it's a compromise between performance and what you want.
Yep.
Shadows. Sorry?
Yeah. And I was just going to say, this is where it's helpful to consult my performance tips guide and kind of develop a pattern to get in the game quick, see how the settings work out, get out, change them, get back in, repeat.
Yeah, exactly. And this stuff is all easy to get to, and it's great that you've separated it into different sections here. No, you got a typo there. Graphics. Okay, so this one we could just paste it in here, but I think, can you do this on the you can do this in the, not all shadow settings are exposed via the launcher. Okay, well, let's not bother then. But we'll show you when we're in the launcher, we'll show you where they are. Shadows here, and enable shadows like that.
Looks good, yeah.
Some of these are in the launcher as well, in the advanced settings section. But I guess the last one there, objects, shadows, is not. So,
and a couple other knobs for performance tweaking shadows are not available.
Okay, are we doing any of those knobs? I don't think so.
Let me just see here. Shadows. Okay, yeah, it might be actually worthwhile before to close, save your settings file.
Mm-hmm.
and go ahead and close it, and then open the launcher, and let's look at some of what's available to us in there. It's under the graphics
Oh shit!
tab.
Don't play the game. Damn it.
Ooh.
Oops.
There you go.
Graphics, shadows.
And so what's probably interesting to people is the shadow distance limit, and the default is pretty good. If you have a reasonably powerful computer, I would still just leave it at the default, honestly, because shadows are expensive.
Shadows are an expensive setting. And
one thing that you could change if you do have a powerful computer is the shadow map resolution setting.
Yeah. And that would be, you could go to 2K shadows or 4K shadows here. Do I want to do that?
If you've got like the CERN supercomputer, then go ahead and do 4096. I personally run with 2048 on this one.
I'll try it.
Yeah. So I mean, it's worth.
What's your graphics card?
I have AMD 5700 XT.
Right, I can't remember. I'm an NVIDIA guy, so I can never remember which one that is. But anyway, that's a good frame of reference. And I have a 1660, which is not a particularly high end card, but I mean, we'll see. I really want to. I need a new graphics card. Anyway,
Yeah, you and me both.
Yeah, I'm going to go straight to a 3080 as soon as I can get one. I need top of the line for this stuff. Okay, all right. We're done here now. We are now. That's it for shadows, right? Is there any other settings you wanted to do for shadows? I don't think so, eh?
That's it. Yeah, and let's keep the launcher open for water.
Okay. Water configurable water shader with several parameters that can be adjusted. So that's going to be.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, and in the usage notes, go ahead and open that tab and let's take a look at it. Because I'm trying to remember. Yeah, okay. So this we actually have to go in to set. So before we do that, though, let's go click on your advanced tab in the launcher. This is a little testing tip here that we're going to go through. Go to the testing tab there at the end and go ahead and check the box that says
skip menu.
Skip menu and generate default character.
Okay.
And in the start default character I would just type say SEY and that'll auto up Satanine. And just click that. SE.
Oh, I see. Oh, interesting. Why don't we stick in? Oh no, Satanine has water. That's right. Because okay, I was gonna say Balmora. That's a great place to test your frame rates. Because Balmora is like
Yeah, we're not testing frame rates just yet. We just want to go into the game because we need to change some options that are more easily changed.
In the game. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So go ahead and run it, and it doesn't matter that we have it. That's fine. It'll just look small. But we haven't changed the resolution yet. But that's actually convenient because it'll be easier for me to follow your instructions and. All right. So go ahead and hit escape. Oh yeah, the water's not looking great. Let's work on that. Not looking great. So one thing to note, and as I say in my performance guide, water is another very expensive feature, in particular the reflections and refractions. So go ahead and... Sorry? Video, water, yep, there you go. And so turn on water shader. That looks better already. Yeah, turn on refraction. Yeah. And go to, leave that on low. Leave that on low, okay. Reflection. Ultra. Reflection shader detail. Okay, and for this, I actually set that to terrain just because a few comments about this. Refraction itself is really expensive, and you could almost just disable that and save yourself some FPS, but the water will look a little bit less sexy. The texture quality, I say put it at low because, frankly, you can put it at high and it will cost a lot more performance, but you're not really going to notice the difference, honestly. 99% of the time, you're just not going to notice. And so the low quality texture looks fine, and then in terms of what you're reflecting, that's another thing too. You don't want to be reflecting actors and objects and all this. Yeah. No, I agree. It's costing you frames. Like I can't see my own reflection in the water, but I mean, not a big deal. Right. So it's just a simple matter of these settings cost a lot of FPS because you're basically telling the engine, okay, so in order to reflect the scene, redraw it in the reflection, and it's a big hit.
Yeah, no, exactly, and that's the case in man. I was playing my modded Skyrim the other day, and like every time it rained, my OBS would lock up, and people would be like, "We can't see what's going on," kind of thing. I'm just like, okay, I'm gonna have to tone down the like whatever the fuck refraction shit in the raindrops is going on. You know, every time it rained, my viewers were like, "God, dude, this is not okay." And I was like, okay, I'll fix the rain next time. You know.
So yeah, I think we've made good baseline tweaks to water here, and just something to keep in mind. It's a very expensive feature.
Okay, so we're done with this. Third person camera stuff. This is in the launcher, so let's open the launcher again here. And that's an advanced camera, right?
You could say, and you could say that these are subjective changes, but I don't know. I think these camera tweaks are awesome.
Yeah, over the shoulder, view is pretty prevalent these days in most games, so it's kind of a modernizing feature. Nexus Gaming, if you have a potato, put the settings on ultra, it will turn into a brick. Magic. It's a magic trick. Preview if stand still. Deferred preview rotation. Yep. And do I want head bobbing? I can't remember. This is the one. This is what you can do. Zoom out when move coefficients. Do we need to do any to enable third person camera via direct edits? Okay, this is the same shit. Okay. Default shoulder right. Everything else looks good here, right?
Yeah, and so the zoom out when move coefficient actually isn't. That one isn't configurable in the launcher, unfortunately. But that basically controls when you start moving, how far back does the camera sort of pull away from your character. You might not want to change that at all, but it's worth checking out.
Let's third person camera distance. Yeah, so you've actually got some recommendations that are not in here. So let's do it. Let's follow along here. I can just edit this one here. Right, and then because all we added was view over shoulder and preview of standstill, but I can also just add. It doesn't matter what order you put these in, right?
Nope.
Okay, so I can add that zoom out when move coefficient. Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know if I've done that one in the past. Possibly. Those are cool though. Cool. Yeah, those are cool, and hopefully more of that stuff will be implemented in the launcher and or in-game menu, because those are kind of things that are. It's almost easier to edit live.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Head bobbing. Did we just
head bobbing? This is another one that's a little subjective. Some people just hate the head bobbing feature. I myself didn't love it until I started using it, and now I love it. So try it out, see if you like it. Yeah, I'm gonna put it in.
And then gameplay tweaks. That's it for this one, right? There's nothing else yet. Yeah, we're good.
That's it.
Gameplay tweaks, run, open and click advanced, take a look at each tab. Oh yeah, this is like the sort of personal preference stuff, right?
Right. This is a lot of stuff. If you're familiar with Morrowind modding, this is a lot of stuff that is offered by the Morrowind code patch. This is where we're trying to meet parity with that kind of stuff. So we'll basically go through the advanced section here, and there's some stuff that we're going to need because of the mod selections that we've made. So starting off under game mechanics, let's see here.
I put toggle snake in because obviously,
yeah. Let's see. Followers defend immediately is one that I use, but again, that's maybe a subjective one.
Mm-hmm.
Permanent barter disposition changes.
I actually take that one off. Permanent barter disposition changes.
NPCs avoid collisions. So this one is, let's say you're in like a narrow hall and there's an NPC standing in the way. This one will make them move out of your way.
Cool. Love it. I don't like followers defend immediately because they get killed.
It's true. I don't use followers, so that's probably why that one doesn't.
Yeah. There's a few quests where they get thrust upon you. Permanent barter disposition changes. Yeah, I like that one. This is super annoying because otherwise, like, what's the point in the whole speechcraft system if it's not,
right.
NPCs avoid. Okay, and what else we got? Only appropriate ammunition bypasses normal weapon resistance.
I don't use that one. That's another very subjective one.
Yeah. Okay. Racial variation in speed fix.
I don't use that one either.
Yeah. I think it's like taller characters are faster in Elder Scrolls games or something, and it's like a weird thing, but whatever. Swim upward.
You can actually hold your mouse over where it says race variation in speed fix, and it kind of gives you a don't use race weight basically in the movement calculations. That if that bothers you, check it.
Yeah. Make player swim a bit upward from the line of applies only in third person mode, intended to make simpler swimming without diving.
I would use that one personally.
That sounds cool.
Yeah.
Swimming sucks in Morrowind. Okay. Can loot during death animation. Oh yeah, this is like a.
This is one that I would normally consider kind of a cheat, because this is what people do, where they will spawn in like a very powerful summon monster and then kill it and then take the valuable items that they have.
Yeah.
I would normally, if you're somebody who doesn't like cheating, if you want to nerf your game, disable this one. However, this needs to be enabled for mannequin mods to work, which we don't have any mannequin mods on this list. But if you decide, I want to use a mannequin mod, you'll need to have that enabled.
You know what? To be honest, I'm going to leave it enabled, because this is the kind of thing where it's just like, it's kind of like the mud crab merchant for me. I don't need to mod it out of the game. I just don't use it.
There you go.
Yeah. Like it's too, that's a level of like looting dexterity that I don't care to evolve. Enchanted weapons are magical. Make enchanted weaponry without magical flag bypass normal weapons resistance like in Morrowind's. Oh yeah, this is an interesting one. So, the idea behind the ghosts are immune to normal weapons. It's like you have to have an enchanted weapon or whatever. And if I understand this correctly, but you can enchant a weapon with like a with a sort of nonsense enchantment. I don't know, like fortify, sneak or something, right?
Yeah, I always leave this one on. I've actually never played without this one, so I'm actually
I think if you disable that one, only certain enchantments make weapons magical. I don't know. Anyway, I wouldn't fuck with it, frankly. It's annoying enough to have to, have enchanted weapons or whatever, and then, whatever. Classic reflected absorb spell. What is this one again?
Oh, let's see. So if you... It has to do with reflecting. If you have a reflect spell on your player and somebody casts an absorb spell on you, what's the behavior? Is the absorb going to be reflected or not?
Oh, okay. Effects of reflected absorb spells are not mirrored like in Morrowind. So wait a second. This is one of these like logic puzzles I have trouble figuring out in my brain. He casts a range absorb. It hits me. It reflects back. I absorb his health instead of him absorbing my health. If it's reflected. Right. If you untick that, this is what happens. If you tick it, absorb spells just reflect and don't work.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? I actually would leave this clicked to a certain degree, because I don't know. I feel like lore-wise, it wouldn't make sense for like whatever, I don't know. I would leave it ticked. Always allow stealing from knocked out actors. Do we care?
Discord client just crashed again, so forgive me.
Oh, no problem. You're still, I can still hear you.
I'm back. Yeah. Oddly enough, it like when Discord crashes and I load it back up again, it's like I'm still in your screen share session. So yeah, thank you, Discord. But I leave that one regarding classic reflected absorb spells behavior. I leave that checked. Are we on to what now?
Always allow stealing from knocked out actors.
That's one I leave unchecked. That's your personal taste kind of thing. There are some situations in the game where an NPC gets knocked out, and you could use that opportunity to take some really valuable armor that maybe is extremely rare or something. So this is kind of it's up to you, but I would recommend leaving it unchecked.
Okay, I'll leave it unchecked. It's a pretty weird situation. I'll always allow NPC to follow over water surface. That seems like a good idea to leave ticked.
Yeah, because frankly, sometimes you're just traveling and you walk over a stream, and it's not a big deal. So you want maybe your companion to, walk through a puddle with you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think anything that makes followers behave more predictably is good. In fact, I'm a big fan of a few of the follower mods I've used in the past. Have followers teleport if they get too far, and that is just a good quality of life feature. You're like escorting followers is like one of the least interesting Bethesda game mechanics. Like it's just sort of fuck, it's dead again. Like I'm actually like I don't know whether in Morrowind you can like make a person essential or whatever, but like you can like use the console to make like that's one thing I thought. for followers, just for followers. But I mean, it's annoying in Skyrim how there's certain characters that just can't be killed. But like when it's a follower, fuck that. Like the last thing I want to do is like, oh fuck, Lydia's dead again,
Right, yep.
So yeah, I'm anything that makes followers behave in a more predictable way. Factor strength into hand-to-hand combat. I'm kind of off. Affect werewolves or do not affect werewolves. Interesting.
This will make werewolves obscenely powerful, as if I understand it correctly. I personally set it to do not affect werewolves.
That makes sense.
Because I want normal NPCs to factor their strength in hand to hand, make things a little more interesting. But if you do it with werewolves, you'll have a bad time in Blood Moon. Worst time in Blood Moon, I should say.
Oh, interesting. Could be fun to make the game. I haven't played Blood Moon in a very long time, and that could make for an interesting run through.
Right.
Trying to make a character that's like, but because Blood Moon's like, for me, that's what I hate about it is when that DLC, you want to do that DLC like after your character's already a beast, right? I don't know.
Right.
Anyway, I'll fuck with it if I feel like I just can't kill werewolves. Background physics threads. What's this? What's this do?
So this is a bit of a technical knob. The long story short is
I want more of this, right? Like I want to max it out.
Well, no, definitely not. I would say set this to 1 if you have, a reasonably modern multi-core processor. I have a 6-core AMD Zen 1 processor, and I have this set to 2. Generally speaking, you don't need to go much more than 2.
Okay, I don't know what it does, but I'm going to set it to 2 because I have a Ryzen 7 5800 series processor, so I think I can probably do it.
In a nutshell, it just tells the engine, the engine runs. It's hard to explain this without getting too technical, but basically you have like the main process where it's doing things, sound, visuals, and all that. And this tells the engine, do physics on a separate process that will not block the main thread, And so you can definitely get some performance enhancements from this. In particular, how I mentioned earlier with NPC mods that add a lot of NPCs that will negatively affect performance because of physics. This can mitigate some of that. But you don't want to go too high because you can definitely make things worse.
Right, because you only have so many threads to work with, right?
Exactly, and it's possible to spawn too many threads, and now you're in an opposite situation.
Well, right, where you're using up all your threads and you don't have enough threads left for like the main stuff. That makes sense to me. Yep. And I think I can't remember. Is it AMD processors that have more threads, less cores, and Intel processors have more cores, less threads, or something like that?
Something like that. Yeah, I think it's opposite actually, but yeah.
Damn it. No, I'm kidding. But depending on that might actually make a difference too, I guess, depending on what kind of processor you have, cores, threads, things like that.
So we're actually still in the launcher too. You closed it a little preemptively.
Oh shit. Okay. What else we got here?
So let's go to the visuals tab now.
Oh, we weren't done. Okay.
We weren't done.
Okay.
So I personally like to enable use magic item animation.
Okay.
And that's basically where if you have, for example, you have a ring that has a heal spell on it. And this makes it so that when you cast that heal spell on your ring, you do the hand waving thing. And this prevents you from basically spamming enchanting, and it's a nerfing tweak, and I highly recommend it.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I like that. Okay, I've used that in the past. Use additional animation sources. Okay. So
this is a requirement for some of the mods we have, so go ahead and check that. Yep.
We don't have shield sheathing, do we?
We don't want that because the Hold It mod by Danae is not compatible with shield sheathing.
Interesting. Yeah, okay. Smooth movements makes NPCs and players' movements more smooth.
Turn it on.
Turn it on. Sounds good to me. I don't see the disadvantage. Turn to movement direction affects.
Turn it on.
Turn it on. Okay. All right. Shaders. Auto use.
You want to enable everything under shaders.
Like it. I don't need to know what these do. Radial fog too. Okay, good. Terrain. We already did that. What else? Is there anything else we need to do?
Yeah, we're done under visuals now. Let's see here. Let's go to interface now.
Interface.
And so these these tweaks are not strictly required. They're subjective, but for show owned, I like tooltip and crosshair.
Yeah,
and
me
basically,
too.
when you look at something, it tells you if it's owned or not by
Yeah, you know whether you're stealing or not, which I think is pretty useful.
Could be considered cheating, but I use it.
I don't think so. I don't think so. You're assuming your character has some basic, inkling of like where they are in the world. All right.
So I personally use I have a 40 some inch TV that I play on, and I've set the GUI scaling factor to 1.7.
Interesting.
And so this is something that you'll modify to suit your taste.
I'm going to try your setting. Oh, and you know what though? I should probably go a little bit less than that.
Yeah, because if you're sitting at a desk with a monitor a foot away from your face, you might not need to scale it up so high. But yeah, I'm sitting on my couch, TV's across the room, so I want to scale up the GUI a little bit so I can see it better.
I'm going to try that and see what it does. I'm going to put it at 1.5. I have a larger-ish monitor at a desk, but yeah. Okay, show effect duration, I want that. Show enchant
You
chance.
want to enable, in my opinion, all of these.
Yeah, I want more information. It's a game. Here's the thing about Morrowind. It's not like Skyrim. It's not like when you whack something, it gets hit. It's a game with dice rolls, so I want to see the numbers. I want to see the numbers. Yep. It might... Some people, that might be immersion breaking. I don't think so. I think it's like, no. I need to understand, like, this is a game that doesn't animate, it does not animate or display everything that's happening. So I need other sources of information to fill me in, and I feel like these are good ones. Bug fixes, merchant equipping fix, definitely.
yeah, I use that one too. It's silly to have a merchant equip armor you just gave them, because maybe somebody likes that.
There's an NPC, like one of the NPC scripts or whatever basically tells them, put on your best armor. And so if you sell them expensive stuff, they'll just immediately wear it. It looks ridiculous.
Good way to lose things too. If you
and if you don't have that, and then you also have like the what was it? The expansion packs, like on Xbox, it just was like every merchant's wearing Thieves Guild armor or whatever it's called, or Dark Brotherhood armor. Every merchant in the game is wearing Dark Brotherhood armor because you've sold 16 packs of it because you've been attacked by the Dark Brotherhood guy like twice a day, every day for the entire game. All right, trainers choose their training skills based on their base skill points.
I don't use this one, and I don't know what exactly the effect is on the game.
I think I know what it is. There are basically the class of the NPC determines what their skill points are at their class and level. And there are some trainers in the game that seem to have just been handcrafted, like the developers chose particular skills for them to train. And I've seen, like, if you read the USP wiki, occasionally you'll see notes that say like, this person is this class, but they train this skill even though their skill in it is really low or something. So I would tend to avoid that because first of all, if you're following along with like a wiki or something like that, or if you're trying to, like, it's gonna create a real inconsistency there. And then also I do extensively use the wiki when I'm playing, but also there's probably areas where it's like, well, if there might just not be a trainer that has the skill that you need, like totally. it will throw game balance out of whack. Let's put it that way. Miscellaneous, add time played to saves. Meh.
I say do that. I personally do it. Just because why not, And then for maximum quick saves, I personally set this to 15 just because it gives you a little bit of a buffer, right? You can hit quick save liberally and just have a bunch. And if you need to go back because, oh no, I missed something or whatever, you can.
Interesting.
It's another subjective one, but I like using it.
I don't know if I'm going to go 15 because I hate a messy save file folder, but I'm going to go 3 for now.
Cool.
Yeah, okay. Screenshot format, PNG or JPEG?
I would just leave that at PNG.
PNG is higher quality. Yeah, okay. All right. I think is that it?
Yeah, so that's it. So now we have 2 steps left, and then we are legit done.
Okay. The Delta plugin. Shit. Right. Okay.
Actually, well, and there is perhaps one more thing we would do in the launcher. Under the graphics tab. Yeah, go ahead and fire that up again. Go under graphics, and you'll want to set the resolution of the game,
to your native.
Yeah, it defaults to 800 by 600, which is, closer to when
Xbox
came out. Yeah, exactly. But you'll want to put that to the resolution that you actually want.
So, I want full screen borderless.
And you also would probably want to enable some form of anti-aliasing
Put it to 4. See how that goes.
4. And then last but not least, go under lighting. And this is one of the big new features in OpenMW 0.47. You got a nice graphics card, so put it on shaders.
Shaders. Okay. Cool.
And so this gives you the new lighting system that basically solves the popping of lights when there are too many lights in the scene. And when you go in game, similar to how we tweaked the water settings, there's a lighting setting where you can raise the number of lights. And I personally play with 64 lights myself.
64 lights sounds good to me. Okay, cool. We won't do that right now. Or we could, I guess. You know what? We will. You know what? Why did I close that?
Let's do it. Why not? Yeah.
Oh, I've still got it set up to UI scaling. Do I like that? Maybe I like that. Maybe I don't.
Yeah, I love it.
Oh, yeah.
So, okay.
Okay. Oh, yeah, big UI scaling. Interesting. I might like this. I might not. We'll see. That's neither here nor there. Lights.
So, yeah, max lights 32. You can only set it up to 32 using the GUI, but if you want more, you can go into the settings.cfg file and just type 64 where it says 32.
Right, okay.
That works just fine. But that will be very expensive, and you need to make sure that you have a good graphics card.
I don't even know if there's a place we can demonstrate what that does, but I guess they can look at the...
It's really hard to demonstrate in-game, actually, without teleporting around. If you watch the 0.47 release video by myself and Atahualpa, we have a scene where we set up specifically to show you the difference, so definitely check that out.
Oh, awesome. Okay, great. Well, then we'll link that. We'll try and maybe link that in the video description. Okay, now, are there any other gameplay tweaks that we needed? Where is the setting? Oh, I had this open the whole fucking time. Shit, is that bad?
Let's look and see. There should be under... yeah, go ahead and... It looks like it saved everything we did. So go ahead and close the launcher.
Oh, close the... Okay, cancel, close.
And then, yeah, scroll up to the top. Looks like it's got some unsaved changes there. Lighting mode. Yeah, so it looks like it didn't save our shaders change. You want that to be lighting method shaders and not shaders compatibility. Shaders compatibility would be if you have an Intel graphics card, or if you're on a Mac, you will be forced to use that because their OpenGL drivers are inferior. No offense to Mac users. So yeah.
Okay.
And it looks like it didn't save because you had this unsaved and open when you played the game.
Fuck.
It didn't. Yeah, it didn't save your 32 lights setting. So just keep that in mind.
Okay, I will. Okay, just the 32 lights thing. Okay, so this is an easy mistake to make, and I'm kind of glad I made it because you guys can play around with that. But yeah, all that information.
From Rob.
Yeah, and all that information is here, so you can come back and tweak these settings and stuff like that. We have the Delta plugin to do, and then we also. Is there anything else from the mods that we needed to go back? Oh, we haven't even put the fallbacks in for Tamriel Rebuilt and stuff.
We'll get there. Yep. So actually we have 3 things to do. We have Delta plugin. We have adding the plugins and BSAs and the Groundcover files, and then we have the validator. So wow, we're gonna be pushing like 6.5 hours here. Woo.
That's fine. I mean, it's fun. It's I have no issue with it. Okay.
It's been a blast.
It's been a blast. Exactly. Let's so Delta plugin first.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
So this is a very, very quick explanation. Sometimes you have mods that change the same thing, but maybe they don't. Maybe they will change a different part of the same thing, and you want to have both changes on that thing. And so merging basically does that. It looks at all your mods, looks at what they changed, and it makes sure that if some mod changes these close to this and another mod changes those close to that, you'll get both changes. Now, of course, if 2 mods change the exact same thing, you're going to get the change from the last loaded one. It's a very technical thing, and it's hard to explain. If you want to know more, if you scroll down on that page, I have a link to keep going. Please see this page for more resources on the topic of object merging, and I have a small blurb that I wrote about basically what it is. And Noel Cascade of MWSE Lua fame actually has a program that does this, and in his README, he explains in nice detail what merging is, why you want to do it. So if you're curious and my explanation just now is insufficient, check that out.
Yeah. For sure, and you'll hear a lot about merging plugins and stuff in Elder Scrolls games. It's a thing. Merging mods and stuff like that. Okay, so what do we want here? This is probably challenging for people. These GitLab sites are always a little bit of a shit hassle to deal with if you're not a coder. So what am I getting here?
So you will go under the other. There's 3 links, and you'll pick the one for your operating system. So in this case, we're getting Windows 64.
Windows 64, the successor to Super Windows. Okay, and let's extract to Delta plugin. Okay, now is this a Python script? No. Oh, it's an Ooh.
It's a compiled executable written in Rust for those who want to know. And I would go ahead and copy that folder into your mods folder.
Okay, so that we have it for later. Let's get my mods folder back. Ooh, lots of stuff is open here. Okay, go away, and mods. There we go. Delta plugin. Boom. Okay.
Looks good. Okay, so on my website, on the actual Delta plugin page, I have some rough steps, for using this. And actually, we got ahead of ourselves a little bit. It's a good thing. Thank you, Cast Me, for writing this down. You can see the very first step there. I say, consult the CFG generator to ensure your plugin load order is correct. So let's do that. We got the CFG generator open. We've got a presets section. You can see the link at the top there that says presets. That'll take you down here to this row of buttons. And since we're using the 1-day modernize set, go ahead and click that. Very good. And so right there, you got your BSA section. Why don't we go ahead and put those in... Ooh, I see a mistake too. You don't want PT data, but you do want the other 4.
Okay. What's PT data?
That's for
Project Tamriel.
That's for Province Cyrodiil and Skyrim Home of the Nords. It's not going to hurt anything if you load that up in there, but I'll have to fix the CFG generator to omit.
Okay. That's good to know. Yeah, I know. I have a sense of what that is. So just want these first 4, but this will be updated by the time this video, or by the time most of you are probably watching this. Okay. So I grab this, and I'm going to go back to my. I need to go back to. That's going to be in Documents, My Games, OpenMW. But we're back to the OpenMW.config file here.
Yep, exactly.
And these fallbacks go in the same... Wait a second. These fallback archives go under here, right?
Right, exactly. They're more near to the top. So you'll want to go ahead and put them there. And you'll want to deduplicate Morrowind, Tribunal, and Blood Moon there.
Oh, right, of course. Does Preview need its own BSA?
Does not.
Okay, so it's only one for Tamriel we built, and if you are using Province Cyrodiil or Home of the Nords, Skyrim Home of the Nords, then you're going to want that one as well. Okay, and then plugin section.
What you want to do for this, so for this, you'll want to just copy the contents here, all these lines, just copy it.
Okay.
And then go to your openmw.cfg file. At the very bottom, and replace your existing content lines with what you see there.
Aha, gotcha. I see what we're doing here. Like that.
And one thing you want to make sure you do is go ahead and put a # in front of this Delta plugin merge, because we don't have that one yet, at the very bottom.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah.
Very bottom. Yep.
Yeah, I get it.
Comment that out because we don't have it yet. It'll make Delta plugin itself blow up. Okay, so we should be good now to run Delta plugin. Let's just see here. Okay. Before we do that though, let's go, since we're in the config generator, let's go down to the extra configs. You got the link there that says extra config on the CFG generator page. Go ahead and click that.
Oh, do we need to make any choices here?
The default choices are the ones that I recommend. When you're doing this, you may want to go through and read my notes and make decisions based on those comments. For now, you can just leave it as is.
Okay, and just so I remember, have we made any, like, so here, for example, TR, we're going to need TR preview, I think.
Yeah, you're going to want to go in there and add that stuff in by hand. So because on my website, I don't officially recommend the preview stuff, I'm not going to have those as part of my output. Okay. So if you make the decision to use the preview content, you'll need to go in there.
No, wait a second though. I can actually just do that in this one as well, right? In the launcher.
That's right. You could. Yep.
Yeah, so that might be easier than.
Note that if you do it in the launcher, though, it's not going to give you the recommended load order.
Yes. Okay. All right. Well, I think I'll just
good.
add in what's the preview one called? I just want to do that now because for myself, for my own sake, so not to slow things down here. But wait a second. Did I think I gave it its own data folder? Oh no, it's going to be in my mod folder. Okay, hang tight. We'll just go over here and mods. This is not going to screw up your config thing, is it?
Nope.
Okay, right.
And you're actually going to want to load that one a little bit later, in fact, too. You're going to want to load that one above Mystify.
Above Mystify, the preview one?
The plugin for, yeah, so you'll want to scroll down a little bit.
Okay, I'll do that. I'm just going to, okay, I got to go use my desktop shortcuts here because I'm going to go insane otherwise. Tamriel rebuilt here. And I need travels for core preview. And so do you need all of these? TR travels and TR travels core preview and mainland. So we can just actually take this file name here and copy it. This is also if you did need to add a one of your own mods or whatever, or something that's not on a list, this is how you would do it. So it's not the worst thing. Boy, there's not a lot of plugins. That's insane.
And another thing too is if you are adding your own mods, it definitely matters the order in which you load the plugins. So you'll want to be a little careful. You can use my config generator to piecemeal add mods in, but of course I don't cover every mod in existence on my website. So
just most of them.
Yeah, not even close to that. But
I'm joking.
I have a resource on this CFG generator page under. There's a link that says, how is this order determined? Where I explain how I come up with this. So if you're feeling crazy and you want to do it yourself, you can.
Yeah. So, I mean, here I forgot to put content equals. This is very similar to the data equals lines, send it to a folder. The content equals, send it to a plugin. And these are the plugin ones. Elder Scrolls plugin or Elder Scrolls ESM is Elder Scrolls mainframe. No. It's Elder Scrolls Master. Okay, tr_preview. These are not case sensitive on Windows, but I think they might be on your system.
Yeah.
And
there's some that we want to delete too here, I'm noticing. So
oh really? Wow. Okay.
Well, yeah.
Mainland 2001 hotfix is not in here either, is it? TR mainlands. I'm not seeing any.
It should be up with the other ESMs.
Right, that was when we registered the BSAs or whatever.
No. Scroll down a little bit.
Oh, right. Mainland hotfix.esp. Interesting. Okay, so that's just a load order thing. Okay, I get it. Okay, what were you?
So we want to delete some plugins because my config generator isn't smart enough to know that we're not using, for example, multiple mark mod. So go ahead and scroll down actually to where you see the multiple mark plugins, and you're going to want to delete Stirk, you're going to want to delete Sky, and you're going to want to delete UL because we're not using those. Those are compatibility mods. Okay. For other mods, we're not using those. Then below where it says OAAB Dwemer pavements, there is the trackless Graceland pavements patch. We're not using trackless Graceland, so delete that.
Aren't we? Didn't I decide I was going to do that?
Well, you might do it, but it's not a part of the.
It's not a part of it. So delete this. Yeah. Delete this. Yeah. I'm not going to. I think I decided to use it. I'm remembering when we did that. I was sort of like, I'm gonna anyway. So I know I've diverged a bit from the strict list here, but delete this if you're following the list exactly. Okay.
And if you didn't delete that and you went to run Delta plugin, Delta plugin would fail to run and it would complain.
Well, maybe we'll get some errors. We'll get some errors and we'll be able to help people with their Delta plugin errors because I got a lot of comments about that in the last video. I can't get Delta plugin to work. In the last video I made, Delta plugin wasn't a thing, so it's just sort of like, dude, I don't know. Okay, so what's next?
So I think that's it. Actually, go ahead and save the file and close it.
Yeah, for once, save it and close it.
Okay, and so now we're going to go back to the Delta plugin page on my website.
Oh, back to the Delta plugin page on the website?
Yep.
Yeah.
And so now we're going to go, we have consulted the CFG generator, so that first step is done. Experts only optional step, we're not doing. Now, you want to open a non-administrator, this is important, PowerShell, because administrator isn't needed for what we're trying to do, so go ahead.
It's important that it be non...
It's not going to break anything if you do an administrator PowerShell, but it's simply using more power than you need. You don't need an administrator prompt for this. It's not needed.
Interesting. You almost always do, but that's great. Okay, so Windows PowerShell. You can also do this in terminal or whatever it's called now. There's like, I don't know why they've got two of these, command line or whatever it's called. And so we're going to, okay, all right. Run this, change path as needed. Okay, so I'm going to need to go find the path. And this is why people are having trouble with this plugin. It's fine. It's great. It's a great thing. But I think this is good that we're showing people how this works. We put that on, what's it called again? Delta plugin here, and we can't just run it from this, huh?
You can't. Well, I don't know. I mean, you can try. Go ahead.
Let's try.
Yeah, it's not gonna. Yeah, it's not gonna go.
It's not gonna go. Okay, interesting. Okay, so what we want to do is copy this path here.
Yep, paste it into there.
Paste it into there, and then
so what you can do now is you can put a backslash. Yeah, and now you can hit tab. Put your.
Sorry, hang tight. I type a lot in French, so English and French, so I have weird keyboard layout things.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay.
You can actually hit tab. Go ahead and you can see how it automatically completed there for you. You can type DE tab.
Oh, DE tab. Oh, that's not doing it.
Did that work? Okay. Maybe it doesn't like the E. Maybe we'll have to. I'm not a Windows expert. So
yeah, that's fine. I don't know whether I don't remember using that feature in PowerShell before. Maybe that's just not a thing. But that's okay.
Well, run it and let's see what happens.
Okay. The term modding Morrowind is not recognized as the name of a command. So
you'll probably need to change the drive letter. That
oh, right. Okay. So that's easy. That's just, this is probably stuff that, so just change directory and then wait, how do I think you just go you might even not even need to do that.
This is E:, I think.
E:. Yeah. I don't even think you need to do these first two steps here. Yeah. I think that I'm just remembering, like I used to use DOS back in the day. So this is basically DOS.
Yeah.
Okay. And then let's grab this again. Up here, and it's probably the scariest part for some people is getting into these. No, get rid of this. What?
Oh yeah, you're gonna have to use the arrow key to navigate over there. You're not gonna be able to highlight.
Oh. Okay. Well, E:, fine. And then I'm just gonna do this again. Yeah, like this, and now arrow key. Like that, right?
And actually, so now use your arrow key to move all the way to the start of what you type there,
and just
erase the E:, and type CD.
Oh, CD, yeah, CD space.
CD space, and then put that leading slash back.
No,
I'm sorry. Don't put the leading slash.
Yeah, you don't need the leading slash in that. So that's just change directory to this.
Yep.
Hello. Oh, I need to go all the way back. Right.
Oh, that's weird. But okay.
I don't. What the hell? I can do it manually for some reason, but I can't do it. Oh.
Oh, you might have to put it in quotes because it might not like the space.
Oh, perhaps. Yeah, this is Windows stuff, man. I have a feeling this might be easier in. Okay, but you know what? It's good that we're discovering these issues because it sounds like this is okay.
Other people probably have these problems too.
Yeah, so it doesn't. The reason I have to put quotes around Morrowind Modding is that this is based on DOS basically, and DOS didn't have. You weren't allowed to put spaces back in the day. So, and then now we need. Oh, this folder has got a really long name, so that's annoying. But I can go CD space and grab just the name of the folder here, right? Copy and pasting into this is also a little bit awkward. So CD space like that. Now I'm basically all I'm doing change directory. I'm just going into the directory manually. It's kind of an old school way to do things, but delta plugin.exe. This is how we're going to run it.
That should be it. There you go.
Wait a second. Is not recognized the name of a.
Okay, you might have to do a period / in front of delta plugin to say I'm using the thing that's in this folder rather than something from your system path.
Period. Oh, interesting. Huh. No, a /.
I don't think it matters actually, but yeah.
/delta plugin. Oh, delta underscore plugin.
Yeah.
.exe. Interesting.
Interesting. We should have had some kind of output. Go ahead and do a / instead of a / maybe.
Okay. /delta underscore plugin.exe. Damn. Is this... Just wondering, do we need to do this in PowerShell, or is it better in terminal or something?
It shouldn't matter, honestly. We're just calling an external program. It just so happens that this thing doesn't have a GUI. You know, it's going to spit some text out to the console. Shouldn't matter, but you can definitely try it in the command prompt.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Let's just see here. It's the same basic idea here. Let's just see if we can... It's like the same bloody thing anyway, isn't it? No. Oops. Okay, so I also need to use arrow keys here. I think home works too. I don't need the /. No, do I? I can't remember. Wow, that's better. I have a feeling this is going to work. I have a weird feeling that this is going to work. Plugin.exe. Oh.
Wow, okay, well.
Is there like a run command or something we're missing?
No, this is how you use Delta plugin. You just run it. So this is where my Windows knowledge is kind of at its limit. I'm not really sure. But for example, on my Linux system, I simply run Delta plugin and then boom, some things happen. And either I get my merge plugin or I get an error telling me what's wrong.
Damn. Well, that's... I wonder. Now, I'm kind of wondering, do you know of anyone...
You know what?
What?
No, you know what? I'm sorry to cut you off there. I just realized what we're doing wrong. You need to run delta plugin.exe space merge. You need to tell it to actually do a merge.
Okay, right. It needs an instruction. Oh, well, that works better. Okay. Okay, what do we got here? While creating merged plugin, merge.omw add-in caused by 0, while loading plugins from blah, 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 file not found. Okay, this makes sense. Okay.
So, yeah, we basically misconfigured Tamriel Rebuilt.
Okay, so before we fix that error, I recommend doing this in command prompt. PowerShell, I don't know that all versions of Windows have access to PowerShell, so do it in command prompt.
They do since Windows 7, but yeah, I'm going to change my steps to say command prompt, because
command prompt is also, I just think people are going to find this, I don't know, I find there's something about PowerShell being blue that's really disconcerting, so I would recommend doing this in command prompt. It's really not, and maybe we'll walk through the steps again at some point, or I'll just make a separate video how to do this in Windows, because I feel like I'm going to get questions about this, but it's okay. All we did was forget to say merge. Now it's telling us that it isn't finding tamriel.data.esm. Now, what does that mean here?
So that means that we have said in our openmw.cfg file to use content equals Tamriel data ESM, but it's not in any of the data paths that we have set up. So go back to your openmw.cfg.
Yeah, that's in my games, openmw, openmw.config. Didn't I put this on the desktop? God damn it. Oh yeah, you can probably get rid of that too.
And find your data path for Tamriel Rebuilt.
Okay, that's going to be under Landmass. Okay, Tamriel Rebuilt, 00 core, faction integration. Oh, this is the one that I fucked around with. So I almost definitely screwed something up in that process. Core, faction integration, preview content, faction integration.
So just looking at my own install here, it should be in the core folder. So why don't you go ahead and what you have there for
should be in the Tamriel Rebuilt.
Yeah, core. It should be in core. And so it is.
Mainland.esm. No, it's not. The one that's missing isn't mainland. It's... Oh, fuck. The one that's missing is Tamriel data ESM.
Oh, how weird. So that's like an old name. So yeah, this is a weird...
So this
is a weird error.
Okay, so there is no Tamriel data ESM, right? It's...
Right, yeah.
Now, so it won't make the merged... add-on thing if it doesn't find that?
So what's happened here is one of the plugins that you're using has Tamriel data ESM listed as a master, and that file doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
The tricky part here is going to be finding out which plugin we have included that that needs that. And
will this one often gives
good idea.
Yeah, these little warnings here, and I've seen a lot of stuff that's not ticked here, but that's normal. I think that's normal. I think some of those plugins. What does this say here? TR unable to find dependent file Tamriel data. So all of the TR ESPs.
Okay, taking a step back. Yeah, sorry to cut you off again. Taking a step back, I think we misconfigured Tamriel data now.
Okay. All right. All right. Let's try that. Let's try that again. So, because I mean, if it works in your system, then it works, right? This is not something that's specific to Windows or whatever. Okay. So go back to this is going to be mods Tamriel. I'm just going to open it here. Tamriel data HD.
And actually, now that I look at your config file there, I noticed that we don't have any data paths for Tamriel data. So that's the mistake that we made.
Well, that needs to go first, right? That needs to go above.
Yeah.
Data equals. Okay, well there we go. Easy. It's possible we missed a few.
Yeah. I think it was M. Earl who asked earlier on if we were going to do some troubleshooting. Well, here you go, man.
Here you go. We're troubleshooting. Yeah. Okay. So let's put a data equals here. And yeah, it's too bad we screwed that one up because that's a fairly popular mod. So I hope that people watch the end of the video. I might put a comment in the description. It's not a big deal. It is what it is. Morrowind modding. Okay, that should be it. That should just do it. I think. Oh wait, it needs to be. That's not the full path. It needs to be this one.
I have a note here that we missed that, and maybe we can put that in the description.
I might pin a comment and just basically say, please watch the end of the video. If you have trouble, we missed a step, please watch the end of the video where we fix it. Because, if someone's for example, someone just wants to know how to install Tamriel rebuilt, and then they watch that and they're not getting it to work, well, they can go watch this part. Okay. All right. Awesome. Let's hopefully this will fix it here. So we're going to go back to, I've just saved that file. We're going to go back to the command prompt here, and we need to type in delta.
You should be able to just press up, actually.
Huh.
Boom. There you go.
Okay. File not found, new Argonian bodies clean.esp. Okay. Interesting. So it's working its way down the list, and it's finding things that we're missing. So this is actually just a good tool. And this is, I feel like anyone who's going to install this in one sitting is going to miss some things. So, or often. Okay. So now we need to find, that's the Argonian, that's in the bodies section. So thankfully, because we've made these little hashtags, we can just go down and
bodies and heads. And I think this one is, I think this is new beast bodies clean version, if I'm not mistaken. So we may have forgotten to add another data path.
New Argonian bodies clean. Okay, let's just take a look at that folder now.
Yeah.
So mods, that is new beast bodies. Yeah, it's possible that we just didn't do the path right. Yep, that's what it is.
Ooh, there we go.
So we use this, and you see how the data files is inside it. So we need to, we'll just do this like this and fix it that way.
Yeah, that works. Put data files at the end there.
Yeah, but this is good though. You know what? Because I just feel like this is something that's going to happen to people. It's just something that this is the kind of mistakes that people are going to make, and they're going to feel like it doesn't work. But it's good that we're doing this debugging. Yeah. Hopefully it won't confuse anyone too much. I know it's a little bit more advanced than kind of plug and play, but let's try again. That's it, right? I saved.
Yeah.
That should be it. That really should. trtravels.esp not found.
Okay.
Interesting. Okay. Jesus Christ. Well, we really fucked up, huh? No. It's okay. It's okay.
These things happen. Yeah.
Okay. Data equals travel network for core preview and Vardenfell.
Oh, okay. So this is a difference between, because you're adding the preview, you have a different name for your travels plugin.
Right. trtravels_preview.
So what you'll want to do is go down to your section where you have all the content equals and just delete tr_travels. But if you're following this list, you want that.
Oh, okay, because we only want TR Travels preview and mainland.
Right, because you're adding the preview stuff.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So disregard this for those of you who are not installing the preview stuff. That's an either or. That's not a both. Okay. So save. And then let's do this again. And this is, I think it's pretty likely that you guys are going to run into these kind of issues. Wait. No.
Did you go back to your file again? Yeah.
Wait, it wants TR Travels.
You still have TR Travels listed there.
I have TR Travels preview and mainland.
A couple lines above, you still have the other travels.
Again? Okay. Also, am I missing anything here? I feel like I've got factions preview, travels preview, mainland. Isn't there something else? Oh, I guess those are ESMs, right?
Yeah, the CFG generator definitely gives you everything you need. And
okay, if I was missing something, it would tell me. Is what you're saying? Okay.
Right.
Okay. File not found. Lake Fjelding anti-suck.
All right, so go to your mop folder now.
That was one of the very first mods we installed, mop, and there was something about that, wasn't there? Oh,
maybe we didn't add a data path for this one
because I was gonna do the total overhaul thing or something, and I didn't do it, and that's my fault. So let's just add a data path for it, and we'll install with this. I've been thinking about it too, and I wanted to overhaul the game after doing this video, but I think I'm gonna do a playthrough with just this with this setup, so that people can have a demonstration of what the setup looks like, for sure.
Yeah.
I might do a short let's play type thing. Wait, I've got it there.
It's commented.
Aha! It's commented. Bingo! All right. So, extra points for those who've watched the whole time and watched me make these mistakes. Deltaplugin.exe merge. Oh, that's looking good.
Baby.
Look how long it's taking. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Done. All right.
Any warnings here? Do these warnings matter? No.
There's a lot of warnings. It's basically telling you information about the stuff that it merged. As long as it doesn't error, warnings are fine.
Okay. Purple is good. Red is bad.
Yeah, more or less in this case.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So it's writing the merge plugin to merge.omw add-on. Where's the output for that?
It's in the same folder that the Delta plugin executable lives in, or at least it should be. So let's open that up.
Okay, let's. So we're going to go back to our mods folder here. Remember, we installed the Delta plugin in here. There it is. And yeah, there we go. Merge.omw add-in. So now we need to make a data path.
Yeah, exactly. Make the data path and then add the content file. So first add the data path.
Right. That goes here. Maybe I already set it up there. Right. Okay. And then, there we go. Because we need to tell it to look in this folder.
And actually use it. Yep.
And then
the comment.
Remove the comment. Right. And then
go to the very bottom of your content file list. It's very important that your merge plugin loads last after absolutely everything.
Yes. And that was the case with the previous method as well. Awesome.
Yep.
Well,
you'll need to change the name of that plugin though too, because it's just called merged.omw add-on.
Ooh, okay.
If you run Delta plugin merge with another argument, you can give it the name of the plugin that it produces, but by default it just produces merged, and that's fine for most people.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, awesome. So let's save this.
Run the game.
Let's save
it and run the game.
Yeah. And there was one thing. What was that change that we made that didn't? That was in the game, right? That was the something with
the
chat.
Lights change.
The lights change. Okay. All right. I'll do that in the game. And I may actually look. Did all of these? Oh. This is annoying. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to go back and redo what we did there, but it's okay.
Lesson learned.
I have a video. Don't leave your fucking config file open while you're editing stuff in this.
Well, it's part of that is the problem. OpenMW shouldn't do that. It should do something sane. In this case, it's a thing we're aware of, and it's one of those things that in time will make it better.
Yeah, so I'll go through these and fix them, and I think some of these also, like some of this stuff here needs to be fixed and stuff like that. But anyway, at least I've done it on the video, so if you followed it that way, then it shouldn't be an issue. But let's run the game. Oh, right, okay.
We lost your resolution too.
We lost the resolution setting too. Okay, well that's and the UI. What's that?
I can tell you right now, I'm very happy with what I'm seeing because we're in the game. Right.
Oh, we're natural character and growth and decay. That's great. And I'm just gonna standard and new game and okay, and that's what happens when you start with natural character growth and decay. But well, I'm not going to bother with redoing all that config stuff, but I'd say things are looking pretty good. I don't see any... Did we do ground cover? Did we forget to do ground cover?
No, we didn't forget to do, but maybe it didn't get enabled because of your settings file getting reverted.
Damn. All right. Well, let's take a quick look at the settings file then, maybe. I mean, I kind of want to wrap this video up, but I also don't want to leave it kind of in a shitty... Let's get rid of this. I don't want to leave it kind of in a half-made... thing. So let's just go through this quickly.
Oh, you know what we didn't do? No, we installed Groundcover, right? But we didn't. This is the very last thing, folks, and then we're done.
Yeah, I knew it. I knew we didn't do it. Okay.
Yeah. So open up openmw.cfg.
Openmw.cfg.
Go to the very bottom.
Mm-hmm.
And open up my website, the CFG generator page. And go down to the extra configs, right? And so you want to take the one line here that says not all of this. You want just ground cover equals verts ground cover reads. Copy that.
Yeah. Oh, just that one. Yeah, just the reads because we're not using the other ones. I know. Yeah. Okay.
Paste that below the merged. Yep. Perfect. Now go back.
Yep. I knew
Scroll down a little bit. And then copy this block of Ramirez. Yeah.
Don't we also need these for the previews too?
Yeah, you'll need to go in there and manually add those because my website doesn't cover those.
Okay. Well, I'm not. I'm not going to bother.
Yeah. So now go ahead and okay. So minimize the browser again and go back to your config file real quick.
Quentin Durgan, welcome to the stream. We are kind of at the end of our stream here. We're just finishing our final steps here, but this video will be available, and I will be working on putting timestamps on it. I think we already have the timestamps, so there'll be timestamps. You'll be able to go back and look at each section. So if there's particular areas of the guide that you find tricky, you'll be able to do that. But welcome to the stream. We are kind of towards the end here, just doing the finishing touches. But yeah, now we want to go back to our settings thing and put this in it. Is that where we're at?
I don't think we need to do that actually, but I guess it couldn't hurt. Go back to your config file in your text editor real quick because I think I noticed a problem. Yeah, okay. So go ahead and remove the pound signs from the in front of merge. There you go. Save. Okay. Save and close this bad boy.
Yeah, for fuck's sake. All
right. Open settings up.
Okay.
And if you don't have the ground cover section in here, then go ahead and add that stuff in there. It looks like you do already, though. So
yeah, it's already there, eh? Okay.
All right, now run the game one more time, and we should see some beautiful grass.
Okay. Tell you what, I'll even put it in the right resolution. Where's that again? Graphics. Yeah, I'm going to have to redo. Oh, an anti-aliasing would be nice too, huh? All right, full screen borderless. Let's go. I've got to make some other changes back to that settings. Oh, why am I in? Oh, this is just the loading screens.
We're not stretching the menu background too. That's a setting that got reverted, it looks like, but...
Okay. Yes. Standards, new game. Okay. Yeah, well, wait, do we have ground cover?
Doesn't look like it.
Doesn't look like it. Damn.
All right. That's okay. Go ahead and close the game now and open up your config file one more time and go up to the ground cover section.
OpenMW.config or settings?
Yeah, OpenMW.config. Yeah.
Oh, the ground cover section. Okay. So that's going to
make sure we got the right data paths down here.
Yeah. Foliage, nature, environments, creatures, weaponry. There it is. Ground cover. All right, now let's go to, oh yeah, we're going to have to double check these guys.
Yeah, let's just make sure those paths are correct and they have the things that we expect in them.
Mm-hmm. Mods. Verts, ground covers. Now, we haven't enabled those plugins, but you don't need to for these, do you?
You absolutely do not want to enable plugins for ground cover mods as content files. You need to do it the way we just did it, where it's ground cover equals. If you don't do that, you're going to be killing your frame rate. Gotcha.
Okay. Verts ground covers reads. And then this is Verts ground cover version 2.34 for OpenMW. Okay. And then Ramirez ground cover. That looks normal.
Verts looked good, yeah.
Where is Verts? Which ones does Verts cover, though?
Verts just give you reads, and you will see that in a few places in the game, Satanine being one of them.
Satanine being one of them. So I don't know if I didn't notice reads, but
you'll see them by the lighthouse.
Okay, core, thicker grass. This all looks correct.
Yeah, it sure does.
It sure does. I'm wondering. I have a feeling. Wait a second. I'm not seeing. No, they disappeared. Our ground cover stuff disappeared here. Also, the saves I made didn't. Did I have
ground cover stuff might have gotten shuffled to the top of the file, actually.
Oh, does it do that? And also, why is this? Didn't I just change this? Content equals merged?
Yeah, you sure did. I'm not.
Did I?
Sure about that.
I think I might have had the launcher open or something, but I don't. Doesn't look like I do.
Go ahead and scroll to the very top of your file, though.
Delta Blue. This looks fine. Oops.
Maybe if you can do a Control F for ground cover equals. It seems like it ate our changes, though.
I think it ate our changes. I just think it didn't. I don't think we saved properly, or I don't know.
Wow. Okay.
Okay, well, that's fine. That's fine. It was easy enough, right? All we need to do is grab these guys here, right? No, just the reads.
Just the reads. Yep.
Okay, and stick them down here. Let's actually ground cover plugins. I'm just going to do that so I can remember what this is. And grab these guys here. And that should do for that. The only thing that's not covered is the TR Travels one. And that should do it, right?
Yeah, save and close that now and run the game.
Okay. I have a feeling we fucked something up by editing stuff with the thing open or whatever.
Boom.
Boom, ground cover.
There you go. Nice.
It looks like ground cover to me. Yeah, no, it looks good.
Yeah. That's it, man. That's it.
Might actually increase that. Wait. Is there? Yeah, there's just a bit here, eh? There's not a bunch.
Yeah, the picture I'm getting from your screen share is very blurry right now, thanks Discord. But from what I can see, that's what you expect.
Ground cover's there. Yeah, ground cover's there for sure. Yeah, and you can increase the density of it if you want to. I probably might. I don't know, maybe, but
yeah. So man, we are pushing hour number 7 here. We're in 6 hours 46 minutes.
Yeah,
into
we
this.
should.
I would call this a success, but we definitely went over our 4-hour planned length
sure.
here.
Yeah. And
I definitely wanted to have a section where we ran the validator. Maybe you and I can do a separate video where we do that. We show people maybe a little bit more how to troubleshoot. But I think this was a success because we ran the game. We merged with Delta plugin. We've got ground cover. It looks great.
Mm-hmm. No, for sure. I think that's definitely. I think that's definitely true. And we got to the end of the list. Now obviously we're really pushing, we started pushing our time as we mentioned, but I think overall it was a success. And hopefully, so here's what I'm going to suggest. This live stream is going to be available. It's going to help people work through the lists. Obviously, because we're doing it live, you're always going to end up troubleshooting. You're always going to have to go back a step, reread the instructions. I will likely, it's because we've made this long video, it's going to be easier for me when I see you guys asking questions like, I can't figure out the Delta plugin. It's going to be easier for me to just go back and make a separate standalone video that's like, here's how you do it,
Right. Yeah.
And this can be kind of a central reference point. But I thought this was I had a blast.
Yeah, man, me too. We
discovered a lot of neat stuff. We also, I think, even though we didn't really play much Morrowind, I think showed off a lot of really cool mods. And yeah, so we'll get those timestamps in the description so this can be a little bit more useful for people to follow along. And yeah, hopefully we'll do another. We'll work on stuff together again soon.
Yeah, Rob, this was a lot of fun, and I think that we've demystified the process a bit for folks that are maybe a little uninitiated about modding, uninitiated about Morrowind, OpenMW, and all that stuff. So, as we said throughout the video, don't hesitate to reach out on Discord, email me through my website, and thanks everybody for watching.